Sometimes like all you want to do is run. But hear me out, hear me out. If all the things you never show, there are the things I want you to know. Secrets start in your heart to slow. But if you don't want to tell me now, I guess I'll never know. Losing almost all my energy. It's getting hard to talk to you, and I'm the only one who speaks. It's all the things you never show. There are the things I want to know. Secrets start in your heart to slow. But if you don't want to tell me now, I guess I'll never know. Here we go.
Okay, hey guys, welcome to the live. Sorry we're running just a little bit late. Just wanted to do something. Anyways, happy Thursday. I think it is Thursday. Happy Thursday. Anyways, thank you guys for joining. If you guys haven't hit that like and the share, of course, please do for Jack and Lily. And here's two beautiful pictures that I put side by side. The one of Jack, he's playing at a water park there, little froggy. And then, of course, that beautiful picture of little Lily over there. And I see Belinda's in the house there. Hi, guys. So Charmaine's in the house as well. Kent, he's waiting for his, about the signs, member for Global News. So he's waiting to watch that for there. So, hey, Charmaine. She's there. She's around.
Who? Me?
Hi. Hey, Charmaine.
Okay. No, my volume just turned off randomly for some reason. Hi.
Hi. Just turning
How
up
are
the volume.
you? Yes, I did. I did.
Good. I'm so glad that the weather is way better today. Cloudy. Thanks,
Yeah,
you guys.
it's really overcast here too, but it's starting to get sunny. So, and I'm in Alberta now, so.
What about the other brothers? Yeah, looking into that here. Actually, well, I was gonna say. So, I'm just gonna say some shout outs quickly, okay, guys. Hi, Belinda believes. How are you? Hi, Lacey. Christina's in the house. We'll come back to that again. Timeline is key to this case. Timeline is key. Absolutely. So that's what we're going to be talking about a lot today. Is about that timeline. And I'll put this up quickly. So that was the thumbnail. Daniel was up all night. We're going to get into that. Also about Maleyha as well and stuff like that. Again, for the two precious babies that need answers and truth. Again, we're their voices, right? And so I will continue to be their voices, at least this channel. So I hope you guys, again, support that with hitting that like and the share, keeping it out in the algorithm, keeping everyone aware of it. Thank you for everyone, too, that has been buying those beautiful signs that Kent, and I want to say Candace,
Janice.
Janice?
Yeah.
Have been working on, and just to pop that up there really quick as well. Some people have been sharing them to the email and getting those. So thank you to Betty who's been delivering these signs to other people. And again, it just warms the heart when you see all these signs that everyone's buying, and keeping Jack and Lily's faces out there, because these type of signs surely do it. Can't stop people from seeing all these, instead of, like, I know that they can see things on the store windows or on the posts and stuff like that. Totem
From what I understand, they're putting them in like high traffic areas.
Yeah, you know. Okay, yep. Evening, Sunny and Jack and Lily's voices. That's what we are, right, guys? So again, hi little mama, hi Nancy, mama of sex, hi Lola. Rhonda's in the house. Hi Carrie Palmer, Rena, uh, Tammy. Thank you guys all for being here again. Belinda has been, of course, a voice for Jack and Lily, right near the start there after watching Daniel act like he was the only one that was somehow contributing to being the voice for Jack and Lily. And don't get me wrong. I mean, he has played a role in definitely keeping the story out there, with all the stuff that he has been doing, regardless, pissed off Belinda enough that she was like, whoa, nope, you're not the only one. And so again, she was gracious enough to talk to the channel. And we've been talking ever since, just trying to be voices for Jack and Lily. And obviously, Kent was that person that was in the chat, and he was from Pictou County. I had asked him originally when we were talking about it if he wanted to come up. And at the first, he was like, well, I remember I'd desert you for cheesecake, ice cream, a lot of things, to be honest with you, Turtles. But thank you for becoming a member. Charmaine and I both love it when we hear the Rickroll song go off. We don't get it. It doesn't get old.
Never. There's nothing like a good Rickroll.
Never, never. So thank you for becoming a member. I love the show because of their tremendous respect for the victims and families. Always. Again, this channel is built on the foundation of, to me, integrity and morals, and of course, doing things for the right reasons. This channel will always grow based on the fact of not trying to use thumbnails that are clickbait thumbnails, and just truth and honesty, and to bring you guys facts as much as we can, behind that. Of course, family members have spoken out. We've always appreciated any of the family members that have spoken out, because regardless, you have to listen to their families. Even if you don't believe what they're saying, it still all becomes, that's where the information, you want is from them. You want it from the RCMP, and you want to put these timelines together as best as you can. Again, the reason why we're trying to put a timeline together, why would that be? Is because the timeline out there to us is not truthful in our opinion at all. And so it's so you just want a timeline. You want to understand that morning, that night before, that week. And then, so we have a lot of information. We got, the RCMP and whatever came out and said that the Thursday, May 1st, they were last seen in the New Glasgow area there. So we know that. They traveled back home at around 3:11 in the afternoon. And then from that point on, it's just been a muddle of a mess. And unfortunately, there's cases like this, mostly in the United States. You hear about these cases all day long. In Canada, this one's really big. To be honest with you, when it comes to Canada, having this type of situation that's going on for two children. And then to watch what's going on like a circus, it's just undescribable to me, and disgusting to watch how it's playing out. It's unfair to Jack and Lily. Like, we can be their voices, but the first and foremost is the parents, the people that they were living with. Obviously, Daniel Martell being the stepfather loosely, and Maleyha Brooks Murray being the mother, the biological mother of Jack and Lily. And they're supposed to take the lead in all this, right? The family members. So thanks again to Belinda, who has just wanted answers for Jack and Lily. But thank you to everyone else that has spoke out from the family, even if it's in a smaller way, in a sense. Again, you're just trying to understand the day, because everyone wants answers. Two children just don't disappear, right, Charmaine?
No, they don't just vaporize, and that's what these people would have us believe. That's what's happened here, and it just doesn't jive. The timeline doesn't jive, and there's no reason to be lying when it comes to your missing kids. So you're right.
Okay, exactly. So again, in this particular live, I'm gonna put up. So again, if you guys do want to get signs, shoot, is it? Kent always puts his phone number up there. Kent, are you in chat? Oh no, he's
It's
probably. Go ahead.
Kent Corbett 81 at
Yeah,
gmail.com.
yeah. Let me put that there, okay? Because these things are great. I'm gonna send Kent some money. Mm, to for I'm not sure exactly, but I'm gonna send Kent some money, and I'm gonna ask him to give it to, of course, people out there that want to sign. So I'm probably gonna send like $100. That will get, I think, 5 signs, right?
That's right. Yeah, they're 20 bucks
20 bucks
each.
each.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And then so I want to do that, and that way will be 5 people that can get signs at the on the It's a Crime and Shame channel from us with love. Okay. So I want to do that. Kent Corbett 81, sorry, at gmail.com.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's right.
So okay, perfect. So again, thank you guys and everyone, and anyone that's painting rocks or doing, remember, you have till the end of August to, the whole thing was that you maybe make some nice Jack and Lily rocks for your own garden, but also to place them around Nova Scotia, so that random people that haven't even heard of the case, because it's always amazing when, although some people might think that everyone should know about the case, there's a lot of people that don't keep up on the news and stuff, and especially on YouTube, true crime community. A lot of people have no clue about the true crime community at all. And then usually, something happens, and then families become very much aware of the true crime community. But, I want to thank again all the content creators and everyone that's covering this case for Jack and Lily, because honestly, if it wasn't for the true crime community to keep this story alive, like, yes, newspapers do cover certain things, right? Like, we just had a nice big article come out from the Globe and Mail. Thank you to Lindsay Jones and, the team members at the Globe and Mail for that article. And then we had the other one come out on Monday, which was about fighting for answers, more transparency for CPS. Could Lily and Jack's situation have been avoided, prior? Were they failed? Bottom line is. And so, the fight for justice for that. And then so, the true crime community truly, will keep a case actively out there. Yes, some content creators, start moving on. Absolutely, for sure, right? But usually when they're big cases like this, you're still going to have coverage by, some of the channels, even if other ones have moved on. And then usually when a big update comes out again, the channels might pick it out. But honestly, this case would pretty much go nowhere fast if it wasn't for the true crime community that can really keep this case out there and the awareness out there. Because again, after so long, the news channels, they just kind of put out things when maybe there's an anniversary date, and different things, right? So we all play a part in the importance of the role of, for the missing and the murdered. This channel, again, it covers the missing and the murdered. Doesn't matter if it's here, over in the States, across the pond in the UK and stuff like that. It's just about bringing awareness to cases, and obviously weird ones like this. These are the ones that will definitely get drama fest very quickly, especially when there's no answers and there's this weirdness of a stepfather, who's inconsistent in his stories and the blanket, just so much. And Jack and Lily deserve so much more. What else can I say, right? So I want to, Charmaine, I'm just going to clear something up. Now, we never put out this part about, okay, Charmaine, maybe I'll mute you because I can hear, yeah. So we never put out this part, although it was talked about between Daniel and Charmaine, about Cody Sullivan. Okay. Very little was ever talked about with regards to Cody Sullivan. Now, I know that Belinda the other day said, that she wanted to clear something up, but I didn't see that it was said. So she was talking about this comment about a hammer. Now, she has all the court papers. So Daniel Martell basically had said that, like there was some truth to some of those things. Obviously, Belinda's talked about that with Cody Sullivan, her own son herself, about drugs and stuff like that. But there was this one comment where Daniel had said that, what was it? Shoot. Belinda, I want to make sure I say this right. The hammer.
It was somebody had asked if it was true that Cody had threatened Maleyha with a hammer. Yeah.
Untrue. Belinda, had told us that quite a while back, but we never put that out there actually. So I'm not sure where that popped up again. And if it was Daniel obviously saying it, I don't recall, but I know we didn't put that out there. Unless I'm mistaken, but we've never really showed that because there was a whole conversation about, Daniel going off on Cody Sullivan and all the stuff that he's done and stuff like that, right? Mr. Perfect himself. But anyways, bottom line was Belinda just recently, again, relooked at all the documents. She asked her son Cody for the documents. She went through them all. There's nothing there at all that says anything about a hammer that Cody was trying to hurt Maleyha with a hammer. So she wanted to clear that up. So I'm clearing that up again. Just like when Cody Lee Sullivan came out of somebody from Prince George here that was that had that marketplace and then arrested, not Cody Lee Sullivan. He's not Cody Lee Sullivan. So that was false information as well. So it just comes about clearing stuff up, okay? So there was no hammer at all being used upon Maleyha in any of the court documents. Again, you guys, this is coming from Belinda. There's no reason for her to lie. She's been so very truthful about so much stuff about her own son, in the interview and stuff like that. So just wanted to get that out of the way. Sunny, maybe that's why the air looks like it does. Oh, yeah, we don't usually get too much, but when I look at, oh no, I'm not sure. I mean, I just don't know if it's clouded over. I'm not smelling any fire out of and my window's wide open. We usually don't get impacted down here by snow or by fires at all. It's usually up in Kelowna, Penticton area and stuff like that. So yeah, okay. So I just want to make sure. So Belinda, was that exactly it for the correction? Was there anything else or was it just that? Let me just make sure. And oh, what's this? Oh, let me just, I got to bring these down. Belinda just sent me a couple of pictures here of Jack and Lily's posters. I gotta show you guys these, of course. 1 second. But thank you guys again. If you're coming in, we're going to be talking about the timeline. We're going to be talking about, Daniel up all night, and we're going to be talking about Maleyha hearing the kids, seeing the kids as well. And we're going to be going through that very shortly. But now that Belinda has sent me these, if you guys haven't hit that like and the share, please do so for Jack and Lily. Okay, so I'll start off with this one first. Okay. Jack and Lily sign perfect, right at the road there. That's perfect. Let's see here. Remove, add to stage, image file. It's very heartwarming to see this, I must say. It really sucks when you're following a case and you're like literally not from the area. Me and Charmaine are from BC, British Columbia. She's in Alberta right now. Wait, how did that one get up there? It's not what I wanted. Oh, we'll get back to that. Hold on a second. Hold on a second here. Image file. Sorry, I think I clicked too fast and it clicked on that one. Okay, this one right here. Come on, that's what we want to see. All right. Why does it keep popping that up? That's not even the file I'm clicking on. Oh, That's weird, Charmaine.
You also just put me on top, just so you know.
No, that's just it. I didn't. You know, hold on. It's weird. It's acting weird all of a sudden. Removed from studio. We're here. Hold on. But that was weird. Okay, so this is the other one that Belinda sent you guys on there. So, of course, where are they? The Sullivan siblings missing since May 2nd of 2025. Obviously, what are we sitting ahead of here? The 14th, 3 months, you guys, in 12 days that Jack and Lily haven't had any answers for what happened to Jack and Lily. So, thanks, Belinda, for sharing those on there. Yeah. God, there's just so many great things going on when it comes. Oh, must be a member. Just a Canadian girl. I'm just a Canadian chick. What about you, Charmaine? You just a Canadian chick yourself?
I think I have a few more attributes than just a Canadian chick, but yeah, you're right. Looks like the news was on. Somebody saw Kent on Global.
Oh, I'm sure Kent's going to send it to us. Let's see. Let's see. He will send it to us. He always does. I didn't have time. I was at Global News, but before the live, just to see if it was coming on before then on there. How big is the sign? Again, do you know how big they are? To be honest, I don't remember.
There are some that are 2x4s, and there are some that are 4x4s, the bigger ones. I think the one-sided ones are the bigger ones. And then the lawn signs, the election signs, I want to say they're 2x4, but Kent should be here. He can clarify if I'm wrong.
The road sign. The road sign is still at Janie's.
Two by 2 feet. And I know that Betty went and put up signs at the trailer property there yesterday, so we got pictures of that. But again, it was Betty that put them up, so that's good. That's good that there's signs now where they went missing from. So that's good.
Oh, okay. So that's what Belinda was saying, is that there is the sign there at 1407 Gairloch Road.
Were you asking me? Yes.
Yeah.
That's it. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Perfect.
And I
perfect.
guess there was kind of a joke going around, like, how long are they going to leave it up? And I think Belinda was just saying that they're still up. But to go along with those, I've now heard that they have no trespassing signs as well. So
Yeah.
it's a good match. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyways, so thank you guys again for doing that. Just give me a second here. If you guys haven't hit that like and the share, please do so for Jack and Lily. Again, we're gonna get into talking about the timeline in just a second. Again, stay positive. Anyway, let's see. Let's take another look at those beautiful children. There's Jack. There's Lily. I went to school with Cody. He also dated my best friend Amanda. He was always a sweetheart. Well, that's very sweet of you to say. There you go, Belinda. you know, I was gonna say though, my niece, she's been, on and off addicted to math for like since she was 15. She's like 35 now. You know, just because somebody has an addiction doesn't mean they're necessarily a bad person. But sometimes people do things that aren't so great when they're in an addiction and stuff like that. Like my niece is stolen and different things and that, and stuff like that. But inside the normal Paige that I know is a very loving girl that just, lacks self-esteem. It's a battle that she keeps fighting, and I hope she's been to many different recoveries. And I really hope that truly one day she truly beats her fight, because addictions are hard, You know, they're hard to come out of for sure. But anyways, that was very sweet to say. You know, everyone has a past of something, right? Trying to think of mine. Besides being in abusive relationships, except for this one that I'm in. Um, yeah.
Well, even something like smoking cigarettes, it's not the
Oh,
easiest
that
thing to
I did.
overcome. You know what I mean?
Yeah, one sec. Uh, yeah. Thanks, just a Canadian girl. I have a wacky aunt that lives in Kamloops. Tell you that much. I remember her. You're not related to my auntie, are you? Just kidding, Lisa. I haven't been to Kamloops for a long time, as a matter of fact. Used to go there as a child. Like I said, my mom would take us up to, you know, just call her auntie on there. But she was kind of a weird apple on there. Actually, she lived right behind the train track, like literally. So when we would go there and stay there, all you could hear was the train going by at nighttime. Oh, but it was like, yeah, I can't say that. I can't remember the last time I've been there. Shoot, I don't
I was
even
there
know.
like a week ago.
Yeah, yeah. What a beautiful picture of Lily. Okay. So you guys, thank you guys so much again for joining. Let's get into this now. Timeline. Timeline means everything. Um, again, because the timeline doesn't want to seem to be brought forth to us naturally or organically. Instead, it wants to be brought in ways of, yeah, you got that TV behind you, Charmaine. Thank you. On there. Feels like I have Kent up here. Actually, let me just take a look. Did Kent send us the thing? Did he get it? No, he hasn't sent anything. Okay. But anyways, so yeah, I mean timeline means everything because that's when, you try to figure out like what truly happened to Jack and Lily. And because it's been such a circus about this timeline, then obviously if people are hiding the truth, that means that they have knowledge of exactly what happened to Jack and Lily. And that's in my opinion, and that's exactly where I stand on the case myself, because that's not natural. If you have nothing to do with it and you've watched, if you like me or other people that have been in true crime for a long time, you know when parents are lying, okay? Because there's a natural way about going about begging for the children to come back, to help Clyde. Look at that poor Jaden Spicer, 10 years old, right? His mom, what happened, right? Took his life, you know, and it's just crazy sad, and then I remember Mike Downing covering that letter, and instantly he's like, basically like she's a liar. Like, right, because it's the same things that they kind of say, um in their messages, kind of like what we're hearing here with Lily and Jack, kind of falls into that same category. But look at poor Jaden Spicer. So rest in peace to that poor beautiful child that deserves so much more. But at least in that case, the mom confessed. Thank you, I suppose. Right. But let's see. I still don't think Daniel did anything to those kids. I think he's guilty knowledge of what happened, but he did do something. No. Yeah. Again, each to their own opinions on that one. Most people will probably disagree with you on that one, but again, right? We just provide information, and it's up to you to decide what you want to believe happened to Lily and Jack. So let's go back to this. Okay. So in the morning time, right, on the scanner radio, we know at 8 to 8:30, and a message sent to Belinda from Maleyha, that the children were heard, not seen, but heard in the next room by Maleyha. On the scanner, we hear that they use 8 o'clock. What time were the children approximately seen? 8 o'clock. It's said twice in the scanner radio. Okay. So, of course, they're going to go by the earliest time, which they did. And at that point, then they go by that, right? Now, 8 to 8:30. The next comment made, and actually, I'm going to bring up one second. I'm just going to stop for a second. Whoops. Get out of my way. Share screen. Just going to go to, and thank you, Belinda, for telling me where the search and rescue exactly was and the helipad. So this will be a little bit updated for you. Because I noticed that one of the maps I think that Mike had, I think that they were like, they totally had the search and rescue like on the opposite side. But anyways, Belinda showed me exactly where it was, which was just down from 1407. But anyways, okay, so we start off with the 8 o'clock to 8:30. Those came out of Daniel or Maleyha's mouth both, right? So Maleyha sends a text to Belinda about 8 to 8:30. The children were last seen, and that becomes again basically the timestamp. Now, Daniel makes a comment about about 20 minutes later. He's made a couple comments. One said a few minutes later, he got up to check on Jack and Lily because he didn't hear anything, right? And then the other, but the most one that people know is the 20-minute gap that he claims as time has gone on. Remember this, as time has gone on, because obviously, in order to make a story sound credible, I guess you got to start filling in the gaps again now, right? To start, instead of doing it at the start and fixing any issues, no, let's just wait till 3 months and then start adding more shit to the pile of manure that's already being said, to be honest with you. Okay, so 20 minutes, right? So 20 minutes, few minutes, 20 minutes, let's just say that, right? They both say well, no. Daniel, let's keep this clear. Daniel says that Lily came in the room several times, was his wording. Then it was a few times. Then it was 2 times. Okay. And Jack was in the kitchen. And then Maleyha says, well, Daniel, he was sleeping from 6:18 from when I called the children in to 9:30, basically 9:40, actually. Daniel says, no, that was, of course, 9:35. And he says that he was woken by Lily. Okay. Now, again, Daniel says that he's not in a deep sleep. Regardless, their words put their own timing at then 8:30, 8:50, 9 o'clock. Let's give some grace a little bit there, right? But the phone call happens at 10:01. And the 20-minute time window that they're trying to use, because, brainiacs, is 9:40, around the 9:35, 9:40 area. That's the 20-minute window. So, like I said, brainiacs here go from 8 o'clock to 8:30. 20 minutes is obviously right after that. Now, we know that Maleyha said, I just asked Daniel if the kids, do you hear the kids? Or no, sorry, my bad. I tell Daniel, do you hear the kids? Daniel says, no, I ask Maleyha. Then he tries to clear that up recently and say, you know what? I've had time to think about this now. And yeah, you're right. Maleyha did say it. Okay. Anyways, so they try to use this time gap of now 9:40. So what happened to the rest of the time? Because those words came out of your mouth to RCMP. And I'm not going to sit there and give 2 people credit for being so out of it with amnesia that they both were like, maybe it did happen later than I thought. No, absolutely not. Okay. Daniel says that him and Maleyha come out. Now we're putting ourselves to 9:40, right? He puts himself as coming out with Maleyha. At one point, he's saying that, that he's out and about yelling and for Jack and Lily, and then he says he goes up to the hill for 30 seconds and comes right down. Another thing he says that he immediately, gets into a vehicle, at no point, people, okay, listen with your ears on this. At no point did they go or say anything about going to Janie's camper to be like, hey, is Jack and Lily here? No point. Okay. So beyond the three different versions of the phone with Maleyha's hand, 1 minute he's saying, well, I mean, if the kids are missing, what the fuck would you do? You know? And then another point he says, wait, just a minute. Let me run up into the woods first for 30 seconds. Right? And it's just like I said, there's three different versions there. And after a while, your head starts spinning because you're like, wait, but you said this. Now you're saying this, and you're zigging and you're zagging. But you're trying to use a timeline that you gave of 8 to 8:30 now for it to be 9:40 to, of course, 10:01 when the police, RCMP, were actually called, right? So on top of this, you have Daniel in another interview, the polygraph one, where he says that he wasn't in a deep sleep at all. You know, it wasn't like I was in a deep sleep. So you're telling me then that these two children that have morphed about an hour's worth of time, pretty much, that you didn't hear them playing on the swing set outside at all. Your bedroom's right there at the back, right? Right where the kids' bedroom is. And you didn't hear them open that heavy sliding glass door and close it, but you heard Jack in the kitchen, right? Because you weren't in a deep sleep, Daniel. And so how would you not hear Jack and Lily in your own backyard where your window is right there, as if it's got some sort of bulletproof window that you heard shit? Absolutely not. How unrealistic is that? How unrealistic is it that, right, that they went out this door? Because we all know that those children played outside without their supervision, right? We know that they did. They live in this big space, you know, that they're playing outside. And I mean, they've made comments about going up to the fort. Did you want to say something there, Charmaine? Because your thing's back on.
I was just going to say regularly, right?
Yeah.
It's clear that no matter what they say, those kids regularly went outside to play by themselves because Janie would always have to call and let them know the kids got out. Like, not your cat got out or your dog's in the yard, nothing like that. Kids got out.
Yeah. Because Maleyha said in her own words, right, when she was texting me, that Janie always calls whenever the kids get out. Always. But she didn't that day, she says, right? Again, yeah.
And also, in your timeline thing, when you're running things down, did you throw in that Janie heard the kids after the phone call with her brother?
Well, I've known that the entire time.
No, we have, but I mean, have you added that into your calculations on this messed up timeline?
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. But the thing is that, again, the message to Belinda, what time did the children disappear? 9:40, right? So 8:30, okay, or last seen 9:40, right? So again, timeline just kind of really goes kaput. And then Janie's interview just sealed the deal, to be honest with you. So for all these people that have still these, you know, brainiac moments that think that in a 20-minute time span, that's not even 20 minutes, by their own mouths, okay? Listen and listen with your ears. Some people that are still hell-bent that Maleyha managed to put two children in a vehicle during a time of their own words. That's impossible, implausible, and it's impossible at the time of this timeline. And some people, you can't get it through their thick heads that either they're not listening, they don't have listening skills, but again, we're using their own words. It's not me making this shit up to try to feed it to you. It's their own words that make their timeline absolutely fail. They fail for those children even believing that time in the day. And they also fail for the fact, again, their own words ruin the timeline at all. Okay? Because they can't be consistent. I mean, we can sit here all day and pluck away this 20-minute time window and punch about 50 holes in that 20-minute time window. Why? Because it's BS. That's why. It's made up BS, my opinion. But I'm just telling you, based on their own words, not mine, theirs. Okay. So,
I agree with you completely. Not just yours. Me too.
oh, Shemaine's too. You guys, it's just that, again, we're trying to get to the truth. Okay. We're not trying to live in fantasy land that Maleyha morphed two children into a vehicle and hid them. Okay. Honestly, again, it's kind of like let's think logically, factually, based on their own words, right? And if some people can't grasp that and still want to sit there, living on a dream and a miracle that Maleyha somehow, has hid those kids and that they haven't been found at this point, to me, is still absurd. Can you think it? Obviously, you can think whatever you want. I like to live in the land of reality on this one. And the land of reality says their own timeline bust that whole theory that Maleyha at any point during that morning put two kids in a car unless Janie and Daniel were waving them off with them that morning, which I think is highly unlikely, to be honest with you, once we get into the timeline a bit more. But anyways, so yeah, Ron. Hey, Ron. What, 6 o'clock? She's on Facebook. 6, type of thing. Or no, 6 o'clock. She's having tea. 6:24. She's on Facebook. Okay. 7 o'clock. She goes and feeds those little freaking chickens out there in the yard, and then goes back inside or whatever she's doing at that point. Or gets a call from her brother at 8:48. I don't feel like going shopping today. She goes off of her normal routine. Typically every Friday she goes shopping with her brother, but not today, folks. Not today. Just like according to Maleyha, she didn't call to let her know that Jackie and Lily, and you know how if you guys watch her interview with Janie, she's like, all I hear is Jackie boy, Jackie boy, Jackie boy. Hey, Diana White, if you're watching this. Wait, where did Charmaine go? She dropped. She's probably having connection issues. Okay. Right. All she hears is she doesn't hear Jackie boy. Right. So basically what Janie is telling you right there, that her brother calls, she goes back in, lies down. At some point, because her timeline just morphs out of her brain now, her dog barks. Right. And she hears Daniel, Jack, Lily. Right. And she thinks that, he's just calling the kids in for 10 minutes, people, for 10 minutes. Now, remember, we have to place this at 9:40 because that's their own words, right? So 10 minutes later, 9:50, Janie strolls out of her little camper there and goes, you know what? My son's been yelling for Jack and Lily for 10 minutes. I guess I'll go see what's up. What's up, rubber duck? Ridiculous, right? Okay. I think anyone can tell by Janie's personality. Okay, that woman ain't sitting anywhere for more than a minute, right? Besides being like, what's going on? What's going on over there? 10 minutes, she says. Approximately 10 minutes. Remember, Daniel has run up for 30 seconds, right? Come back down. He claims Maleyha's on the phone at that point. Again, too many different versions. Now, again, we're going to stick in that little circle there because Janie says that she comes out of her camper, right? Now, where's Daniel? Because in 30 seconds, right? Daniel had just gone up there for 30 seconds. She claims that she comes out of her camper. Maleyha is standing in the yard, right in front of the camper pretty much with Meadow on her hip. And she's like, where's the children? But it wasn't said to us that way. It was said to us like, what have you done with the children? All these different things. But anyways, let's just go with where are the children, right? And she says, they're missing. Janie says, well, her first thought is to go up into the woods, right? Put on her boots and get her ass on up into those woods. Okay. Daniel says that he comes down and he tells his mom that the children are missing. Another version, just another version. So who is it? Because Daniel also said that Maleyha, that he was stupid enough. Let me put it correctly. His dumbass was stupid enough to believe that the children were in the woods based on Maleyha saying that, right? Just more bullshit. Just more bullshit because dumber, and dumbest to me, again, they try to put a timeline together and they just can't. right? There's 3 people on the property, 3 people that know the truth, in my opinion, to what happened to Jack and Lily. And these people, again, brainiacs, not, you know, not the brightest bulbs on that Christmas tree at all, by no means, right? So they haven't really got their story straight. So this is why they're fumbling, right? You know, Daniel's interview, Maleyha's interview. Remember, they're trying to match each other, but again, it's kind of like having a weak attempt at trying to say, okay, we got to say that this happened, you know. And so they both, it was almost like little parrots going, you know, that glass door that we don't ever hear because it's so quiet. You know, I tell Daniel, no. I ask Maleyha, do you hear the kids? You know, and stuff like that. Daniel, he's off in this, you know, not so deep sleep, and he can't even hear 2 children playing on the swing set. And on top of that, right? I'm just going to say this myself too. Now, this is definitely in my opinion. Janie, she's raking away, right? She says she's raking. She's told nobody about this pool at all. Okay? Up until recently. How many months later, Janie? Once you kind of got you guys' story straight a little bit, perhaps, you know, all of a sudden she's making a pool in that area and she's raking. Guess what, you guys? There's only 1 set of boot prints, right? You know, about 10 feet from the trailer. 1 set. There's no boot prints at all near the swing set. You know, fresh things, because you know most of that's dirty, right? It's dirt. Just like when you come down that sliding glass door and it's all dirt. That's right there. Just like their whole gravel driveway is all dirt. And you're telling me, Reiki, Janie, Reiki that night, bet you were, that you're telling me that 1 set of boot prints was the only thing that they could find out of that whole yard? You know, because at the end of the day, what? Is this when Maleyha put the kids into a vehicle and they just 1 set of boot prints just morphed out? You know, oh, there's the evidence right there. You know, the only sole boot prints right there. So anyways, so they take this 20-minute timeline. Jeannie comes out, of course, 10 minutes later, right? Remember, 10 minutes later, and she sees Maleyha. Now, Daniel, I don't think he knows what his story is at this point, because he's up there for 30 seconds. Then next thing you know, he's hopping in a vehicle, right? So again, Janie makes this stupid statement in that 2 hours and 37 minutes to listen to her. Okay. She makes this stupid comment when somebody asks her, would you hear a car if it pulled up? And she says, well, you know what? If it was a new car, probably not. So your dog wouldn't bark, you know, little yippy yappy there that sits in your freaking front window all the time. So he wouldn't have heard no rocks from that gravel road. There wouldn't have been no car vehicle tracks at all, right? Because it's just boot prints, one set, right? But Janie feels like, so remember, she comes out 10 minutes after, right? So 10 minutes after places you at 9:50, right? Cops, RCMPs called it 10:01. And Janie claims that she doesn't know if she would have heard a car vehicle coming right up into her, trailer, right? So all these people that want to live in fairyland, in my personal opinion, that somehow Maleyha managed to put these children into a vehicle during their own timeline, right? It's like, for me, it's like, sorry, but it's just like, get real, okay? Because I know this timeline like the back of my hand, and either people aren't paying attention to it. Thing is, we want answers, right? We don't want fabrication. We don't want a bunch of BS out there. We just want answers for Jack and Lily. So stay with the program, use their own words against them to realize that was implausible, that Cindy did not show up, like Daniel said, a few minutes after the RCMP did to whisk them away, right? It didn't happen. It doesn't make sense. Did Charmaine come back? No, she didn't. She left me stranded. That's okay. She'll come back. But anyways, okay. So because their whole storyline is just a bunch of tales, fabrication, manipulation, whatever you want to deem it as, that becomes a wash. So to me, I no longer look in the morning time because their timeline, they blow themselves apart just by their own timeline. Okay. Now I will go to comments before I go on to the next part of this, because I know you guys are probably saying stuff in chat, and Charmaine's not here, so I can't kind of look at comments and then talk at the same time. It's just, I just want to be realistic for Jack and Lily, right? That's what we're about, right? We want to find the truth. We don't want to make up shit that doesn't really belong there, right? People can still think and do what they want, of course, right? That's your God-given right. But it's my God-given right as a person that likes to look at things logically and using their own words. That it's BS. Just a bunch of BS. All three of them look sleepless. Well, again, okay? You got Reiki, just in itself, just on surface value, okay? We have Janie saying, I've lived here in this trailer for 26 years, right? She obviously moved into the camper. Welcome aboard, Maleyha. Welcome to the land of, I don't even know, dilapidated trailers and, disgusting, sorry, it's a death trap for children. Now they're trying to make it look like a palace, right? It's like taking shit, shining it to a gold bar and making it look like a palace. What about looking for Jack and Lily? What about all the efforts to do that, right? But no, you know what? We do not want to be known as the slummy scummy of 1407 Gairloch Road. So you know what? We're going to clean it all up. We're going to do an interview with Janie. And at what point during this interview does Janie really make it about Jack and Lily? Think about that. It's all about the perception of the whole yard and about dispelling rumors. Well, I wanted you to bring you here so I can show you exactly. Nah, did you hear any pleading at any point for Jack and Lily? Someone that just basically said, my son, he had nothing to do with it. Okay, shut the front door. Jack and Lily. But all you guys wanted to do was show us this little feng shui there with your little bench and your table and chairs, your painted little barns, now your fixed up thing. And you wanted to make it about dispelling rumors. Instead of, who cares? How about Jack and Lily? This is 2.5 months later, people, right? Hi, Sunny and Charmaine. I'm with you all the way with Millie and Daniel. Need a resting along with Janie. Well, again, we're just searching for the answers, eh? And when you smell bullshit, and like I said, if it walks like a duck, quacks like a duck, it ain't no freaking swan, is it? Too much BSing going on, right? Using their own words. Remember that. Oh, yeah. She's my bestie. She knows it. She's the big C. Aren't you, Diana? That was funny. I tell you, you piss somebody off and then they go off beacon on you all day long. Makes me laugh, to be honest with you. I don't care, because Diana, I can't fix it. Your type of stupid. Sorry, I can't. All she cared about was don't pick on Janie. Don't pick on Janie. She didn't hear Jackie boy. She totally forgot the rest of the whole timeline. Don't pick on Janie. No, 3 people on the property, 3 people that can't seem to tell the truth, right? Their own timelines bust them apart. But don't pick on Janie. Janie who has an interview and makes it all about the perception. Don't pick on Janie, right? Shut the front door. Okay, it's Jack and Lily, Jack and Lily, Jack and Lily. Oh, let's remind people. Oh, let's see. Jack and Lily, those 2 missing children right there that disappeared from that property underneath Daniel Maleyha's care. And Janie's going, you know what? I sat in my trailer for 10 minutes listening to my son call Jack and Lily. Right. Okay. Like, we buy that, right? I mean, that woman's mouth, I think, to be honest with you, Janie, you talk way too much. You told way too much. You talked yourself right into the fact that nobody could believe you. Reiki for that pool, Janie, the one that you told nobody about. Remember, it was potholes potholes. And looky here, one set of boot prints only. In this whole yard, nothing else was fresh, no other print, but they were playing on the swings, right? And now, oh, that's what gets me too, right? They're trying to switch the narrative up again, right, Daniel, right? Because now it's like, well, for Janie that swore on a Bible, I'm pretty sure it was your brother's Bible, or you were swearing on your brother's life on that Bible, that something like that. It was something about swearing on a Bible. Pretty sure it was her brother though, right? That she heard the kids that morning, and then all of a sudden, Daniel, what is that? Pray tell, Daniel. So your mother thinks that she heard them, not the Bible no more, but she thinks that she heard them. Wait a second. Maleyha, who's only ever said heard the children, now is saying seen. Now you're saying that she said seen. But guess what? Maleyha told Alana, according to Belinda, right? Because Belinda's all about the truth for Jack and Lily. So Alana tells Belinda, because remember this whole fundraiser thing, and Alana is talking to Maleyha and Cheryl. Well, according to Alana, Maleyha said that she's seen. Oh, she found her way back. Oh, wait. Add to stage. Sorry. Welcome
It's all
back.
good. Sorry,
Okay.
my phone died. It's incredible how fast it dies when I'm
iPhone.
doing this. So
It's an iPhone.
it sure is, yeah.
It's an iPhone. iPhones suck, people. I own an iPhone. You know what? Battery, bring it out in the cold, gone. Just like that. iPhone, your batteries suck. You do it on
Yeah.
purpose, don't you? Swear to God.
They
Anyway.
absolutely do.
Maleyha didn't do it, and both of their stories are lies, so you can't believe them. Well, nope.
What?
Oh, that's just Kent's comment there. Kent, did you send? Thank you,
Kent
guys.
said that?
What?
What you just said.
He said Maleyha didn't do it. Maleyha didn't do it, and both of their stories are lies. I think.
Oh,
I
so
think
you
it's
can't
that wrong.
believe them. I
Yeah,
thought he said
can't
so you
believe.
can't bully them.
Oh no.
Okay. I was
All
like,
right.
Kent, we're not bullying them, but I'll fight you.
Mm-hmm. and like I said, Ginny, she wants to bring in Ron into the equation a couple times, about this, right? It's kind of weird. Like she
Yeah.
wonders.
It's
Go ahead,
random.
Jimmy.
It's
Random.
totally random. Why?
Two times.
What is it, an alibi, or like why are we even bringing his name up? You know what I mean? Because we all would have still been sitting here going, I wonder which brother she's talking about. We would have been speculating. It's just strange when they volunteer information that's not necessary to the timeline, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
Yeah. No. So Charmaine, again, before we get off this timeline, because I do, is there anything else like we want to add? Like, so obviously, don't you find it mysterious that there's only one set of boot prints found? That's it. Right?
And the way it was said, I'm still not convinced that it was a set of boot prints. The way it's been said is a boot print, not a set of boot prints,
Right.
a boot print, which is
Well, that-
even more crazy.
Yeah.
It's almost like, it's almost like they missed a spot if they were cleaning something up or, something.
I mean, let's just go with the fact, though, guys. Let's just give them credit. Let's just say it was two prints in a sense, lefty and righty. Okay. Now the one down the pipeline, okay, guys, that one was a bare footprint, right? And Maleyha had told Belinda, right, that Jack would take off his boots sometimes. Now, again, nothing seemed to have come of that, print, but you never know, I suppose, right? But nothing seemed to come of that. Janie said the police wouldn't let her dog search because I asked her dog would know them. Janie said the police wouldn't let her dog search.
So that sounds legitimate to me, actually, Belinda, because, I mean, number one, it's not a trained search dog. And if we didn't already know that the police didn't, block off that entire property, I would say maybe they were worried about contamination. But maybe the dog handler knew proper protocol and assumed that they were protecting a crime scene. But I mean, it does make sense to me to not have another dog running through there. Although you're right, the dog would know them, but from all accounts, the dog didn't like to be around those kids. So, you know.
Yeah. Yep. Let's see here. Okay. Oh my God, it's still hot, still muggy out there. Okay. So, well, again, so to me, their whole timeline, regardless, like it's just ridiculous. The whole thing of this, like, Daniel's barely asleep, doesn't hear the kids and stuff like that. And again, it's just all just too much, to be honest with you. It's to the point of ridiculous. And that's why, with Daniel, him bouncing in and out of rooms, and the more he talks, the more he shows his inconsistencies in what he's done, to be honest with you. And again, to the point that he's just, to me, narcissistic. It's how great he is, the big hero out of this. And again, I told you guys before, my niece, who like I said, has had a substance abuse, and she's done way more than just math, right? On there, I asked her the difference between when you say do math, in the bowl, whatever, versus injections. And to me, everything that she said really epitomized, to me, what I feel is like how Daniel was acting. And maybe it's just someone that when they're on math, that they do have this, like what my niece said, this grandiose opinion and stuff like that on there. Sherman, can you take over for 1 second, please?
I'd just like to say that, you know what, when all is said and done, I know that it seems like Daniel has kind of disappeared from the Facebook chat groups and these YouTube live chats, but I do believe he's still watching, and I'd like to put it out there to him that I'm still open to hearing some clarification from you. I know I've said, like, I'm done with it, but the more I think about it, the more I feel like you could clear things up. You just need to be honest and come out and tell us what really went on that morning, night before. Tell us what car you think that could have been. Just give us some information to go off of. I'm not ready to give up on you yet, Daniel. I'm gonna keep on doing what I'm doing. Try to be a little bit nicer about it, but you know what I mean. So everybody needs to forgive me. I am in Lethbridge with my grandkids. My daughter is in labor, so I'm on my phone, and I can literally only see 2 comments at a time. So when I'm going through chat, sometimes like I'll hit the button and I accidentally hit it twice, and then it shows a comment it's not supposed to show. But there.
Okay. So again, going so back to timeline, I consider that a wash, right? So then we go, okay, well, if that's not true, right, then where do we go back to? Because then we go back to the day before, and then we go back to the nighttime. Okay. So again, it's like Maleyha did share her Google Maps of travel time. Okay, that's confirmed, right? We have that said to us that on CCTV that they were seen on camera, whether maybe there was a couple cameras, who knows? But, like the Medic Clinic, the Dollarama, and then the Acropole that Daniel had said about. But again, she shared her Google timeline. Now, so then it becomes about, that they, went to bed, at around 7, 8 o'clock. That Daniel, he was out, mom was raking, helping with the fence and stuff like that. So he doesn't know what time the children went to bed. That Maleyha as well went to bed before him. He went to bed just after 12. Okay. Now, again, Lana tells Maleyha, Maleyha tells Lana, this is from Belinda, because I had asked her, and she had said that Maleyha told Alana that Daniel was high as a kite, tweaking, and was up all night. So that's coming again from, okay, it is Belinda getting the information from Alana, who spoke to Maleyha and Cheryl, right? So for me personally, we've always had the same kind of thoughts about this. I remember, like I said, when Haley did come out and spoke on Hidden in the Fog, and we heard about, well, Logan's not telling you the truth. That Logan, she's totally forgetting to tell you guys why this argument happened, right? And it was about Daniel, the family members inside the trailer, and that Daniel was in the bathroom. They heard a bunch of noise and was wondering what the heck was going on. Someone needed to use the bathroom. And so this is when Cheryl says that basically she told Maleyha, like, what the F is going on. And it was like, and then that's when Maleyha tells Cheryl that Daniel's been doing math. Now, Maleyha's already said that in our conversation, right? That prior to, or when Meadow was being induced, that Daniel was doing his math, right? So to me, I've always thought, like, there has to be something, right? Amidst all these lies, there has to be something going on here. Now, Daniel continuously denies the fact of him doing math. We know the fact that he has said, or in the article, that, anger management, all these different courses and stuff. Well, again, probably advised him wisely with all this stuff. I'm sure drug testing, absolutely, because there's a court battle going on for Meadow, right? That's in September. Like, I can't remember the exact date. I want to say like the 16th or 18th or something like that. But anyways, so then it becomes, okay, what truly happened then, right? What truly happened? Then we hear about a vehicle between 12 and 5 a.m. that traveled 6 times, which would be 3 times each, like a round trip, right? And these trips would be approximately, because you have to give time for, if you're trying to cover something up, right? Allegedly, that 3 trips, well, about 25 to say 35 minutes each, somewhere in there, right? Because obviously, to me, there has to be truth to that. Like I said, it was put in the article. RCMP confirmed it, and that it was that a 5-speed, according to the neighbor, that 6 times. Okay, that's what time I was. So some people keep saying 12 to 6 a.m., but it's 12 to 5 a.m. and approximately 6 trips, right? So back, forth, back, forth, back, forth. So if what Alana told Belinda is accurate, and Maleyha has already confirmed that Daniel does do math and that he's high as a kite that night, again, to me, it becomes about, well, what happened then between 12 till, let's say, 6:18 in the morning, right? Because 6:18 and 6:17, well, 6:17 is when they were put into school. So, Charmaine, the
Yes.
information, like, so what is your thoughts on there?
Well, I think that, number one, obviously the information in the tip isn't publicly confirmed, but it is was confirmed that the RCMP did receive that tip. So that's just to clarify that we're not trying to say that this has been publicly confirmed by the RCMP, but what we're saying is that the fact that they received that tip from the neighbor has been confirmed, right? So,
Yes.
but I'm on board. I think that 3 round trips makes sense, and that's kind of where my knowledge ends now. My speculation goes
Right.
so
Yeah.
many different directions, but
And that's kind of where I feel like we're at this stumping point about the vehicle, and whose vehicle was it then, right?
right, because we've gone through, I mean, just doing our sleuthing thing, we've gone through every person involved and dug out what kind of vehicle they drive. But we've also come to find out there are many vehicles on certain properties that we don't know if they're drivable or not. So
Yeah.
there's only so much digging we can do without going and trying to hotwire all the cars and see if they're standard, and you know what I mean? Like, there's only so much we can do.
One second.
And
Yep,
I mean,
yep.
I'm not above doing that if I wasn't on the entire opposite coast of Canada, but yeah.
My bad. Sorry, you guys. Just messaging in the background. Oh, Sarah, did you gift a membership to somebody? That is so sweet. Let's take a look who got that membership. All right. And we'll come back to that in a second here. Oh, wait. Wait, I just seen it. LZ New got that membership from you, Sarah. I love it when people pay it forward to each other. That way you can, not have, basically, you're gifting the channel in a sense. Actually, you know what? Let's see. There's 595 people in here.
Well,
Go ahead.
I'm just wondering, after you're done dealing with this gifted membership, thank you, by the way, is it possible to replay that tour of Lansdowne area video again, just so people can see the house? Because there's a few people asking.
The which? Oh,
the neighbor's house? Yeah.
Yeah, I can do that. Absolutely. So I just want to I'll take you guys back to the map first on there. So again, if you guys haven't hit that like and share for Jack and Lily, please do. Okay. Again, it's never about the sake for the channel. You guys, please, when I say this, I mean it. It's always about the missing and the murdered. They're the ones that deserve the answer. And Jack and Lily, these 2 beautiful faces right in front of you, right, need our help. They need our voices. They need people to care about the true answers to what happened. I absolutely believe that, again, when you do put pressure and you do keep awareness, and, hopefully somebody feels, guilty with knowledge, and maybe gives some more information, says what happened, because we're definitely not getting the truth from the 2 individuals. I'm not even going to include Janie in that. She wasn't in charge regardless. She might be maybe culpable of, telling lies or mistruths and stuff like that. But Janie wasn't in charge of looking after these babies. It was Daniel and Maleyha, okay? But to sit there and have to look at these 2 beautiful faces and to know that it's been 3 months and 12 days since they disappeared is just, it's just sad and heartbreaking as a parent, as a human being. And you guys, most of you guys that are watching, right, obviously know if it was your children and this happened to you, how would you act? What would you be doing, right? And it's totally the opposite of what we see going on in this case. Does it make you angry? Does it make you mad? Absolutely, it should. They're innocent.
For the most part, but we have no idea if there is a, and I'm not making excuses, but we don't know if there's a rational explanation from
right.
Maleyha's side to be doing or not doing what it appears to be. But having said that, there is no reason for Daniel to be behaving the way he is, just because he is out here in the public making inconsistent statements without clarifying them. So there's no explaining that away without clearing things up. There's no explaining it away. The difference is Maleyha hasn't done anything. So
I want to go back to that just for a second, because the only excuse I could give for Maleyha to be acting the way she is if she is being told, or if she is doing it for the sake of that she's speaking with the RCMP, and that she's giving them information that would equate to, you know what, something happened to those children, right? Now, I do want to say this as well, that actually, you know what? I just had a brain fart. I was about to say it. Fart out there. What was I going to say? It was something obviously very wise and deep. Yep,
always.
can't remember it. Always. What was I just going to say about that? Okay, it will come back to me. So in the meantime, it will come back. It was right there. And then something else popped in my head and went, pfft. Okay. Image file. No, stop screen. Share screen. Okay, so just to go back to this map here, okay, just to make it clear, this is 1407 Gairloch Road, obviously. Here, the search and rescue team was here. The helipad's here. Child's boot print near the pipeline. Pink blanket in the trees. That's the one that Daniel, of course, clearly couldn't see, even after him putting it into the garbage bag, lied and said that it wasn't Lily's. And then 3 weeks later, he said, you know what? Yeah, you know what? I think it is. He basically says that Maleyha, well, hold on, let's get this right. He basically thinks that Maleyha's family, okay, that they purposely planted it there. Don't forget about those 2 shirts as well. Remember his odd comment that he just randomly said in Dolly Vision about these 2 shirts. Now, he says that, if they're found with the children, then, he was smart enough to tell RCMP about those 2 shirts. And of course, if they're found, with Jack and Lily, just know that her family took about 5 items and, of course, planted them against him as well. But now Daniel does say that, you know what? Now he understands that they're not planted, that, Maleyha, didn't take these shirts for the sake of planting these things with Jack, that she took them for the fact of love, that she wanted to do a scratch and sniff every night on this black and white shirt. And, and what was his exact words to, I should get his words straight. He said it on the Drunk Turkey show, when he was talking with Daniel from the Drunk Turkey show, and Daniel was reading off the part of the conversation. But now he believes that Maleyha, it's a memory of him, right? Because Maleyha obviously was like, you know what, I loved being held down as I tried to call my mom. You know what, I loved it when, what, did you not treat Jack and Lily properly? Even when Darren spoke and said, that you did hit the kids. But anyways, taking into account that Maleyha, who says that she didn't even want to be there, that you were controlling, that you basically made her dissolve any friendships besides one. Yeah, I definitely would have taken 2 shirts so that I can freaking scratch and sniff them every night, eh? Isn't that what you would do, Charmaine?
Hell no, absolutely not. It's bizarre. It's crap. Crap. I don't buy it, not one bit.
No, because everyone loves to be in that type of relationship, according to Maleyha's own words. Obviously, Daniel, again, let's meet at the, there was when I was going out the other day, remember when me and my husband went to the casino the other night, and had fish and chips and went to the casino? I swear to God, I was going to take a picture of it. It was called Faucet Road, right? And all I could think about was my comment about, meet me underneath the water tap, drip, drip. you know, because remember the comment about the old Daniel, you know,
I
Maleyha
do.
will know what I
Yeah,
mean.
I do. And
So
I
when
wish I could remember there's, yeah, anyways, go on. Yeah.
no, I was just gonna say, like, when I saw Fawcett Road, this is how much this case gets in my brain because all I could think about was that comment where he's like, you know, Maleyha will know what it means. Meet me under the waterfall. Meet me under the faucet. Drip, drip. Oh yeah, she'll know what it means. You know, the old Daniel. That references the fact that this Daniel is not a great version Daniel, and that the old Daniel somehow remembers that he was, you know, probably Prince Charming, you know, got on his, you know, white horse, you know, and he probably, I wouldn't doubt it right now, is probably just sitting there pining for her, still going, where did I go wrong?
Yeah.
Wherever did I possibly go wrong? Right? Because every woman loves to be controlled by a man. I mean, honestly, here, drag me by my hair right now. Seriously, I love it. Put me in a cave, you know, stick me in front of the dishes. I'm sorry, guys. I steal that one. Just makes me it's like, does he not realize what he says? He doesn't realize what he says. How stupid it sounds. But anyways, so just to give you guys a reminder about the area. So when I'm showing you that video, that a viewer was kind enough to do some drive-bys, that you guys kind of get the lay of the land a little bit as he's talking about it. And so let's play that for y'all. Then we'll come back again. And I need somebody to take a picture before it goes away of the sign in front of 1407 for Jack and Lily, right? I want somebody to take a sign of that. Priceless. I mean, what? 3 months after the fact?
No, Kent sent us a picture of it, and it was, he did.
Kent.
And then I asked him to clarify who put it up, and he said because the ground was still frozen in August, or dry, I'm sorry, still dry, she had to drill into the ground to get the metal stakes in, apparently, and that's why she did it, and that's why Daniel didn't do it. But they're there.
Okay. Daniel, I just want, if Daniel, well, if you're watching this right now, Daniel, if you could,
All right, so this here is the end.
1 second. If you could just clarify who owns the 5-speed vehicle that went back and forth 6 times. Because, you know, these sleuths, they're going to dig and dig and dig. And if there's any vehicle, trust me, it's going to come out. Because why? Because we have thousands upon thousands of people that care about finding answers for Jack and Lily. So if you could just save us the time and just tell us, you know, who's was
I'm
it?
pretty sure.
That would be great.
Okay, Kent can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that Daniel did clarify that with him. He said there was no car. He didn't hear anything.
Oh, you're right. There was no car. Okay. Absolutely. And I'm going to believe that too. It sounds
Well, why wouldn't we?
reasonable. I
Why
don't
wouldn't
know.
we?
We have no reason at all not to believe Daniel,
That's right.
right?
No reason.
Absolutely not. No. Truthologist tells the truth all the time, he says. I don't know how many times he said that, to be honest with him. But anyways,
And
so
he's fighting for Jack and Lily. Don't forget. It's all about Jack and Lily.
yeah. You know what? You know, I want to tell you though, and maybe I'll show it. But I remember coming across this the other day again. There was this weird comment, besides he already made some weird comments earlier about, you know, I promised Maleyha that I would fight for her and the kids, you know, to the end of the earth, to the end of time, as long as it takes me. Like he said that a couple times.
Yeah,
And
he said that to me.
And well, he said it a couple times in articles. But one of the things that was really strange was that he says, like, basically, like the children are missing and there's no magic in the air. There's just, I mean, I don't even think half the time a woman says that, let alone any normal person. It's just the kids are gone. There's no magic in the air. It was such a weird comment. Okay, this stupid bee obviously loves me because it's the same wasp. I see, you little fucker. It's the same wasp that was here all night when I was on the computer yesterday, or on the live, whatever it was. Same bee sitting right there.
So while you play this video, I'm going to plug my phone back in. I'm going to try not to drop
Yeah.
this time. So
Okay, you do that. We'll do. So again, a viewer gave Charmaine these, and then I just put them all into one clip for you guys. Okay, go away, B.
Entrance to those cabins, the first entrance. We go up here. And so on the right is the road that Janie mentioned, like they walked to, or like Daniel was driving down. This is like a dirt road. Alright, now here we go. Then up here on the left are the cabins that Kent was talking about yesterday, I think. And the day that they went missing, I walked down this, I think it's gated off here, yeah. Yeah, so it's just up here right here on the left. Those are where the cabins are and shit, right here. You go down like a road and whatever down there. Okay, still no neighbors, by the way. There's no neighbors around here. And I'm right by their house, so if somebody was coming to abduct them, I mean, we're in the middle of nowhere. This is like a property that nobody goes to.
Okay, so I'll stop that there for a second because I do want to. So first of all, Hidden in the Fog put out something about cabins, and I don't feel like it's very relevant to this case whatsoever. It was to do with healthcare cards and ID cards, and something that happened on May 1st, like in Pictou, right? But not. I don't think it's relevant. So things that I don't find relevant, I'm not even going to dig deeper into. For me, that's a waste of time. But so it's kind of like when he's talking about the cabins. Perhaps there is no cabins. There is. It's like I said. I'll show you it again when we go back to Google Maps. But it's more of a park that has like office buildings, probably outhouse buildings, and a couple ponds and stuff like that. But not actual cabins. So I'm not sure if that's what was trying to be referenced there. But anyways, just to go back to this. So I originally thought that, let me just go, did I go too far back? 1 second.
We're in the middle.
Oh, yeah. Okay, right here. Okay. So right here is a gate. Okay. So now on Google Earth, right? And I'll go back to that and show you guys. So the person in the anonymous post, which Daniel says is the same person. Okay. The person, like the neighbor, the one that is trying to take the heat off of themselves, right? The one that Janie spoke about. Well, Janie was trying to basically say that, we keep the ATV over at Earl's place because we don't want it to get stolen, and that her camper, I think somebody went into her camper, freaking stole her tea or something like that, pissed her off apparently. Anyways, apparently there's some thieving supposedly going on there, and I don't think she outright said like that same guy, right? But anyway, so apparently there's the two homes here. One was like some sort of old church or something like that. Anyways, and then there's a home. So the person in the post said they live about 500 feet. So, I mean, you like my top? Horses? Yeah. Here, I'll do it like this. Horses. Wild horses. I'm a wild horse. Oh, I heard you were a wild one. Boom, 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 boom. That's Sunny. Everyone knows I'm a kind of like, not just your average boring ass person. Let me just put it that way. But anyways, I'm a free spirit. That's what I am. But anyways, so this place here, apparently, they're, according to Kent, and even the person that was filming this said like this is abandoned. So I was thinking like, well, 500 feet. I measured it. That house is like 500 feet, right? So thinking it was this. Now, obviously, there's not that many neighbors. So I don't know for a fact. I just know that Kent said that he believes that this was the neighbor that lives there a couple times, for a few weeks in the year type of thing. But nobody really like lives on this property. It's more like, nobody's there. So I'm like, okay, well, I mean, that was 500 feet. So I just took it as this one without living there and knowing if somebody actually was like, I wouldn't have known anything, but it's the people that live in Pictou County, in this area that would obviously know, the ins and outs more of this. So anyway, so I had marked it as this one, but it doesn't seem like that's the correct one. So that's why I wanted to point that out. Okay.
Oh, nowhere. This is like a property that nobody goes to. Still no neighbors. Still nothing, by the way. I haven't seen a house in fucking 5 minutes. There's a little path. And then here comes the fucking meth house. This is right where the meth house is.
Oh. No. Daniel, if you could just come in. I know you're watching this right now, Daniel. Did you want to put any disclaimer that you don't do math at all? And this is truly not a place where math has ever been done. If you just want to, slide up a comment in there, because I know you're watching. You watch everything, right? You want to know what they know, right? You want to know what's going on, right? And your ability to believe, your inability to understand that the RCMP are not your friend, buddy. Okay? They will sucker you in hook, line, and sinker, make you believe whatever you want to believe in your fantasy land of make-believe. But you keep going right ahead. You keep falling for that, okay? They're your friends. Of course they are. Pink blanket. It was all because of you, like you said. That's why they sent it in to forensic, right? Again, I mean, you guys just picture this. Picture, if you will, Daniel's words, that he was running faster than helicopters, that he almost died 2 times, not once, but 2 times, looking for Jack and Lily as he's running through the water. Almost got, freaking slipped on a rock and impaled by a branch or whatever the heck it was. But picture that. That's what was going on that day, right? Because he was larger than life. Nobody else was doing anything. Everybody else was useless. He was the only one truly searching. Yeah. Well, I think you gave credit to your family a little bit there, right? You didn't give credit to anybody else that was out there searching. Only you, of course. It's like watching a case and going, I'm a celebrity. All eyes are on me. I drop tidbits to the news. Yep, whenever I need to use them, that's me. And then you have Janie, picture Janie now, in the new improved, homestead, the love shack going on here. Picture Janie going, Jack and Lily? No. News, come on now. I want to bring you to the property because I want to tell you exactly what happened. I want to dispel any of those online rumors that people that are talking. I want to clean the place up a little bit just so that they don't keep calling it a dilapidated hunk of crap, on there. No, it is what it is, okay? I mean, what you see on the outside is what and on the inside. So for all those people that were basically saying, Senny, basically just because it looks like shit on the outside doesn't mean it's not a castle on the inside. I think you guys can shut the front door on that stuff now, right? Because we've heard exactly how the inside, the holes in the floor, the dirty dishes all everywhere, that the children were unkempt and went to school without proper clothing for winter, and the school had to provide them and stuff like that. But you have a different opinion now about that, right? There ain't no castle that was going on in that homestead right there. But again, they didn't really want to talk about Jack and Lily, did you, Janie? You just want to talk about how important it was to dispel all these rumors. Reiki for that pool. Reiki, Janie. All right. Anyways, there's the meth house.
Nobody's home right now. Must be busy. So we come all the way up here. You seen where the house was. Gotta put the phone down. There's a cop. So there's a street back there. There's some houses down that street, but it's not that close. Then this is the nearest neighbor. right, so this is the dirt road.
So now this, did I just go too far?
His neighbor.
Boom, boom. Okay, so on this property here, which is probably the neighbor, but Daniel says that the person was across the road, right? So I'll show you. I'll go back to the map. Now Daniel says, you know, some person named Gordy or something like that. And then it was just like, hey, well, I mean, you said the person lived across the road then, so which house is it, right? But anyways, bottom line was, it's like, okay, so those other people aren't really like 500 feet away. And I'll show you that back on Google Maps. Anyways, this is where the helipad was on this property here. That when I go back to Google Earth, I'll show you. So this is the house. It's a black house. And obviously there's another house that you're going to see in a second across the way. I mean, there's only so many neighbors.
All right, so this is the dirt road where the blanket was apparently found. You can see all the ribbons and shit. I've driven down this road probably 20 times though since it happened. And there's some small bodies of water like a little bit further up this way, but they're like tiny creeks and shit. Like it's nothing serious. And yeah, so this is, I don't know exactly where the blanket was found, but this is the road it was found on. And I know some people up here, or some people said Earl lives up here on the right. I'm pretty sure he lives on the left side of the road. Because when I was out here the day that they went missing, there was RCMP officers at this house. And I remember saying, like, that's weird. Why are there 2 or 3 RCMP officers up at this house? So, there's a house to the right. That's not obviously Earl's right here.
Here's wrong one. You can see Earl's right stuff.
I'm pretty sure Earl's is up here on the left. I'm going to be a little bit careful with my videotaping. I'm not trying to fight an old man. But I'll just show you. There's the pipeline. I'll show it on the way back. When I turn around, I'll get a better video of it. Okay, so I believe Earl's house is to the left up here. I don't think it's that one. It might have been that one I just passed. Alright, I'm going to turn around here and take a new video.
He definitely got the wrong house.
I lied to you. Earl's house is up in the mailbox said Martell. So it's up past behind those trees Earl lives. This is the pipeline.
Wow, maybe then, but you can actually see his like place from there. But I mean, obviously, if it says Martell on the box.
It's grown in now, but before, like in May, it was like a path almost. Like you could get through there with an ATV. And now I'm kind of like in the middle of nowhere here, trying not to get fucking murdered by some meth head. But this bridge right here, I don't know if you remember when that tint guy was taking videos while he was driving around, and there was an officer flying a drone on this bridge right here, which has like a little body of water.
Okay, that's where that ends. Now, the thing is that whole land is probably owned by the Martells, so maybe it was like a different Martell because you can see Earl's place. You know, like Google Maps won't take you there, but you can. The imagery from 1407 Gairloch Road, 2018. Okay, just to be very clear on that. That's why you're not seeing the camper trailer and stuff like that, or the fifth wheel. You know, the love. Well, that's the one with Janie in it, the fifth wheeler one, and then the love shack there. Let me just go back to stop screen. So thank you again to everyone that is just trying to find answers for Jack and Lily. Thank you for all you do. We're on the west coast of Canada here, so it really does help having people that live in that area that can do things like this, that can show us, for all those people watching that maybe don't know the lay of the land and get a bird's eye view and stuff like that. So just want to say appreciation for everything that anyone's doing for fighting for answers for Jack and Lily. Okay, so let's go back to Google Earth here. Okay, and again, so this is, remember, so it's this one. It says imagery date, but look at is 2024, right? May is the imagery date that you're looking at. Now, what happens is, let me see. So if I was to go drop little guy down in front of 1407, right? Okay. Come on, chop. Come on, Google. Right? Now the imagery date says 2018, right? 9th, so that would be, I guess, September of 2018 so hence, you guys remember, this is the wood little shed. The trailer was then put over here, and obviously it's different, right? So just be mindful of stuff like that when you're looking at Google Earth. And now, but if we sorry, let me go back to to this, and 1 second here. Helipad there. This is the black house right there. This is, again, another yards over here. Now this is 2000 again and 24. Belinda, just to ask you, or anyone, just to ask you, let me just actually zoom in just a little bit here. Okay, so I see a house here. I see a house here. Now, Daniel made the comment that the house was across the street on Lansdowne, and up the hill. So just to ask anyone that actually, again, that either was in this area, Belinda, is there other homes that we're not aware of besides, these, houses that are here as they sit right now? Tint sent me all the stuff. Yeah. Anything good? It was out. There are 5 to 6 homes up there. Yeah. I know you said that there's 5 you're talking about, but is there anything different than what we're seeing, Belinda? Right. We have 1407, right? And then, I mean, obviously, this one does have an address too. Then we have this one here, the black house. And then we have one across the street, right? And then we have a couple here on there. But that's pretty much all the homes that are up there, correct? 1, 2. Looks like there's a couple here. Some of these people. But what I was going to say too is, like, remember, Janie said something about, she has a piece of land that doesn't have water on it. And let me just go back to this, actually. So child's blueprint found in the pipeline, Earl Martell. So I'm pretty sure, like, most of all this land here is owned, right, by the Mackenzies and Martells. Because remember, I think Ron lives somewhere around here too. And Janie owns a piece of land in here as well. I'm not sure about exactly, but to me, pretty much, I'm pretty sure that they own this land between that family. No, there are 5 to 6 homes up there. So again, just to be clear, Belinda, there's more homes than what we're seeing. That's what you're saying? So this imagery is Well, I mean, the thing is, right? We have Google Maps. I just wanna be accurate with what you guys um know about this area. Earl owns his own property. Yeah, but they again, uh so Earl Martell was married with Janie. Um Janie, you know Janie. But they're I don't know if they're divorced or whatever. But they probably obviously maybe they still have some sort of talking relationship and stuff like that. Yes, the map doesn't show them all. Perfect. Okay. Okay. So let's see then. Because when I was on Google Maps, um, I didn't see anything different when I was on Google Maps. So what I was going to say about this though is that this map is dated the 5th of 2024, May 22nd, I believe, of 2024. So the greenery that you're seeing here now is exactly the same thing. It's a year before, same month. So that greenery and all that would exist. Okay. Okay. So there's more homes. But now these videos, well, now you just got me all confused a little bit there because these videos are recent as well. Da-da-da. Did you, how come huh? How come my Rickroll isn't going off for that? Oh no, that's an old one. Wait, what? Oh, there it goes. Wait, that's weird. Okay. Because I was just going to say, why am I looking at the same person getting it? So there has to be a different one. One sec, Sarah. I think that studio is behind here. Oh, Sherry. No, Damien. Damien Butler got that gift. Thank you, Sarah, for gifting that to Damien on there. Sunny, the road you are looking at is on Lansdowne Station Road. Earl and Ron live on Lansdowne Road. Yeah, you're talking about, hold on. Yes, they live on Lansdowne Road, right? Earl Martell is here. Now, again, I don't know why that says that there. I don't even know why that says that there. But anyways, so yeah, Lansdowne Road. And this is Lansdowne Station Road here. So where the search and rescue were set up. Charmaine here? Oh, hey, Charmaine.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Can I help
Kind
you?
of forgot. Yeah. So the video that was sent to you was recent.
Yep. That was
Video
filmed
footage.
the day that I sent it to you. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, and Belinda's saying that there's like this map is old, but yet that we didn't see. But mind you, we're not up in the air on there.
Right. But neither was Belinda. But I'm wondering if you know how he said in the video, there's a street there, there's a road there, and there's houses down there. That could be what Belinda saw as well. But he said they weren't close. And then he only started right before that abandoned neighbor or part-time neighbor. So there could have been more going the other way as well. But as for like driveways, we drove down that road, and
Thanks, Eric.
there aren't even extra driveways. You know what I mean? So unless they're connected inside one of those 2 dirt roads that he showed us, I don't know how. Yeah, I don't know.
Here, I'm just looking at an email for a second.
Okay.
Give me one. Give me 1 second. Sunny, how how far does Daniel work? Is there a land close to that people do not walk through?
He lives, it's about, from what I
20?
understand, that sawmill is on Foxborough Road, and it's about a 20-minute drive from 1407. And apparently Ron lives on the same road as Earl, which we knew he lived there somewhere, same as Justin. They all live on that parcel.
Yeah.
Still waiting for an update, Missy. I haven't heard anything.
Let's see here. Hey, Eric, you sent me a picture. Can you send me a wider scope of that picture again? A wider scope of that picture, because I'm kind of looking at it, and besides it giving me the coordinates, I'm trying to. Let's see. Can you just send me a wider scope of that? I'm trying to just see in conjunction with 1407, if you don't mind. That would be great. But I mean, bottom line is here, again, is that to me, okay, it doesn't have to be for you, but to me, I think that there's a lot to be said about, again, this whole 12 to 5, 6 trips, 3 back and forth trips. Now, then you start to think, okay, well, what direction, right? From this home, let's just say, what direction? Because there's only so many homes there. So this person is saying that 3 round trips, pretty much that somewhere between 25, 35 minutes each way. Because remember, that's between 12 and 5. Now, Daniel says that he went to bed after 12, right? So there has to be this time for, if this is factual, if it is, then why 3 times? Was it a cover-up? Remember, this is all allegedly now because we don't know. Was it a cover-up and removing stuff, cleaning up? Like, was this 12 to 5 a whole cover up and clean up to what really truly happened with Jack and Lily? Where does the truth lie with Maleyha and Daniel?
I think it's going to be quite some time before we hear any kind of clarification from Maleyha, because as I understand it, her story hasn't changed. But she's also not speaking publicly. But
okay,
as far as 12 to 5 goes, so Daniel's never going to tell us if he was the one driving that 5-speed car. In fact, he's saying he didn't hear a car, which the neighbor, if I'm not mistaken, said it was going either to or close to 1407. So Janie's claiming that she hears everything and her dog barks at everything, and none of that was going on.
Thanks, Ken.
Clearly, I don't know.
Kent just sent me a couple pictures as well. Well, that's just it. Is that the only thing that we have to go?
Sorry, I was just telling Chris it wasn't Durwood's vehicle. We've looked into all of the vehicles.
Yeah. I want to go. Yeah, that's what I was going to say earlier. That's what I wanted to go back to. Was because, so originally Cheryl messaged, right? And now I had no problem doing that live, because what she had said basically was that, and then when I'm talking about Cheryl, I'm talking about Maleyha's beach friend. So what she had said was that they wanted to put a stop to Darren's BS. Okay. That it was crazy, ridiculous, and basically, because you guys know that this all started from Daniel. And a lot of people at this point were believing that all Daniel was doing, that he was the one fighting for Jack and Lily. Remember, he's the one that started this off with making you people believe that Maleyha had put these children in a vehicle on there, right? And so they had messaged me because they wanted me to, like I said, well, basically Cheryl was talking to me, and this is when she said, Maleyha is messaging you, right? But anyways, no, sorry, that was different. Sorry, let me get that straight. No, when I was originally messaged, it was about putting a stop to Darren. So I did a live, right? Because honestly, you know, Darren, Durwood, you know, Dickwood, whatever you want to call him. He has, you know, put out this whole thing. You guys remember this, right? I gave him the opportunity to speak. You know, he seemed like he truly wanted to find answers for Jack and Lily. And it's not like I still don't think, I don't know. I don't even know what part Darren plays in this anymore. Besides, he's done a lot of fuckery on people's brains, right? 1 minute, he says that Haley has them, right? At her property, that Maleyha's sister has the children. Then he says that that no, now they're at the reserve where Michelle is, Glasgow, right? On the reserve there. You know, Jenny's like, well, I don't necessarily believe that they're on the reserve and whatever. And again, but they were trying to use a timeline and put Maleyha at the street with her phone in her hand, you know, and that Janie didn't get a chance to see the vehicle and all that stuff. Remember who put the shit into your guys' head about this all? Now, Charmaine, just from your words at the moment. So that's what kind of originally started, was to cut the BS of Darren. Has he done a lot of damage to this case? Yeah, because he has a bunch of people still believing that Maleyha or someone in the family, like their stories just keep ever changing about how they disappeared and are hidden somewhere. And it's so ridiculous to think in the timeline in the morning. Absolute bullshit. So when did this happen? You guys think that during the night, 12 to 5, that it was like, oh, well, you know what? Let's just go sell the babies. Let's just go sell them. Would it make sense? Okay, trafficking to sell kids? Like, why would Maleyha leave the next day if a fistful of money was given to them, right? Oh yeah, I'm out of here now, Daniel. You know, you fight for the kids on, you know, whatever. I'm just gonna go here, on there, right? And as for the Maleyha morning one, well, you can't even. There's no timeline that could even corroborate that. So remember, Daniel and Darren have fed this crap into your guys' heads. Meanwhile, he's being so inconsistent in his stories, but they want you to believe in this narrative. Why, Daniel? To look away from you, right? Oh, I'm sorry, Ken.
Why is that, Marie Antoinette?
One second.
Ready to say you're sorry to Daniel. Please, by all means, explain that one.
I'm almost ready to say sorry to Daniel. I got this wrong.
Like, what has changed your mind? I'm truly interested. Because that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for somebody to hear something that I'm not hearing, or see something that I'm not seeing. Because it doesn't exist. So I'm really curious.
If you want to put big sorries up there for Daniel, go ahead.
No, I mean, I'm being honest. Like,
yeah, I'm not.
Please explain.
Yeah. When somebody lies blatantly about a pink blanket, when somebody can't even tell the truth, yeah, I'm curious too.
Well, that's what I mean. Maybe something that has, because Marie has always been kind of on the same wavelength as me, at least. And if if she's changing, I really want to know what it was that made her start double thinking. Oh no, detector gadget. I never said anything like that. I'm not saying that. I am accusing him of being inconsistent and not telling the truth, and it's suspicious when it comes to the fact these are two missing kids that he claims to have been the main caregiver of, and he cannot keep his story straight. I never once accused him of that.
We don't know what happened to Jack and Lily. But, I mean, obviously, it's not rocket science that it's something to do with family members, in our opinion. 1 second.
Non-stop calling Janie. There were 2 messages around 6 o'clock, and from what I remember, they were outgoing TikToks sent to Ron, and then 1 phone call at 8:48. So,
Well,
we would love to know that too, Marie Antoinette. But I mean, no information, so I'm not changing my mind. Drippy, Ron is not Daniel's dad. Earl is Daniel's dad. Ron is Janie's brother, so Daniel's uncle.
no, I'm using the latest version of Google Earth, by the way. 1 second here. I just wanted to see the bigger picture. Okay.
That is correct, Dory. 100%.
Okay, 1 second. I'm sorry, Sherman. I'm just looking at something.
Ron, Logan's dad. Yes, Lindsay. No, I know, Drippy. I know you didn't say that. Somebody, Shelly, I think it was, told you that Ron is Daniel's dad. No.
What?
Like the comment that I was reading, I didn't put it up. It said Drippy, Ron is Daniel's dad.
Yeah,
And
I
I
know.
was just reading the comment. I apologize, Drippy. I know that you know that. I was clarifying for Shelly.
Well,
But yes, Ron is Logan's
I
dad.
can't. Yeah, and I'm just going to look at something, but hey, Kent.
Hi, Kent.
Hello. So, you never sent me your clipping of the news.
No, because I never watched it.
Oh, you didn't?
I was on the wrong feed. I have satellite, and I was on the Global New Brunswick feed rather than Global Halifax. So I'm going to watch it at 11. It'll be back on Global News at 11. But Erstein said that it wasn't really much of a story, so I don't know if they plan on playing a longer one on the weekend, or she said it was just a statement from the RCMP and couple seconds to me. I don't know if there was anybody else or not. So I know they were here for about 45 minutes out in that hot sun at 10:30 this morning. So
Okay.
I'm
but
sorry. I'm trying to
that's
read
what it is.
my, like I said, my phone only shows me 2 comments at a time. So I'm trying to scroll back and then new comments come. So it's super hard. If you have
You
some,
must have an iPhone, do you?
put my name on it.
Sorry, I'm trying to look at the picture just to make sure. Go ahead. What are anyway?
Well, I
Kent,
sent that one. I was out earlier and I was in the chat for a little bit, and somebody had said whether or not we got the sign up at Daniels, and so that's. I didn't know if you sent it from the other day or not with all of our communication, so that's why I sent it again.
Okay.
Exactly, Damien. There is only one reason to lie about children who are missing, especially if they're your own children. Because you're trying to protect yourself or somebody else by hiding the truth.
Self-preservation.
Self-preservation.
Yeah, self-preservation. Da, 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 da. Okay, if that's there, you guys
I
keep
didn't
talking.
hear no thunder last night, Oxy. I don't know if it missed us, but I know all of our fire departments were dispatched to different spots this morning because they thought everything was hit by lightning, but it ended up being the smoke from the Oxford fires.
Well, thank you, Little Miss Muffin Top. We're going to be rickrolled to death right away, Sonny.
What'd you do? Oh,
Bye.
yeah, it's okay. We could use some Rick rolls. And we can say who got those. 1 second. It's not going off yet. It will go off though. Thank you, Little Miss Muffin Top. Okay, here we go. Okay, so Sarah, Sarah, or Sarah, however you pronounce that, you got it. Serra. Then Moonshadow got one. Joe S got one. Stacy, Stacy got one, and then Christina Rose DP received those. So thank you for that, Little Miss Muffin Top. And again, it allows. Well, there goes off again. Shoot down, never gonna run.
Lobster, yes, Ron is a Mackenzie. That is Janie's brother.
Yeah, it's Janie's maiden name. She was married to Earl, but then she must have taken back her maiden name.
Yeah. Okay, 1 second here. Am I going the wrong? No, that's up there. Lansdowne.
Lindsay, I don't think anybody here is familiar with what parcel of land they own, how far it goes, how big it is.
Well, I was talking to Lindsay on that. Now that there's some thunder rolling in, I thought I heard somewhere throughout the case that the property the trailer sits on is 2 or 3 acres. And then Janie has a plot 6 or 7 out back between her and Earl's. And then Earl's was 10 or 15, but I know I had a conversation with somebody this evening that was going to check out the PC County tin maps and check and see how much they and where it was.
But at the end of the day, it's all inland. It's not all the way to the coast or the.
Oh yeah, no, it's all right in that area. I'm just speaking and guessing. I would suspect it's something like combined from them all would probably be 20 or 30, maybe 40 acres. Something about the same size as that the other woman that was in Lansdowne Station that had the. Because I think they talked about that the. Excuse me. The trailer lot. Just give me a second. I got to get something to drink.
Yeah.
Ori seems to know a lot. I would like you to reach out to me if you could there, Ori. I'd like to pick your brain.
I thought they were saying that the trailer lot was like the property. I thought at some point in time it was stated that it butts up against Janie's property on the back side, and then that part of Janie property would butt up against Earl's land or Ron's land, because Ron owns some. He's in that area there somewhere too, I believe.
Getting messaged here as well.
Moon Shadow, me too, and I think that that is exactly why the RCMP followed that course of the investigation for as long as they did. But knowing what we know now, I can't say that I believe Janie heard them that morning. Well, really, Ori? Interesting.
And I would think, I don't know this for sure, but I would think that if you looked at the grid map search, not saying that all that property is owned by the family members, but I would suspect, because remember, they said in that kilometer radius searched that it wasn't a perfect circle. They went more in one direction,
Yes.
and it was more shaped like an egg rather than a true circle. And I could see that being a point of why they would do that, possibly with the search grid, that if that was all family or relative owned land.
Detector Gadget, that would be, you're correct. It would, I don't think it would be manslaughter. It would be closer to a second degree, but it totally depends on the circumstances and also the evidence that they present to the Crown, right?
Yeah.
So I own 120 acres. So the land they own is really not that big, seriously, just saying. Yeah, no, it doesn't mean that, like I say, they don't own the entire community there, or even not at all, because but I would think that that could have a play in the direction of search.
Which way do you guys think that the vehicle went between 12 to 5? Because you know that usually if you plant something this way, you look the other way or down.
Reverse psychology.
Well, that's what they do.
Go the same way.
No. Oh, that's what you're thinking?
Yeah.
Okay.
Natural instincts tell you to go the other way.
Yeah, because that's exactly
Right?
how that's exactly how Barry Morphew, he planted it this way and she was found the opposite way though. So
Yeah.
because they think they're being smart, right? So if you had your guess then, Kent, it would be go the same way.
Yeah. This everything about this case is illogical.
Yeah,
So if
true.
the logical scenario is, as Charmaine goes, is I got an answer for or a rebuttal
Everything.
for everything.
Yeah.
If the normal logical reasoning sends you in the opposite direction, I'd go in the same direction. This time around.
Charmaine, what about you? What about you guys in the chat?
I said, obviously.
Say it again. Opposite, yeah.
The opposite of what you said.
What about you guys in chat? What do you guys think? I mean, bottom line is Janie out of her own mouth says, "I've lived here for 26 years. Barely anybody comes down the road." So you're gonna. So let's just the whole abduction thing, right? They've never entertained that whatsoever. Okay, about the whole abduction thing. It's such a low thing on the scale because the chances of a vehicle that Lily and Jack, according to Daniel Maleyha, never crossed the road, stood, I guess near the side of the road and were just waiting to be picked up by that one vehicle that just happened to pass them. Again, Janie, no random person came and took these children. Absolutely. She also says they did not go in the woods. You know, they've all
But
said
if
that.
but if that was um, like if it was only one child, I would say that.
If it was what?
But if it was only one child, I would say that.
Right.
But,
If it was
but
only
because
one.
it's two,
Hmm.
if even though I know what everybody's going to say is, well, if they grab Jack, Lily would want to protect him. But I think if it was somebody they didn't know and they grabbed one of them, they better have the hand on the second one at the same time if they're taking both, because the second one's going to run. I don't think it would run if it's somebody they knew, but if it was somebody they didn't know and they grabbed one of them, I can't see, even though Lily's the protector, I would still think she'd be running to her mother and father, and she knew where they were at. So,
Yeah. But again, I mean, using Janie's own words, I didn't hear Jackie boy, Jackie boy, Jackie boy, right? And again, using their own words. Um, no, Malaya wasn't at the end of the driveway. She wasn't with the phone with the kids handing them off. Um, Again, the dog would have barked. You would have Daniel would have heard the kids outside. So I don't even myself, like I said, following this case meticulously for 3 months and 12 days. Um, Again, it's to me the realistic thing here is that their whole timelines break down. So why even bother to entertain talking about what Jackie heard or what Daniel heard Jackie doing in the kitchen? I'm not even going to entertain that timeline anymore because I know it's a waste of my time, right? Their own words have ripped their timeline apart. There's no vehicle that came, that just put them in there. Again, there's no abduction going on here. I'm going to put that on my scale as 0.000001 for the random abduction. Even for family, I like how Daniel said that it's not an abduction if basically a family takes them. Do you know what abduction even means? I mean, how many times do fathers abduct their own child and take off because of some court ruling and shit like that? Or they don't want to have the other parent have anything. Yeah, it's called an abduction,
but
regardless.
well, somebody did this yesterday, and I can't remember if it was Michelle or whatever. I think it was Michelle After Dark. Abduction is the taking of a person without the guardian's consent, whether it's family member or not. Yeah, I know, Lindsay, that they say the kids would go with anyone, but I hate, like they also said that's if you're getting them food and water. And I got thinking about that comment,
Which one?
and that one bothers me when you
Food
go
and water.
back to
Oh,
the
yeah.
Global article.
Yeah. Right. I remember that. Yeah.
And if you tie it to the Global article, like, and then you look at what Pollard's or whatever he said at the beginning of his about food, is that would the kids do that because they're not getting enough at home? Is that the reason why they'll go anywhere if you give them food or water? like an animal, like that just bothers me. I don't know, and it stuck with me since the article come out.
Yeah, I know that. I get what you're saying too, because that one was like, you know, bottom. I mean, you know, I'm not overly torn on this case too much anymore when it comes to what seems to be the reality of this and what seems to be the truth. My thing is now, I want to know from 12 o'clock to basically 5 o'clock in the morning what the hell went on with Jack and Lily, right?
But if you guys are saying that the vehicle went right, then you're saying the same thing as me because the blanket was placed to the right.
From, well, it's left if you're looking at the home.
No, but if you're coming out of the driveway,
And if coming
uh,
out, it would be right.
Damien said if the car went right, that's towards Middle Muscatavit. But the blanket was also down that way because the blanket was towards the road that goes up to Earl's.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I say go the other way. But you can't go the other way now because the bridge is out.
Oh, that little bridge that was shown.
Is before Daniel's place when you're coming in from the highway. Yep. You got to go out from Westport or go around the other longer way.
Yeah, the guy that did the video said that there was a detour.
Yeah. Takes you up around a couple other dirt roads. They've closed 5 bridges in the last week.
Really?
Yep. Failed
Also,
inspections.
another thing I was thinking about with the
One sec.
standard transmission, like I drive a 2020 Nissan as well, but I've got, and I don't know what it's called, but I can shift my auto into manual.
Yeah, it gives you a paddle shift probably, does it? Or
Yeah,
is it still just on the lever?
no, it gives me,
Yeah.
no, it's on the shifter.
Yeah.
There's no clutch or anything, but I mean,
No,
I still,
but do you
when
have
I'm going up
paddles up on
mountains
your
and
steering
stuff,
column?
no, it's on my
No.
shifter.
Yeah.
It's on my
Yeah, well,
shifter.
any
I just
car,
like shift it out and then I turn it into a manual where I can manually shift my gears, like when I'm going, if
but
I'm
it
towing
doesn't sound,
something or.
still doesn't sound like a standard.
Well, it does. It does. When I'm changing
Yeah,
gears,
it
it
does,
does.
but
I want this.
But I
that's
don't know
like I
why
say,
if you're in a panic or if you're trying to do something or clean something up, you're not going to put an automatic transmission into a manual. You're just
No.
not.
And if you want to be quiet,
Nearly 4
I don't
months
know
ago,
why you would
Lily-
be coming, like, stepping on it to get that noise. Like, you know what I mean?
Well, depending on the kind of car or the exhaust, some of those, late 90s
Well, did you
cars, they
guys
were
talk about
built
the
to.
car that was for sale?
No, I don't.
No, haven't.
No. Because
No, not yet.
I would almost guarantee you that car would be standard.
Oh, definitely.
For sure, yeah.
But the only thing is that we just haven't verified it, though.
Yeah, we don't know if it's sold, right?
Well, do we even know that that was Daniel's post?
Well,
That's just-
Daniel, I'm going to call and inquire about that vehicle. Is it still available? Just
Well, no,
save me
it's
the
an old
time.
post.
Oh, I know,
Right.
but if it's still up, most people, when they sell something, they take the post down. So everybody
Well,
just go find that post and just spam it. Is this still available?
But I think what we had seen, Charmaine, was a comment on the post, not like it's not that somebody was able to go and pick up the post. If you
Well, I
know what I'm
realize that.
saying.
I do, but if you take a post down, then the comments come down with it. So that's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that they took the post down after they sold. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying it still leaves the question whether or not it was sold.
Oh, well, that's exactly what I said to Sonny. I said, if the person that was selling it didn't sell it, and it's still in the neighborhood, that car would be
So, you guys, let me play this. This is the one about the poster that Rhonda sent me. Thank you, Rhonda. Sent me. Okay, so let's play this and then we'll go back. You know what? Piss off, B. I'm sick of you now. Okay, you got a big ass window to go out and stay out. You got all that world out there, but you want to come into my space. Piss me off now. So
Hayden doesn't draw. Well, he drives, but he doesn't have a car. He doesn't have a license, Lobster Man. He drives Patty's car sometimes, from what I've been told. And the last time he asked to borrow it, he was told no because he doesn't have a license. Carlia, you finally agree with me in something. What's that?
where?
Must be the kids not getting enough. Carly Alga or something says she's finally agreeing with me on something.
Yeah. And McKiffin, I couldn't agree with you more. Again, to any of the family members that are watching this, that literally are looking for answers and looking for truth, I can't believe that you guys are having to deal with what's going on in this case. This should never happen, of course, if you're, to me, in my opinion, innocent of having nothing to do with the disappearance of Jack and Lily. This kind of shit happens when people are not telling the truth. And the truth will come out. It will come out for Jack and Lily, you know? So, in my opinion, again, karma will be a bitch when it comes back in boomerangs. And Jack and Lily deserve everything. They deserve to know the answers. I'm not going, again, people can try to manipulate a timeline all they want, you know? But sorry, like I said, you can fool some of the people some of the time, some of the people, but you can never fool them, all the people, all of the time. You're not going to happen. Not going to happen, right? People are too smart for this crap. And again, I know, Kent, that you kind of have the feeling of that the children are still out there. I still call big ass BS on all of that stuff. Darren has changed where these kids are located. He came out saying he has 1,000% clad whatever it was. What was it? Clad knowledge or whatever from his source, Janie, the source, right?
Ironclad.
Ironclad, right? That he knows what happens to the children. They could be off in the United States. They could be off in Canada. You know, this is all changed to that, Haley has the kids, the sister. Oh, actually, let's make a correction to that while we're talking about that. Haley is the not half sister. Okay, she is a stepsister. So we'll clarify that because I keep meaning to bring that up a few times. She is a stepsister, not a half sister. So we want to keep our facts straight. Let's clarify that one, okay? But anyway, so Darren had said that Haley had those kids at her place. Also, he says that they're on the reserve with Michelle Glasgow, with Maleyha, and stuff like that, okay? Again, how many times
do we have confirmation where Maleyha is at now? Is she still on the reserve?
Not well. She has a home on the reserve.
An apartment. That's what I've been told, but
I can't tell you where she is at this particular moment. No.
Yeah. The only thing that I can say to that, and I think I said it in our chat, if the interview was totally aired in the 45 minutes or so that they spent here,
mm-hmm.
You might be a little shocked at some of the things that I said. Not that I absolutely didn't lay blame to family. But you know how you get the sixth sense of what the reporter is trying to ask?
Yeah.
Well, she was digging.
Okay. Well, should we listen
in
to
that
it?
In that route. Well, yeah, if that's what you get up, but like I say, it's nowhere near as long as the time that they spent here. That's all I'm saying. But yeah, I haven't seen it or listened to it or anything. So
okay, well, here you go. All right, thanks, Kent.
And Jack Sullivan, ages 6 and 4. went missing from their home in Lansdowne Station. In a statement to Global News Thursday, RCMP say intensive investigative work is ongoing in relation to the disappearance of Lily and Jack Sullivan, and tips continue to be received. We now have over 700 and are evaluated and prioritized by a dedicated team of investigators in the Northeast Nova Major Crime Unit with the assistance of agencies from across Canada.
We've had this in the past, different disaster, the West Ray disaster, and everybody descended on us there, and that's not something we want. But in this case, when two little ones go missing, everybody is really keen on finding those children so they can get them home safe and sound.
Kent Corbett's family has lived in Pictou County for generations. As Lily and Jack's case dragged on, he knew he had to do something to keep their story at the forefront of the news cycle.
I approached Advocate Printing and said that we wanted a deal on making up some election style signs, and we went from there.
Over the last week, his advocacy group has been fulfilling sign orders, with all proceeds going towards search and rescue and funding more awareness materials. Some of the children's family members have ordered signs for their yards as well.
The more people that are thinking about these kids every day will be the greater chance that we have to be able to bring them home.
Lily and Jack attended Salt Springs Elementary. As the new school year approaches, their school district says, "We have school psychologists, counselors, and regional support staff ready to help any students who are finding it challenging to be back on site at the school without the presence of their peers."
When those kids get back in the classroom to their teacher, it's going to be, did anybody find Jack and Lily? Kids that age aren't going to understand that the adults are doing everything they can. I wouldn't want to be that teacher having to explain that.
But Corbett says the community is still holding on to hope.
They're Pictou County's children now, and people need to know what happened.
Ella MacDonald, Global News, Pictou, Nova Scotia.
How do you force insurance companies to pay long-term disability?
Sorry about that. So, Kent, did they put in? How did they do?
It was good. They picked out the parts that are most important.
Right.
But like I say, she was digging for more feelings, like how do you say it? Like your feelings on what happened. And like there was a couple questions, like she asked us a couple times to get the answer that, like, to go. I would say that it was probably to try to get me to say more than what I did the first time, because like I say, I didn't want to blame or insinuate anything towards anybody. It was more about the focus
of Jack and
Lily and finding out what happened. And like I said, which I'm glad they included there, was the fact that they're at least Pictou County. I went on to say that they were Pictou County, Nova Scotia's children and international. Like they're everybody's children right now because it's such a wide-based story.
You're making me tear up, dude. I'm feeling these tears wanting to well up in my eyes. You have been such an amazing person to me to come across for advocating. You have, from when you first came on this channel, and when it took you a little bit, couple weeks or whatever it was, and then just how much you've just been doing for the advocacy for Jack and Lily. I just want to say thank you.
Well, that's what we're all here for, right?
Yeah. It's just really nice. And I know you've done so much. Look at you. You're in a wheelchair,
I was going to say, I love your wheels, Kent. Those are some badass wheels.
Wow. That's the mobile buggy for me to scoot around on, so it's not manual labor, because if it was, I wouldn't be going nowhere. But
well, he dropped. Shit. I see my son and Jack and Lily. It won't stop until they're found. Everyone's saying thank you so much, Kent. There he comes. He comes back. Here he is. Go ahead, Kent.
Yeah, it's a little smashed up. I asked her if she wanted to block it off by putting a sign in front of it, but she said, no, that's fine. I said, yeah, okay then. Headlights hanging off it. And
Yeah. Anyways, good job. And then that's, that's the important thing before anything is the focus remains about Jack and Lily and finding answers for Jack and Lily, right? This channel, I'm going to speak for this channel only, but this channel works its effing ass off for Jack and Lily and for answers, because we don't want the fluff. We don't want the bullshit. We just want the answers. And again, if the two people that were in charge of looking after Jack and Lily either don't want to bring forth or talk about it, or when they do, that it's a bunch of inconsistencies, again, okay, we'll keep the pressure.
Did they have, when the other gentleman was talking, did they have his picture up there? Like, did you see who it was, or was it just his voice?
No,
And
they had a picture.
did you recognize the voice at all?
No. Who?
I'd
have to play it again.
You don't make a connection to that voice to somebody else?
Sounded really familiar to me, but I was thinking of a friend of mine from Cape Breton, but...
Well, you know Robert, the county warden?
Oh, yes.
That was speaking? This is his brother, and he's the counselor for that area where Daniel and them live. That's why they would have interviewed him. I just figured you would have been able to pick the tang up in the voice because they sound so much alike.
No, I mean, first of all, my husband had come in the room at that moment, and I'm like, because he's like, I need to get some shorts. Got Mary Brown's coming, he says, and I'm like, so I was kind of like going like, okay, get the shorts. But I'm trying to listen. But anyway, but this picture came up with talking, but I wasn't zoning in on that. No, I was zoning in on what you were saying.
And what it sounds like to me, it sounds like it wasn't in person. It sounds like they had his picture up, and then that they were talking to him on the phone is what it sounded like to me. Right. But it might have been just the way it was coming through the video. I don't know.
No, his picture was there.
Yeah. So they were talking to him on the phone. Yeah.
On the phone. Yeah.
You
know,
and like it's a news story, right? You knew it wasn't going to be. They weren't going to include everything, and that's fine. Like they got, from what I'm saying, is they got the most important parts, but like,
yeah. Just humor us. So tell us some more of the questions that they had actually put to you.
Well, like it was, like I say, they asked me how I got involved, and why I got involved, and I said, this is the first time that I ever done like this, and I said I was drawing off of my community experience, and I said I started watching some YouTube channels, and I included A Crime and Shame, and I said Sonny and Charmaine. I said I was on there, and I said Sonny asked me to go up 3 or 4 times, and I said no, let's wait and see what happens. And I said then they got into it that they wanted to talk about the lay of the land, and I said that's where I thought that I would have something to offer. I said I know Pictou County. I said I lived here all my life and stuff. So there was that. She said, well, like, what's your feeling on what happened? And I said, well, it's like there's only two things, and it's either the kids are no longer with us, or they'll be found. And I said, to tell you which one it is, I said, I don't want to insinuate or speculate. And then she said, no, I understand, but what's your feelings on it? And I said, holy smoke, lady, how deep do you want me to go here? But
you should have said it back to her, Ken. You should have said back to her, what do you think?
And so yeah, like it's just a couple more things like that, and then she asked, oh, she said, well, are you going back to the YouTube thing? She said, are you involved in any other channel? I said, well, no. I said, I watched them and comment. I said, but I said, Sonny's, I said, the one out of BC, I said, A Crime and Shame is the only one that I really
Loyal
get
to.
into and providing info to. I said, the rest of them, I said, I just watch them and I try to correct if it's something about the area. But I said, other than that, but like I say, we got everything. Then she took a shot. I don't know what they showed for video there because I couldn't see the video, but they took at the end of it, we took a shot of me coming down the ramp, like on my buggy and going over in front of the little bush like it was like an action type shot. The rest of it, I'm just sitting in front of the sign. But at the end of it, she took what she called it an action shot, like it was wide view, me coming out of the house, going over, putting the sign together and putting it down in the ground, right? So.
Yeah. Well, I think they did a wonderful job.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was
And
great.
then she asked about how we're getting the signs out and whether any family has bought or purchased them. I said, well, I said, some family has. I said, but we've had other people that had bought them and I said, didn't want, they'll say that, I said, for instance, I said, with Belinda's, I said, people sent money and said, I want Belinda to have a sign and I don't want her have to pay for it. And I said, yeah, I said, that's no problem. I said, we had multiple people do that. And that's what's going to allow us to put some signs in just not necessarily people's properties, but we're going to start picking out a few strategic like traffic locations on the highway, and as long as we keep it onto the side of the road back, I don't think Department of Highways will take them down. So we're with people that sent money through GoFundMe or to my email myself, we're going to start doing that and putting them. I have a few locations in mind, and that's the thing. We've had the 4x4 sign has been at Highland Ford since we done the parade in River John. We go pick it up tomorrow afternoon because we got the parade this weekend down in Thorburn on the eastern part of the county. And then we're looking for a location to take it back to Monday. Like I say, it's been on that spot at Highland Ford. And we greatly thank them for allowing us to keep it there for the 2.5 weeks or whatever it's been there. But if anybody would like to have a sign in their parking lot for a week and they live within the county or related to somebody within the county, get them to let me know because we're looking for a place for that big one to go next week.
Nice. I said this earlier. I'm not sure if you heard it, but I'm going to send you $100. That will get 5 signs, right? $20 each.
Yep.
There, yeah.
We've had a couple people do that. And whatnot. So
yeah, because I just personally want signs everywhere. You know,
that's
everywhere.
what somebody said earlier. I did catch that in the comments. Somebody said we should be putting 40 signs on or whatever on Daniel's lawn like they do flamingos or whatever. And I said, well, we got one out there, and if somebody wants to buy, like, it's not as if we're getting these for nothing, but we are getting them at a cheap price.
Don't tempt me. Honestly. Honestly.
Don't tell you, right, Jimmy?
I would need somebody else to go put them up because not that I wouldn't think or would think they would have a problem, but like I said to Betty, I said, when she went with the first one. I said, I asked him, he said, put it on the left-hand side of the driveway. And I said, you don't even have to communicate with them, because I wouldn't ask her to do that where I wouldn't be able to do it myself. So
I have just the guy for the job. You know who you are. You're listening.
Yeah. I just want to say again, express this enough.
yeah,
I love it when people work together instead of tearing each other apart. I so much more would rather, again, everyone can have their own opinions about the case. Okay. Bottom line is it's still about Jack and Lily, and it's searching for answers. Whatever you feel like your answer might be, doesn't mean it's the truth. Doesn't mean my answer is the truth or what I feel and that. But it is so heartwarming when I see people actually working together and doing for the good of Jack and Lily. Again, unfortunately, my holiday is going to be coming to an end here come Monday. So just know I will not be able to do lives Monday through Thursday for 2 weeks after this Monday starts. I am not getting up early before work. I work 12 to 8. Days are long enough. I'm not going to be sitting doing a live and stuff for an hour or two and stuff like that. I might put out a video if I have time, but those 12 to 8 shifts really suck ass. I'm just going to say that. They really take up a whole day, don't they, on there? But anyways.
Don't worry. If there's any breaking news, me and Kent will.
Sure. I was going to say,
we'll
Charmaine,
hijack the channel.
Yeah, all I'd have to do is set up the studio part for it. But other than that, yeah. But anyways, I just want to say again, for everyone that's painting rocks, anything like that you're doing special for Jack and Lily, you have till the end of August to get those in. To me, again, it's about just no matter what. Look here at a sign. Look here. Oops, somebody finds a rock. Jack and Lily, Jack and Lily, Jack and Lily. Again, right? If the people that were taking care of Jack and Lily, like I said, don't want to be truthful and honest with answers. Okay. Pathetic, sad, ridiculous. Yeah, absolutely. But what are we going to do? Right. Lead them to water, but can't make them drink. Right. Can't make them do what they don't want to say and stuff like that. But as for me, I'm looking for 12 to 5 a.m. That's what I care about now. I don't care about their daytime timeline at all. I'm bored of talking about it because it's just like regurgitating, BS. And now I'm at the point where, to me, after I have, information, we have more information than you. We'll let you know that. Obviously, we're not going to share every single thing with you, right? It's just not going to happen, because obviously you have to have, your credibility and stuff like that. And not everyone wants their stuff put out there. And sometimes you just use, we put out almost everything that we can, but there's some things that obviously we know because we're the ones, or people help us, right? Or give us some more information. But my timeline for me is 12 to 5, a vehicle. What happened to Jack and Lily? Why 3 times? Which way did that vehicle go? And, searching for the truth of those answers. And maybe in the meantime and in between time, 2 people that were in charge of looking at Jack and Lily might have a conscience and want to bring forth some information about what truly happened to Jack and Lily.
Or
again, go ahead.
Or retract statements that might not have been completely accurate, that help steer investigations in the wrong direction. Mm-hmm. That would be huge.
Yeah.
But they both say that they're telling the police the truth, so
right.
They keep that up, right?
Yeah. I mean, like I said, what we have with Maleyha is obviously her interview. Okay. Her interview, during that time, she does not reach out and say Jack and Lily's names at all in her interview. She doesn't, oh, my husband's here. She doesn't beg for people and plead for answers of help and stuff like that. 1 second. Go ahead, take over, guys.
That's another question she asked. She asked me what my purpose was going with a sign. And I explained to her, I said, well, right now we're putting flyers out on telephone poles I said, the general community is. I said, but the only people that can really notice a flyer on a telephone pole, other than just being something on the pole, would be walkers. I said, by having these 2x2 signs, and I said, if we get enough money that we can go, because the 4x4 signs are like $215 each. I said, if we get enough money and we can pick out and put some 4x4 signs out in those strategic traffic areas. I said, just look at all the traffic that's going to drive by every day. I said, so that's where I got the initiative. I said, to come up with a double-sided sign. I said it was basically just so hopefully more people can see it. And I said, once you get them out there, the 2x2 signs are basically, because they're going to be in people's yards, are for locals. They're going to drive by, they're going to recognize that sign as being Jack and Lily's sign, and they're going to immediately either have a thought about them or a memory. They might remember somebody saying something. I said, and then the 4x4 signs, I said, we checked out the price of billboards, and to rent a billboard for a month, we were getting quotes from private companies. I said, in the city, I said, they run anywhere from $2,000 to $30,000 a month. I said, depending on who owns it. I said, so a small group, because I checked that out back when Lana was organizing the fundraiser. And I said, that's why we've done up the 4x4s, because you can set them in businesses, parking lots or whatever, and somebody going to drive by. Well, a 4x4 sign staring you in the face when you're at a stoplight or in a parking lot, you can read the information on it. So it might get another tip. And I said, that's my purpose behind the signs, is see if we can create some more information.
Or guilt, or that
Well,
somebody feels guilty inside.
I didn't want to be that blunt, but
Yeah.
if
Okay.
we can plaster the county with the signs, somebody might. And that was another question. She said, well, what do you think about the family not speaking out? I said, it's ridiculous. In a situation like that, and they must have cut that, because that's when I also made the comment about their Pictou County's children. I said, but the family's quiet. I said, so everybody else is out there talking about them, but and online's talking about them. That was one of the lead-ins to when I mentioned your channel. I said, but I said, it just seems like the extended family, they don't know nothing, or nobody's talking, but they're not really. I said, I don't know. It just seems like they're not pleading for them to be found. And I said, hopefully, if we get enough signs out there, that everybody feels that they're that much more important, and go from there. So that was another question.
Yep. Well, there was something I seen a second ago. One of the things that stood out to me, and one of the things that actually stood out to me, from that David Paulides, or what I think it's how you say it, Paulides, is one thing that he said. Never has he ever seen a case for missing children where a mother walks away. He said he's never heard of that, and he's missing 411. That stands out to me, of course, because it's not normal, right? It's not
No, it
normal.
absolutely is not normal. None of this is normal. None of it.
No, it's not.
When you look at things, and like I said before, just referring to Drunk Turkey Daniel, just about how he's starting now and he's got to kind of cram study all of this stuff to be able to cover the case. It's a completely different thing when you're hearing it and learning it and seeing it and reading it in real time as it's happening in context. And a lot of the stuff that's happened with Daniel is completely out of context, which makes it so much more relevant to the actual truth, in my opinion. But you can't get that by trying to go backwards and figure out what's happening. You know what I mean? You don't get that unless you're witnessing it happen real time.
I seen somebody comment earlier, and I see it there now. Earlier, they were just saying about a sign in general, and somebody saying now about the 4x4 sign. When I seen that earlier, I got the idea that I will call the RCMP tomorrow because I know the staff sergeant, and I can call him and say, listen, can we put this on the property for a week? Because they are on a busy traffic street. It's not the main, it's not what I would call the main key entrance to Lansdowne, because Westville or the 104 highway would be the two, like, coming in from either ends of Daniel's property. But I'll definitely call and ask and see if they might not take a 4x4, but I know at different points throughout the year for MAD and whatever, they do have the lawn type size signs. So I will definitely call tomorrow and see if they will take a sign on the property, because like I say, we have probably 5 or 6, and the people that are in the chat and Sunny, if once they send through money, we probably got enough to put the rest of the signs that we have out in strategic areas,
So
and go from there. So
yeah, and Ken, just remind people, I'll put your link up there or your email up there again. So it's just quickly do your little blurb on how much the signs cost and how they can reach you.
yeah, well, the signs are $20 each. They cost $17.50 each, and the other $2.50 will go into the pot for printing other awareness materials. When it's done, any money left from it and the fundraiser, we'll end up donating to ground search and rescues.
Thanks,
So
Darlene.
to buy a sign is to get a hold of myself. My email is kentcorbett81@gmail.com. My phone number for text is 902-759-8077. Message me or private message me on Facebook, and I can let you know where to send it. And like I say, we've got, what did we send out the other day between here and Halifax? We sent out 16. We've got 5 more to go between here and Halifax the next time our delivery person goes. And then we've probably got enough to put 10 or 15 out in traffic areas. So right now, out of the initial order of the 50 we had, we probably got 10 or 15 more to sell. And then once we have them ones sold, we will put in another order for another 50. And like I say, paint the neighborhoods with their pictures.
Yep. Sorry about that. Just answering an email back on there. So again, This is, I didn't type your phone number on there, but that's the email, Kent Corbett at 81@gmail.com. Okay. So again, Kent, for that part, thank you for all that you're doing on this. Is there, okay. Is there something that you guys wanted to bring up at all, like with regards to anything about this case? I mean,
No,
go ahead, Charmaine.
not really. It would be really helpful if we could identify the car. I totally agree.
Oh, yes.
Because if you identify the car, you can deduce who the driver likely was. Related or not, I think that is very important information. And I think that the more that information gets out there, the better, because somebody could have been innocently driving down that road. So, you know what I mean? You can put it out there, like if you were driving, and maybe the RCMP has. Not publicly, but maybe that's what they're looking for.
Yeah. And Belinda, the couple pictures that you sent me, by the way, that I'm just looking at right now, am I allowed to share those? That's the one of the map. That one's fine. Can I share those two vehicles as well? And let's see here. Yes. Okay. And then we'll come back, Kent, to that post, okay, as well. Well, because you know what? Like I said, you're messing with the wrong crowd here when you have literally thousands of people following this case, thousands of smart people that dig, dig, and dig, and dig. I'm telling you now, for anyone that's new to true crime, we will be your worst nightmares or your best friends when it comes to covering cases. But when the truth isn't being told, we will be your worst nightmare when it comes to digging for information. Again, there's a ton of smart people that are in this room right now that maybe, who knows what we have in here, therapists, doctors, lawyers, people that know all about technology, drones, this, that, this, and the other. You guys, this is thousands of people that literally are smart ass people in here that will dig, dig, dig. And I am no different. Charmaine's no different. Kent's no different. Last night, that's all I did all day. I didn't do a live last night. I was going to, and I decided not to. And then I decided I was going to do one really late, and then I decided not to. Because all I wanted to do was spend time digging. I went to bed at 5:16 this morning is what time I went to bed, because nighttime for me is my quiet time. It's when my husband's sleeping. I got me and my iPad, and I just want to look at things, like I said, just dig, dig, dig. So let me show a couple of these pictures. I'll first show the image of the
Can I just
map.
answer Mary really quickly while you're doing that?
Absolutely.
I have absolutely no information about that, but my complete speculation is, and educated speculation, is that no. I believe Daniel and Janie did all of the handyman work on that property, and no shade intended, but it shows by the condition of the property, honestly. And the fact that Janie was raking for a pool tells me that if there was a pool, then you're looking at an above ground pool that you wouldn't need a quote for. And I believe that story changed due to the fact her brother put up a pool in mid-June, and she didn't change that story until after that point. So I think she just got that idea from, that's just my speculation, but I would say no. They weren't hiring handymen or quoters to come out to do anything out there. This is my own thoughts.
Yeah, no, that was self-handyman themselves. Like, they were building the fence. For whatever they were going to put up with the pool, they would have done it themselves. But Jersey lady, but we're not talking about the kids. I think when we're talking about contacting the school, we want to make contact with them because we have the buddy benches, the one that Charmaine donated, and there's supposed to be 2 other ones here locally that someone had spoken and said they were having made or had bought, or I don't know. But I know in one of the chat groups they said that there was 2 here as well. So that when we say about contacting the school, it'll be contacting them in reference to that and see when they want and how they want to go about positioning them on school property and whatnot, because somebody had a good idea here a couple weeks ago when Charmaine mentioned it and showed her first pictures was that we better anchor them down or they might walk away. So of course there'll have to be some type of anchor into the ground and stuff. So that's what we'll be contacting the school about. It won't be to talk about private information about the kids.
And just quickly, Janie's brother Ron works at the same mill that Daniel's taking a stress leave from, which is that whatever it's called. What's it called again, Ken? That mill? Savoy.
Group Savoy, but I think they're closed right now. I think they shut down because they're logging. Even the logging operations are they're a hardwood mill, and I think I would know that if they're not closed, they would be on restricted hours again, even though it's not springtime.
Yeah,
I gotta charge my phone again, so you play what you're gonna play.
Okay. Well, I'm just gonna show pictures. Daniel Fisher, Danielle, if I said that wrong. Absolutely. I want to know too. I want to know. There's no cadaver dogs that we know of that have been brought in, and those cadaver.
Who was it that responded? Somebody went over this. Maybe it was the Plods guy, and said that all RCMP dogs. So we know there was one RCMP dog, besides the search and rescue dogs.
There was a canine. Yeah.
Yeah, there was an RCMP K9 team, and they say that the RCMP K9s have cadaver training. Now I know that's not a specialized dog, and I think that's what most people are referring to, somebody or a dog that specializes in cadaver. Right. But I'm wondering if that's what they went by. But like I say, we don't know. They always said that could be the next step, right?
Yeah.
But it's also important to know whether or not that dog or a dog like that ever went inside the trailer. Otherwise,
yes, it would be important for that as well too. Yeah.
Okay, so this picture in front of you obviously is the house. If you're looking at 1407 Gairloch Road, where Danielle, Maleyha, and Janie had stayed on that, as of May 2nd. Obviously, we know Maleyha left on the May 3rd. But anyways, so then if you're looking at 1407, it would be to the right, okay? So that's that home that Kent's talking about. That's an old school. And then, does that say comp or camp? Comp with cameras. Comp. I think, does that say comp, Belinda? With cameras. And then she's talking about the pig gate right there. So that's a home that's right beside. That's the one that I was saying was 500 feet away, because it is. The old school I had it as being 500 feet away. So Belinda's just showing that on the map on there. Camp. Okay. Camp with cameras. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you. I just couldn't see if it was comp or camp. Okay. The next picture that Belinda shared. Again, thank you, Belinda. Thank you, everyone that fights for the truth for Jack and Lily. Okay. All information is good information when it comes to Jack and Lily and what happened to them. So let's see here. Just going to pull up the other one. Okay. So this is Earl's. And then these would be the two vehicles that are there. I don't know shit about cars myself. I know a car can be an automatic or a, standard. I knew all that. There's the ATV is what looks is behind, if you guys can see behind that first car on the right hand side, that the ATV is sitting right there, obviously, as well. But we want to know what car was a 5-speed manual car was going 6 times 3 trips, approximately 25 to 35 minutes in time. Where were they going? And which way were they going? That's why it's important if we know the house, in a sense that has said this. It's just a matter of knowing the direction that this neighbor would have known that it was going into the Martell Mackenzie property there. Well, I should say Mackenzie because it's Janie's that owns it on there. So anyways, so those two vehicles there, right? And Kent, do you just want me to show that post of the other one?
Of the sign?
No. Of the about the car, the other car that you
That's
shared
up
about.
to you. That's up to you. Like I say, we have no receipt. It's just that it was a car that was for sale that,
Right. Okay.
and we
so
don't even know how long ago, right? But if that car is around, then that car I would suspect to be a standard. Not guaranteed, but more than likely.
Now, Kent, you had said on I think the last live or something, you said that Daniel's car was black. Was a black car. So I don't know what make and model Daniel's car was. But
Well, I
wasn't
received the word black from Lindsay when I asked her a couple questions. She said that she didn't know the make or the model. She's not. Without being able to be close enough to it, see what the car was, she wouldn't be able to tell me. I said, yeah, okay, I can understand that. And it was Darren that had told me that the last vehicle that Daniel was driving was supposed to be a blue minivan. So.
Okay. So again, so yeah. So you know what? Bottom line is, like I said, we're just digging for answers. Somewhere between 12 to 5, right? That's what we want to know. Who is driving a vehicle? Whose vehicle was this vehicle? Right? It wasn't an ATV, right, Kent?
No, yeah, I don't think so.
No.
If he was going as far as 25 minutes is what we're suspecting by what the neighbor said with 6 trips. If it took him the full 5 hours to make those, like the 3 trips, that means that it was like what I think you had it at like 30 or 20 to 35 minutes each way, possibly.
Mm-hmm.
Like you were trying to figure that out in Google Maps, how far you could travel.
Yeah.
And I would say that you wouldn't, even on an ATV, and I know people, you can go fast on an ATV, especially if you're road running, but I don't believe you could go as far on an ATV in 20 minutes with not wanting anything to fall off than you could if you were driving a car for 20 minutes.
Yeah.
You could go a hell of a lot further in a car. And you could have more stuff depending on what you're doing. Like it like I say, I don't want to make accusations, but it doesn't make sense for the use of an ATV if we think that person was doing what we suspect they were doing and covering up a crime. Just doesn't make sense. Because
right.
I would believe, in my own opinion, I don't believe the ATV could travel far enough to get outside of the search area. And I'm telling you, or in my mind, I would have to say, based upon the criteria and the searchers, it's the only thing I'm assuming it on, is if they're out in the woods or whatever, whether you want to say they're buried somewhere or hidden or whatever in the woods or somewhere on property, I don't think the ATV would be able to travel outside of the search area that many times in that amount of time.
Yeah.
They would be limited on how far they could travel. Whereas if you were going with a car, I bet you that would double the distance.
Yeah. See, my issue just kind of, sorry, as I was brain thinking here for a second though, but my issue is this, right? If true, and remember, this is just speculation at this point, I am personally looking for the 12 to 6 time area myself. Again, I got a ton of information, and all I want to do is find answers for Lily and Jack, and I don't want it, again, I want it to be factual stuff, but obviously we get to a point now where, what vehicle was it? Now, how is it possible? 1 second. Got bills to pay. Oh, Micmac. Nice to see you back. Yeah, Micmac. Aw, that's so sweet. Micmac, welcome back. And Micmac I showed you a picture from Micmac the other day. You can see on Micmac's avatar, they put Jack and Lily. I can't think of the mountain, Mount Kelly, I think it was called, right, Kent? Mount Kelly. I believe it was called in Cape Breton, was it, Micmac? On there.
Kelly's
anyway.
Mountain.
Kelly's Mountain. Again, Jack and Lily everywhere. That's what I want to see myself, right? Jack and Lily everywhere. Bottom line is, regardless, whatever you guys are still thinking, whether you feel like they're hidden, which I just don't agree with myself, but hey, this is on you if you want to think that's
well,
okay.
but Sonny, can I make one correction there?
Yeah, sure.
I think you have to agree they are hidden.
Yes,
one way or the other.
You're
one
right,
way
Kent.
or the other, they are hidden.
Right, you're right, Kent. You are
Right?
absolutely right on
So
this
let's. We got now we're gonna have everybody screwed up saying Sonny says the kids are hidden.
Yeah. You're
But
absolutely
it's
right. However you guys want to deem the word hidden, it's totally up to you guys. All I want to know is that either
they're
way,
not on the property.
right? Either way, we want answers for Jack and Lily. That is the bottom line of this, right? These are two precious babies that deserve these answers. There is no excuse for what's going on here. Zero, zilch, right? You guys know this, right? You guys should be angry. I'm sure most of you are, for sure. You guys should be angry for what you're witnessing, right? So again, thanks to all the friends and family that have all spoken out in their own way about Jack and Lily. Bottom line is, again, we are here. We are here to stay, to be their voices, to fight for answers. Again, lots of us have children. My son, he's 28 years old. I would fight tooth and nail. I would be in the public eye every second. You would not stop me at all from speaking out. But what we're witnessing here is Janie doing an interview 2.5 months later. We're listening to her talk about, all these rumors. Again, Janie, get your fucking head on straight, right? It's about Jack and Lily. Daniel, tell the truth, dude. Okay, you have inconsistencies, that you keep adding to the pile of manure that has already come out. Make it about Jack and Lily. Be accountable for exactly you and Maleyha, right? Need to be accountable because you guys are the ones that have the answers. All three of you guys, because this is what I was going to say. You can't tell me, and I believe that this vehicle to be true, and I've asked about it again, right? So now it's still allegedly, okay, guys? Yes, the RCMP confirmed it. But you know what? It makes sense. It makes sense when you take away that crap that we're told in the morning, and then you take away this bullshit about some pool and raking, and you take about the fact that Janie said that she heard Maleyha shush the kids that morning, right? Between all of them, right? In my opinion, just lies, and alibis. Again, shut the front door. Because you can't tell me that a vehicle going back, 3 trips. You telling me that Janie didn't hear it? Dog didn't hear it? Maleyha didn't hear it? Right? Daniel, you're claiming that there's no such thing happened. Of course. But you've also claimed that the neighbor's trying to take heat off themselves. Why? We already know that this neighbor that you speak of, that you've spoken about, right? Like he's trying to take the heat off of the drugs that he's doing over there, and he's a thief and whatever, all that stuff, by the way, okay? Again, the blanket that you put in the garbage, remember? With Mama Janie, right? These potholes. All of a sudden it became a pool. Boot print, right? What? Lefty and righty is the only, you guys, out of their whole entire yard that's filled of a freaking dirt driveway, right? Gravel driveway, gravel where the swing set is, gravel when those kids come out that door. And you're going to say, what? It wasn't raining that hard at that point, right? But again, that's a story. So you're going to tell me now that this car didn't exist either? Okay. And then, so what happened? The UFO came down and said, right? They were like, you know what, Scotty, just beam me up. Seriously. Take me on a magic carpet ride, Aladdin. Not going to happen. All right. All this bullshit. I cut to the chase with anything in my life. It's like cut to the shit. When my kid asks me for money, you know what? I don't need to listen to you for 10 minutes, talking to me first, because I know exactly what you're asking. You're going to ask me for money. So just cut to the chase, son. Right. So my son got to the chase. Mom, I'm actually just asking you for money. And I'm like, thank you. Thank you for cutting through the bullshit of sitting there pretending like, Mom, what you doing? Yeah, son, how much do you want? Love you, son, right? Because at the end of the day, anyone with children could never imagine that this circus act that's been going on would, happen to them ever. Belinda never, ever expected that she would be in this position 3 months, 12 days later, that she would ever be in this position of her paternal grandbabies missing, right? And why? Why is she in this position? Well, I don't know. Why don't you ask the 3 people that are on the property that, in my opinion, know the answer, and that they're playing this wicked game around it all. Bullshit, BS, right? Other family members that do watch this show, right? For anyone else out there, go ahead.
What if it was Maleyha shushing Daniel, not the kid? Or somebody shushing. What if it was Maleyha shushing Daniel, or Daniel shushing Maleyha, and not shushing the kids? Because if you suspect what you're expecting, then you don't have to shush the kids. You'd be shushing each other to be quiet.
It's not what their whole timeline says. No. That would just be adding more BS to the whole timeline in the morning, to be honest with you, right? I mean,
But
honestly.
no, this isn't in the morning. This would have to be,
Oh, at night? When?
well, it would have to be between, well, whatever
Well,
time Jeannie went to bed and probably 5 a.m. in the morning, that time of year, before sunrise would be coming up. Probably sunrise, I would suspect to be around 6:15. So if we
let,
suspect, what I'm saying is if we suspect the two of them, then it could be sushing one another rather than sushing the kids, is all I'm saying.
thank you for your thoughts, Ken. 1 second. I got to ask Belinda something. Belinda, this picture that's up front, Earl's place, correct? Make sure I got that right. Charmaine's charging her phone, by the way.
So here, I'm gonna conserve battery. So yeah, if you need me, just ask me. But
I will. Yeah. Linda. Linda. Let me see what she said. Pretty sure she said Earl's place. Let me just confirm. When she sent me the pictures. But anyway, let me just confirm with Belinda. Belinda, did you go nappy on me or something? Did you go eat dinner or something? 1 second.
Are you showing a Honda, Sonny?
Yes. One of them is, yes.
Because everybody's talking about a Honda.
Yep, that's what that one is.
Because that's not the car that we were talking about in the post, right? Just so
No.
everybody knows that.
No, hold on. Let me just ask Belinda. 1 second.
Root Strength's got one there for you, Sonny.
Wait, what?
I'm gonna say this is a fabulous route. Fabulous.
The reason why Janie didn't go shopping in the morning because she was up all night hiding evidence.
Wait a second. Belinda said, I believe so. It's the only place that looked right. Well, hold on a second then. Let's not get too enthusiastic then about these vehicles. Let's see here.
I mean, there is a reason. There has to be a reason why Janie broke routine that morning. Why she didn't go shopping. Why she didn't check on the kids. We are creatures of habit for the most part. And if that was her regular Friday routine, there has to be a reason for it. So, and I mean, I asked, and I don't know if Janie reached out to Kent or not to explain or clarify, even though she doesn't owe me anything. Just leaves me and my speculation open to interpretation, and that's unfortunately where it leads me because of the circumstances that they've created. So
No, I haven't seen or talked to Janie online in probably a couple weeks at any time when I was in Messenger.
I mean, it looks about right from the sky. Okay, hold on a second. Hold on. Yeah, actually, let's go back. I want to do something for a sec. Okay, share screen. Because I'm trying to remember in my head. Share Kent.
What?
Okay, I'm drawing a blank all of a sudden. Earl Martell's home. Correct?
Don't have a clue.
Oh, okay. Who else is out there? I'm trying to think of where I got this from. I didn't just put it up there because. And now I'm
Oxy meets Dallas or whatever. She said he is the first or the second on the left-hand side. First on the right or second on the left on that road off of 289.
Yeah, well, let's see here. Hold on. Let me zoom it back in. Because you guys, we got to have, because like, okay, this is the helipad. This is Lansdowne. So then there's this place over here. Okay. Person watching this live right now. Is this the house? First on right is Ron's. So that's the first house. So Oryx. Not this one. 1 second. We got to make sure that we're putting out rightful information here. We don't want to be sitting there.
They say Earl's is either the first on the right or the second on the left. And I think it's the second on the left because that guy that traveled the road for Charmaine, he thought it was the one on the corner. And then he said, no, wait a minute. And he drove up the road. And he said, this is Earl's place away back in off the road.
Okay, hold on. When someone says left, tell me. This is part that I don't like. Okay? Because this is where Kent fucks with my mind too. If I am looking at this house right now, right? Same way you guys are. To my left.
Well, I can't see the house. How am I supposed to help you?
Not you. I'm talking about Oxy. Yes, Earl has a dozer. He definitely has a dozer.
No, it's an excavator, isn't it?
Well, he has quite a few little clunkers on his yard. I've seen them from Daniel Martell's.
Well, yeah, because we seen the pictures, but that was an excavator that was in that picture that somebody had sent us with the pile of fill.
What's this hunk of crap right here? Is that a home? Okay.
I'm going to go back out and I'm going to come back in so I can see these pictures.
Okay. Hold on. You guys, I want to get this right. One second. Okay. See, the thing is that it's not like I can bring Google Maps down here, people, because it doesn't allow you to. A rat trap. Okay, I just want to make sure that. Oh wait, sorry, can't bring it back up here. I just want to make sure. I don't want to be showing wrong vehicles, and get people confused even more on this. So don't want to be doing that.
Well, Earl is down that next road, right? You got to go to that next road to go up to Earl's.
Okay, hold on. His place is on the other side, and you can't really see his house from the road, but it's interesting that Ron lives there. Okay, so what? So basically, I was fed wrong information, obviously, then. So Earl's house is where? Is on this side? There's a black car there. It's on this side of the road. Let's get this corrected. Let's get this corrected.
But I understand Earl doesn't live on the 289. You got to take one of the side roads to go off of the 289, which is the main road. Says the buddy that was driving the other day that knows Charmaine was driving down the road, and he thought the house was right on the corner. Remember, he said, "There's Earl's place." No, oh no, Earl's is up here, up this other road. But he didn't drive up in front of Earl's house, right?
He lives
If
on
you go back to that video, you'll see what I'm talking about.
But he lives on Lansdowne Road, and what he said was he thought that one yard with all the stuff in it was Earl's, and then he came back and said, "No, I lied to you. It's actually in behind these bushes, a little bit further up than that,
Right.
in behind the trees." And it was, I believe, it's on the same side of the road as the pipeline was. So,
Well, the
yeah.
pipeline goes across the road.
Okay.
It's on both sides of the road.
I literally need to go give the toilet a drink, so I'll be right back. So let's figure this out, guys, because we have to have the wrong now, Belinda.
But going towards Daniel's house, I mean, the pipeline, the path that he showed.
I'm going to the.
Yeah, so if you're going in the 289 from the Trans-Canada Highway, Daniel lives on the right. You keep going by Daniel's place, and you got the Lansdowne Road. You would have to turn on the Lansdowne Road to go in Earl's driveway, from what I understand. I don't know, because I don't know exactly where he lives. But you have to turn in the Lansdowne Road, go up there, and then his would be the second house on the left, because that one that your buddy showed us right on the corner, he thought was Earl's first, and then he said no.
All right, I got clarification. You're my absolute favorite person. You know who you are. Just give me a second. I am sending the picture immediately for Sunny to put up when she gets back from giving the toilet a drink. Don't let her continue until she checks Messenger. And
He'll hear ya.
hopefully.
You got the bathroom right there in the bedroom, I think.
Yeah. Yeah. Pipeline is close to Ron. So from what we learned in chat tonight, so Ron's driveway is the one before Earl's mailbox.
Yeah.
So they both live on that road, but you might have to turn somewhere else, because I don't remember seeing a driveway, and maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong there, buddy, but I don't remember him pointing out a driveway, but he said he did see a mailbox. So
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. I think Earl's driveway comes off the Lansdowne Road, not the Highway 289, which is the main thoroughfare, is what I call it. That 289 goes right from when you turn off the 104 highway, right straight through, and continues down into Cheat Harbor, Middle Musquodoboit. You just keep going on the road until you come to the end of it, and then you either got to go right, which will take you into the Musquodoboits and eventually into Samborough. And if you go far enough, you'll be in the city. And if you come to that T in the road and take a left, you'll be back out to Antigonish, Highway 7.
that is fascinating. You completely lost me.
Anybody that has any idea of the local, like Belinda probably knows exactly where I'm describing about driving, because she drives it all the time.
Sunny, did you check the Messenger?
Charmaine's got clarification for you.
Oh, come on. Are you guys not watching me at all? I'm sitting there playing with Google Maps. This is the home you're saying is Earl Martell's.
Go to Messenger.
Already did.
Charmaine has got it clarified
Already
of
did.
where Earl's place is.
And
Already
that's
did.
where it's circled. Yes. Correct, Sunny.
All right, you guys, I heard you from my bathroom. All right?
I know. We told them that you would.
I did. Yeah. Toilet was happy, by the way. I'm happy. Toilet's happy.
Good. If you're in Nova Scotia, you want to start saving that. We're conserving water.
So now, just to ask Belinda, Belinda, is this the home with the two vehicles, or is this not it now? Because then those two I mean, you can see that there's like, hold on,
I was going to say, there looks like to be more than 2 in the dooryard.
I know.
But that could be his outbuildings, too, because he has a bunch of outbuildings.
There's a bulldozer right here, or whatever you want to call it. Okay.
I can't
So
see something that small. What are you talking about, woman?
I can see it for you. Don't you worry about that.
Yeah, but you
So-
don't know what it's called.
Or, they're probably laughing at me then after this whole time of like sitting there having it. And, now that I think about it, okay. I believe I had gotten this from Hidden in the Fog, to be honest with you. No. It was either Hidden in the Fog or Shantria Speaks. And I just figured that it was actually it, now that I think about it. Sonny, you didn't do your due diligence. No, I believed in that one. I did.
You did believe in her at first, and look where it got you.
But no, I want to say it was. Well, it was one of those two. One of the two. Okay, so now, Belinda, the question becomes: is this the house that had the 2 cars? Hold on, because the only reason why is because, obviously, okay. So let's see here.
Yeah, she said it's probably Earl's because the dozer you can see as you drive by. So, mystery solved.
So not those 2 cars then, right? Ignore the
I
cars with the
thought
2
you just said there was 2 cars there.
Was this the right property?
Yes.
Not the one with 2 cars. Okay, so this is not. So that's fake news. My bad. Because Belinda, you were probably going off by me highlighting that picture off of the map, right? I'm going to assume.
Can we see the picture that Charmaine got sent?
Sure. Don't believe me? Don't you believe me? Okay, so, yeah, no. We got to get our facts. Got our shit straight. Okay. Where's... All right. Okay. That's with the V. Let me show you Charmaine's picture. Share it. Sorry. Image file. Okay, there's Charmaine's picture. Enjoy that, Kent. Oh, you know what? I better bring it up a different way for you.
Well, I can zoom in on that one.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, I would say you're looking at the same property as what you had up. Just by the looks of the picture.
Yeah, the one. Yeah, absolutely. The one that I moved over the cursor from across the street, and then I moved
The
it
one
to
that
the
you
right.
said with the bulldozer, though.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Because this is where I have pinned for Earl Martell.
Yeah.
Daniel, you didn't correct me. You didn't correct anybody. You didn't correct anything. Even when I showed you the blanket, you still didn't correct me and say,
And
Sonny.
that's the direction of the blanket.
Yeah.
So I think we got to go the other way.
Yeah. Yeah. See, now you believe me? Misdirection.
But this is east.
Hold on.
Earl lives east of Daniel.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yes. You get to Daniel's. If you're coming from the highway, you get to Daniel's place before you get to Earl's place.
Yeah, but you're not gonna overrule Google Maps. Not happening. Hold on.
I don't give a shit. But you're talking about coming out of Daniel's driveway and going right or left. And I'm talking about going right. And going right, if you're coming out of the driveway and you go right from Daniel's, you're going east because you're going towards the Atlantic Ocean.
So I use Google Maps as my Bible. Okay.
Yeah, well, I don't give a. Google's been wrong before. Google says that the Gulf of Gulf of Mexico is the Gulf of America, but that doesn't make it right.
You see up in the corner here, north, right?
North would be my direction,
North.
almost from Daniels.
Never eat shredded wheat. North,
I don't care.
east, south, west.
I don't care. If you listen to every report, it says that it's 153 kilometers northeast of Halifax.
Yeah, Halifax.
So that means if you're at Daniels and you're going to Halifax, you're traveling southwest because you're going in the opposite direction. Because they always refer to it being in Halifax and going to Pictou County, which is going northeast.
Hey, why did that go away?
Because PEI is north of Nova Scotia. It's not hard to understand.
Yeah, no, it's not. When I got Google Maps in my face.
Like I say, Google's been wrong before, and so have I. But in this case,
work with me, people. Come on. I'm not a northeast, southwest person. I rely on Google. All right? I rely on Google. Other than that, I couldn't tell you which way the frickin' mountains are.
well, I'll tell you, I live west of Daniel because I live in western Pictou County. New Glasgow and all that area out there where Daniel lives would be considered Pictou Center because it's in the center of Pictou County. Down towards Cape Breton is East Pictou because you're going east. My election riding is Pictou West.
Oh, 1 second here. That's sweet and dandy. It is. It is.
And
Nice story.
politics is right.
Nice story. Let's see. North, east.
Yeah, but your computer screen's not.
I'm just, hey,
Correct.
I have to keep the north up top so I understand where I'm going to. Now, hold on. Let's just go. Oh, let's see here. Where you said Halifax?
Halifax would be southwest of Daniels because in the news reports, they report it as being northeast. See, Halifax is right down there, that red mark. See all
Yeah.
those red marks?
Yeah.
Because you're going southwest. Because if you
Yeah.
travel from
Southwest.
Halifax to
Right.
Daniels, you're going northeast.
Well, you can call it northeast from Halifax. I get that. That would be correct if you were coming from Halifax.
Yeah.
But that's just it. It's right. That's just it, though, right?
So when you're at Daniels,
you're going,
if you turn right out of Daniels' driveway, you're going, well, it would be southeast if you want to actual.
okay, here. I'm going to turn that bad boy upside down. All right. Come on, Kent. There. Now south is above. Okay. So now you're right.
Do that.
So now you're going northeast.
That's not the way directions work.
Come on now. Look at. I already played. Okay, well, hold on.
Orientate that map the way it's supposed to be. Halifax is southwest of Daniels.
Right.
I'm west. I'm east or west easterly or west northerly, I should say, of
Can I just-
Daniel in Pictou. You go up and go to the left to find Pictou from Daniels.
Okay. This is not rocket science, my friend. It's not. Look at this Halifax, right?
Is down there, yeah. And if you're in Halifax, Daniel is northeast
Wait,
of Halifax.
I need to finish my thing first, first. Okay.
It's your channel. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. It is southwest Halifax. It is southwest. We get that, right?
From Daniels, yes.
Right. From Daniels. It is southwest. Absolutely. Right. Now, Earl Martell's place is here, right? And
Yeah.
so 1407 is here. So I'm still going west. I get what you're saying.
Right. You might be going a little bit west. But what I'm saying is when you're traveling the road, go up and go to the left some and find the Trans Canada. The
on
104 highway.
we
Punch in
extend.
Whistleberry Market.
We
Punch in
extend.
Whistleberry Market.
Ken, I think we spent enough time on this. I'm right. You're wrong. Get over it. West.
Punch in the Whistleberry Market.
I don't care about the Whistleberry Market. This is what I'm saying. We agree that we don't want to fuck with people's brains. Okay?
What I'm saying is the road curves, and I don't know if it's before or after Daniels, because you can see, go back to the sign and you'll see
right. I get what I think I get
Daniels
what you're
Place is just before the sign. What I'm talking about is if you're on the ground driving, and when you're driving from the 104 and you turn off on the 289 highway, you come to Daniels Place before you come to Earl's Place.
Yeah. And?
Right? You agree with that, right?
And?
So
Earl.
the pink blanket was in the same direction as Earl's Place because it was down by the road that you turn off to go to Earl's, right?
Okay, if you're coming from Earl's home,
No. You can't do that, Sonny. You can't do that to me.
I'm just talking about northeast, southwest. Simple. Martell's home, here. West is here. Earl's is, I don't care if the road goes east and then you're calling it east that way. I'm just saying, just like Nova Scotia Halifax is southwest, right?
What I'm saying is you're saying that you got to go the opposite way of the pink blanket.
You know
so
what?
The pink blanket was down to the same direction as you go to Earl's. So you got to go in the other direction. And if you go the other direction from Daniel's opposite of Earl's Place, you're going northwest.
You're just fucking people up, though, by saying all that shit. It's west of Daniel's Place. West of Daniel's Place. Do you agree to disagree?
I'll agree to disagree because
Thank you.
I drive. Belinda, will you straighten this out?
There's no straightening out. This is 1407. This is Earl's Place. It is northeast, whereas the pink blanket is that way from Earl's. However you want to determine it on your map, but my end is clearly north going up. That means never eat shredded wheat.
Well, that's once you turn onto that other road.
I don't care about the damn roads.
The main road that you're traveling from Daniels.
You know what? I am over this.
You're going southwest because you're going towards Halifax.
Don't give a
shit. If you went far enough.
Daniel's home?
Leaving Daniel's Place.
Earl's home?
Yeah.
Call it east, call it whatever. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
All right. Here, I'll give you this. As the crow flies, it's west, but not in your travel of direction when you leave the driveway.
As the crow flies, you're right. That's exactly. Thank you. As the crow flies.
Yes.
That's all I'm going with. As the crow flies.
But what you're trying to tell me, and what you said earlier, is that the pink blanket is in the same. It's in the same direction as Earl's Place from Daniel's Place, and you're saying to go in the opposite direction. So that would mean that you're coming northeast or northwest, depending on your actual travel or direction of travel from Daniel's Place.
It matters to Kent more than it matters to me. I'm just looking at a map, just looking at a map. I don't.
As the crow flies, Earl would be west.
Yes.
Almost due west.
Thank you.
Of Daniel's Place.
As the crow flies.
But that's not how you're leaving when you leave the driveway.
Well, when you leave the driveway, right? You're going,
you're going southwest.
You're going to go right. Right. You're going to go southwest. Absolutely.
Yes. All right. Now we agree. See?
Yes. You're going
Go back to the point of the origin. Yeah. And the point of the origin is where the kids left the property, where the property is located. That's Daniel's Place. And to get to Earl's Place, You initially head in a southwest direction from Daniels. Yes, then you turn up the other road and you're going almost due west from Daniels as the crow flies.
As the crow flies. At this point, the bird has 0 feathers left, okay? The bird is literally flocked off at this point now.
The bird
Okay,
is cooked.
yeah. We good? I feel like
Yeah.
we're good. We're good?
Yeah.
Okay. Healthy debate. You're right.
Now I can go back to the comments.
So basically, bottom line is that those 2 vehicles then that are the black ones have no bearing at all on because the picture that Belinda took it from was from the property. I was mistakenly, my bad. Okay, I'm an idiot. I was believing that was Earl's place the whole entire time. Every now and again, I do guess I get lazy and was believing that those people already knew because they were talking with family members. So my bad. Earl's place apparently is here, right? Not this little landmark. So now those pictures mean nothing, right? Right? 0. Right, Belinda? Just confirming.
Sorry, I just got back. Are you guys done arguing?
Yeah, we made up and kissed. Didn't we, Kent?
You guys are fighting.
We've agreed to agree the way crow flies.
Yeah.
We're both correct.
Yeah.
Whatever. I tuned you out. You remind me of my parents. I can't.
No. If I seriously was not married to my wonderful husband, me and Kent, right, Kent, I'd probably kick you into the doghouse more times than you'd care to understand. But go ahead, yeah. I think we argued more on this segment than me and my husband have in our entire relationship.
Sunny and Kent should start a comedy show. I thought we are.
Okay, so you guys, misinformation, my bad. Earl Martell lives in this little love space right here. All right. And I know that Janie and Ron own property somewhere around. Maybe that's Ron's house for all we know. But anyways, okay, so that means I have to take those 2 black cars and ignore those. But I'm not. See, Shannon just paid $10 to watch that. You're welcome. It's almost like, less than a movie out here anyway.
Nova Scotia, don't be giving her any ideas.
Yeah, Earl has a bungalow. Yeah. Now, in saying that, still bottom line was Daniel's car is black and was at the Martell home. And who knows why it's over there? Don't know. I'm coming right through your speaker. I'm muting you. Oh my goodness. I'm going to enjoy muting your butt for now. Thank you, Shannon. Okay, so let's go to that post that you sent, Kent. So Ixnay on the Oxnay on those 2 cars, eh? All right. Now let's go to, oh yeah. If I lose any subscribers because of that 10-minute rant. No, I'm just kidding. Image. All right. So this was the image that Kent sent, and Rob, whoever you are, if you can email me or Kent, if you actually have the link to take us there, just for verification, because this is just, again, speculation, but we're going to find it. We're going to figure out what that damn car was that was going 3 times, 3 trips, 6 times. I found a car, Rob, who posted. I found a car on the Pictou buy and sell. It's Daniel's ad. It's a 2009 Subaru Impreza blue, and it's got a shitty exhaust, clutch, tinted windows. It's his brother's car. Could this be sitting at Earl's and going up and down the driveway? Well, that's what we want to know. That's what we want to know. You sent me an email, Carla. So go ahead. Here, let me unmute you, Kent. There you go.
What?
I don't know. Just unmuting you. What do you think? I mean, I'd like to have the link where this post was found. So Rob.
I didn't get that from Rob.
No, but the person that posted it was Rob.
Well, I think Rob sent it to somebody that's in chat. He might have,
Okay, let's take a
because
look.
that's where I got it from somebody that's in chat. I don't know if he wants me to say, but that's right, Rob. Lobster Man, we live in Western Pictou County.
Yeah.
Tyhee, Northern Nova Scotia? No. Western Nova Scotia, Northwest Nova Scotia is at the New Brunswick border. Northern Nova Scotia is heading to PEI, due north. The ferries travel almost due north until they turn into Wood Islands. Oxymetalis says it's a very old ad. And yes, we know it's an old ad.
You know what? Thank you, Carla. I'm not going to put that one up, Carla, because that one's like, when you see it on Google Earth, that doesn't seem accurate for that one at all. But you know what? I will check with someone about that for sure. And we'll talk about that one next time. Or unless they know this time. Okay. 1 second here. Thanks
Marie
again.
Antoinette said she can send you the link for that.
Oh, can she?
Well, I think that's what she's referring to. She said I can give you the link. Hold on.
Yes. Okay, well, atcrimingshame@gmail.com. Okay, we're gonna get this shit. We're gonna get it right. Charmaine, you doing okay over there? How's your charging going on?
Yeah, I'm good. My phone's not charging well at all, but I'm still here.
Okay. Well, I mean, if you need to go, because I mean, I know you're, waiting for your daughter to pop a kid out.
She's going to become a Grammy again.
Yep.
She's currently bouncing on a ball. She's 3 centimeters and her water has broke. So slow going, but we'll get there.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I know that you're having to use your phone, and I know how fast iPhones rain.
That's why she can only see 2 comments, because I can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 at a time.
Well, it's this co-host setting, so everything is different on mine, Kent. I can't.
Oh, okay then.
Yeah. But no, I'm fine.
You get the head screen.
Okay, Charmaine. Okay. Hey, Thumper. Okay, so thank you guys for everything. Back from Tim's. Don't make me jealous right now, Micmac. Tim's is like right there. Starbucks is right beside it on there. Who's Rob? One day ago in that, Sunny. Yeah, I don't know. It was somebody sent it to Kent. It's somebody that made a post on obviously a previous video and stuff like that. So again, we're just here to find the truth about Jack and Lily. What vehicle was traveling 3 times round trip, about 25 to 35 minutes each way on there? But that's on Earl. So thank you for sending that as well. Now, I am going to go back to the map again. 1 second here. Wish somebody would have told me I had Earl's place wrong. Daniel, thank you. Damn you, Daniel. 1 second. Stop screen. You couldn't tell me, could you? No. It's okay. It might have taken us a little longer, but we got there. Okay, hold on. No, we don't want image file. Oh, by the way, again, for anyone who hasn't seen it, where is it? Let's see. Where is it? I know I have it. No. I was going to show. Why can't I find it? I got too many pictures, but you have to squeeze your eyes. Anyway, forget it. I'll come back to that. Let's go back to Google Earth share screen.
Marie Antoinette said she sent it.
Okay, I'll take a look here. Now, let's see. I want to check something else out. 1 second, please. Well, Ken, just fill space for a minute, okay? Just fill space for.
Yeah, Lobster Man, don't get her started on that one again. We've already had that discussion. If you go the way the crow flies, it's west, but no, P, that, like I say, that's a real old ad, but the only reason why we looked at it is because if that car was still around, it would probably definitely be a standard. That's the only reason why it even raised. And there's no way to confirm that it did or didn't sell. Even if the ad was taken down, you don't know. So I'll give you another little update. I know the items that were being donated for the sound auction, we kept them coming, and we're going to be doing an online auction. And Janice is tied up this week and next week, but then so right around the end of the month, somewhere either just in maybe early the first week into September, we have quite a few items that were donated that we'll be having a online auction on. And once again, that money is to pay for the installation of the buddy benches if we don't get them services donated, and printing missing person awareness materials, and any leftover monies at the conclusion of the case will be donated to Brown Search and Rescue. Yes, little mama, it would be nice to know if that car, it's a Subaru Impreza, I think the ad said. That's why I say that.
This picture, though, is from 2021. Thank you so much for sending that, though.
Yeah, well, that's why we said it is an old post. We have no way of that knowing if that car was still around or not.
Yeah, 1 second.
But it is a Subaru, so even if it's not being driven, it likely didn't
Right.
rust into the ground. But
That's right. And
Who
1
has
second.
the
What's your name?
Kent, who has the Kia?
the Sportage, people are saying that's what I was calling the Jimmy of Darren's. Is that's what Darren was driving when it like blew up on him, prigged up. That's supposed to be for sale now. Darren has that for sale on, and it's listed as a Kia Sportage.
Oh.
But I was almost sure it was a Jimmy when he was here, but the last time he was here, like I say, he's not driving that. He's driving a gold F-150 the last time he was here.
The heck is this? Sorry, I'm just looking at something different. What the heck is that? I'll look at that. I'll come back to that, Rhonda. Okay, but anyway, so yeah, so fuck is that? Actually, I don't know that I want to show that on the live. Last time I showed something on a live that was for a friend that had any sort of blood. YouTube gave me a community warning last time that ever happened. So I don't actually want to show this picture. Yeah, no. Yeah, I'm gonna leave. I'm not gonna touch that, unfortunately. Yeah, the YouTube guidelines, sometimes they're finicky because they have little web crawlers going through. But anyway, let me go back. She sent me 2 links. So that was that one. What's this link for? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Okay. There we go. I mean, it's definitely a standard, which we kind of figure. Here, let me show. Remove this one. Add this one. This one's a good one. Okay. Thank you, everyone. What do you mean, whose blue car? Daniel Martell's. He put it up in 2021. Now, I probably took that screenshot badly. Let me just go back and look at it. Hold on. All right, here, let me take that screenshot better. Save. 1 second. Remove. Yeah, someone said it was Justin's or something like that. No, I don't want to share screen. Image file. Now I can tell I'm getting tired now. Okay. Okay. So you see it's standard right here, but it is from 2021, August 22nd. Does this car still exist? Well, we don't know. So again, someone said it was Justin's car. I think that's a blue car that is in Justin's. Daniel listed it for him. Oh, hey, Rob. There's the Rob we're talking about, Kent.
I don't know. Like I say, I didn't know who Rob was. But
that's Rob right there.
It wasn't Rob that I got it from. That's all.
Mm-hmm. Well,
Rob, don't matter who sent it to me. You probably know.
Yeah. At the end of the day, though, right? Again, we're just trying to search for answers for Lily and Jack. I mean, if the people that were taking care of Lily and Jack can't be honest and whatever, again, the internet, they will be true sleuths and they will search and search and search until they won't give up. To be honest with you,
well, if the people,
unless they want to say
something, we wouldn't be here in the first place, right?
Well, that's just it, right?
Or cared or not saying they didn't care, but
yeah. Well,
because obviously it's negligence of their actions why we're here.
Yeah.
Whoever they may be.
Yeah. I mean, again, right. I mean, this seems to be a big game. Charmaine, what do you want to say? Come on, speak up a little.
This is all just speculation, and 2021 is an awful long time ago to even probably be relevant.
Could be.
But I mean, it is good to look. There's no way that we're going to figure it out if we don't look. So, very interesting. Daniel's watching. So, how about you just let us know? Is this the car or isn't it?
Well, I mean, Danny, you can change your mind on this one. It's not like you haven't changed your mind before on what you've said. So, do you want to now correct yourself and say that there was a vehicle there between 12 to 5 in the morning, 6 times, 3 trips? Right? Again, we wouldn't be here if the truth was being told, but it's not, and it's being hidden, right? Now, the rest of it is speculation. You know, let me put it this way. If I was in their shoes, in my opinion, I'd be looking over my shoulder. I'd have like freaking 8 eyes in the back of my head, just wondering when that police vehicle just might hypothetically pull up and be like, you know what? You're under arrest. Because people don't lie when the truth is being told, especially about children. You want to lie about, oh, you were sick to go to work or something like that, fine. But you don't fuck with children. You don't fuck with cats. You don't fuck with animals, but you don't fuck with children. And you don't play games. So why are we here? Why are we here if the truth is being told then? Because it's not. So, again, I'm only interested now, for the most part, in the 12 to 6 timeline. And I say 6 because obviously the children were called into school. Don't believe in their timeline whatsoever for the rest of it. I find it just, again, I'm not going to, myself, this channel, I'm not going to keep talking about something like 100 times over. It's boring, right? So people that haven't watched or don't know about the case, go back and watch all the umpteen videos on this case, and you can hear about how their timeline doesn't make sense based on their own words. Thanks as well for correcting on where Earl Martell lives. So Earl, apparently that wasn't the place. So we'll ignore those 2 black cars. This could be nothing at all, right? It is an old post. This car could long be sitting in a junkyard or have been sold, right? I mean, nice color blue, by the way. I enjoy the blue. But again, just going to keep searching for the answers, because the answers will lie when, again, so if Maleyha told Alana, which told Belinda, that Daniel, remember Mr. Daniel, the non-meth user, was basically high as a kite, stayed up all night. And gee, I wonder why. Why would you stay up all night? I kind of, in my head though, I do wonder, are the doors closing in like fast? Do you feel like the walls, your living space is just kind of closing in like this? Or, perhaps you could just, I don't know, tell the truth. One of the two. Have some sort of conscience for these children, Jack and Lily. Look at these little babies, right? Imagine all the fuckery around these 2 children. I don't have much more to say. How old is Daniel? He's 34. Oh, besides, I listened to Wade's video again yesterday. There was certainly a lot of shit to be said by Wade. Sometimes you have to listen to things 1, 2, 3 times and all that. And I think a lot of what he said was very truthful. Again, to do with the children. I want to say this, though. A lot of stuff doesn't always come out. I never told anybody when I was in my first abusive relationship that I was being abused, right? I maybe said it 1 time or twice max, not even to my own family, right? Just within his family. But, it was only when I left when I really actually opened up and said what was going on. Before that, it was embarrassing to talk about. Just didn't like to put my shit out to the world, stuff like that. But anyways, if you guys haven't listened to the Wade interview on Tint's channel, again, I would recommend go listen to it again, right? Go see all the stuff that's been said about these children and their lifestyle. I remember Wade, he definitely made a few comments, but one that really stuck out was like, why Maleyha? Like, why didn't you do your dishes? Like, you got kids, You need to keep a clean house, and take care of kids properly. Kids deserve nothing from the best. Your house can look like a hellhole on the outside all at once, right? As long as the roof is over their head, there's not dripping water coming through, there's food in the fridge, and that they are taken care of properly, right? Not everyone needs to live in a mansion and stuff like that or have a big house. It just has to be a well-kept house. And that death trap of a backyard for these children, why didn't you clean that up when the children were there? Living at a pigsty and stuff like that. Every time I see cases like this, I just want to adopt these children myself and be like, you know what? You want someone to love you and care about you properly? Come, I'll take care of you. Anyways, go ahead, guys. Pouring here now. I think it's gonna rain here too. Go ahead. Is Kent muted? Or Kent, I'll unmute you first. There you
Yeah,
go.
we got no rain yet, but it's one big flash of lightning just was out there, but we don't need that unless we get some rain. Yeah, that's what I said from the start. Like, if these family members weren't speaking, we would have had to start repeating ourselves long before now. And all we can do is hope that they get the answers and solve the case.
Agree. If the family hasn't been talking, then we'd have nothing really to talk about. But imagine if they weren't talking lies, how much further we'd be. I mean,
Well, can they talk without telling lies? Like, can you tell me one member of the immediate family that has said nothing but the truth? So help them God.
nope.
I can't.
Belinda.
She's I know what you're saying. She is an immediate family member, but she's been out of their lives. But like she said, if she would have seen them in the last 16 months before this happened, she might have been able to detect some of the signs that she was told about afterwards. So you can't blame her on that one.
Mm-hmm. Kent Corbett 81 at gmail.com. Kent, go ahead. Talk about these.
Yeah, I'll say the signs again. $20 each for the 2x2s, double-sided. We'd like to be able to get 2 or 3 more 4x4s once we have some donations and put them in strategic locations. They're a couple $100 a piece plus tax, so you're talking $218. I think it comes to actually with tax. And like I said earlier, that was one of the when I think you were gone to the bathroom, Sonny. That was another question that the reporter asked. She said, "Why did you get the idea with the signs?" And it's because the flyers are good, but they're mostly going to be seen by walkers.
Yeah.
The signs gives the traveling public by vehicle a chance to be reminded, trigger a memory, think of a clue if you're somebody from the community, and bring Jack and Lily home.
Absolutely. You guys, we have 459 likes. Do you think that before we get off here in just a few minutes that we can hit 500? Can we do 500?
Well, I'm going to step down. See you all later. Have a good night. I'll hit the like on the way out.
All right. Night, Kent. Go ahead, Charmaine. What about the other grandma? Why isn't she looking for the children? You talking about Cindy Murray? Well, that's a good question as well. Because regardless regardless with these children. Oh, sorry, Kent. Let me boot you. Where is he? Boom, boom, boom. Kick from studio. Kick guest. Well, again, that's kind of a good question. I don't know. The answer to that, I wish I did, because no matter what, even if these children are out there, right? Not my train of thought. You want to be, of course, putting out posters, bellowing from the rooftop, using the news, using all your advantages, whether they're dead or alive. You would be wanting to do both. So the question we always have is, why is this not happening? Right? Why are we not seeing this? Is it because they know, what happened to the children? Why is Maleyha, like I said, I asked her some questions. One thing I found strange, Charmaine, and I do want to talk about this. One thing I found strange in Maleyha's answer was, I said, and I know Belinda has asked her this as well, about Daniel doing something to the children. Do you think he could hurt the children? No. Her answer was no. So you're telling me from this abusive, controlling relationship, and about black eyes, and about, the comments about even Maleyha saying about Jack, and even Darren speaking about how Daniel picked on Jack and stuff like that, that equates to no?
Well,
Doesn't that seem like
a lie?
Yeah.
Absolutely it does. But how are we supposed to know which one is the lie and which one is the truth?
Mm-hmm.
There's, I think, good reason to believe that he was abusive, and that if somebody is willing or capable of, quote unquote, picking on a 4-year-old child, that's not a very far leap from maybe a slap a little too hard, or a kick or a push that goes wrong, like more, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not a far leap. So I think my opinions on Maleyha saying that she doesn't think he would harm her kids might be denial, maybe, or purposely covering up without realizing that she totally just, outed him like 2 minutes later in that same conversation. Like, you can't put much stock into anything either of them say. And I'm throwing Janie in the mix.
Sunny, if Maleyha knows that Dee may have done something, she may still be living in fear. We don't know. Yeah. Also, if there's any threats behind it, to speak. She's likely afraid of Daniel. Sorry, I'll go back to this one. If we find out if she said yes. Yeah, but she doesn't have to say yes to that. She can still pro-advocate for her own children. Right? Sunny, Shar, and Kent, thanks for all you do for Jack and Lily. Here, I'll turn my camera back on, because we're going to end this live right quick. You're in my prayers every night for your grandbabies. Again, the timeline I'm looking for is 12 to 6, that vehicle in there. So I'll use sleuths out there that want to dig. Keep digging. We might have answers before the RCMP do, for all we know. All I got to say is, you know what, just give us the files. Hand them over. We'll take care of it. And then you guys can go arrest.
Yeah, we got it from here. Thank you.
We got it. Exactly. We got it from here. Okay. Again, the internet, when you want to fuck with it, when you want to toy with it and play with it, don't be surprised when, like what you're doing now, is acting like you're hiding, which you might not be speaking at the second, but trust me, you'll come back. But you're watching. You expect people to keep buying into your bullshit. You're hiding at this moment or pretending to hide. And why would you do that? Again, this isn't one of these things, Daniel. I'm speaking to Daniel right now, obviously. This isn't one of those things, Daniel, that people are just going to forget all your BS, right? And that you can somehow magically turn this around in your favor. You feel like you are telling the truth to everyone, but yet we can sit there and go over all your inconsistencies, yours and Maleyha's, and the whole timeline and Janie's and everybody else. We can sit there and play this game all dang day, right? But the bottom line is, you're the one to come out of your mouths of what you guys have said. And again, if you guys were all telling the truth, we wouldn't be sitting here to this day, sitting here trying to be the voices for Jack and Lily, because we would have known the truth by now already if that was being told. But Daniel, he wants to sit there and go, say like, hey, you know what, you guys, I'm speaking the truth and nobody's believing me. It's like the boy that cried wolf, right? That he cried wolf too many times and then nobody believes him anymore.
When he was telling the truth, nobody could believe him.
Mm-hmm. Thing was, he did have people like even us that were actually, believing that, what, okay, he's doing things that, what typically would happen in a missing persons case. The mom's acting abnormal, but okay, you know what? She buggers off and goes, lives with her mom or grandma, whatever. And then next thing you know, Daniel's sitting there. I'm going to keep this in the forefront. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this. Amongst all that, we hear how amazing Daniel is. I mean, Janie, of course, right? Her son wouldn't do anything wrong. Maleyha, she could have left Belinda. She could have come seen the babies. All this stuff that Janie wants to say. All this stuff that Janie wants to say about clearing up rumors. Nothing about that interview spoke about Jack and Lily, about the truth for Jack and Lily, or fighting for Jack and Lily. It just spoke about clearing them own stuff. What does that tell you? What does that tell you? Like mother, like son, right? Two people that are so full of the perception of what others think that that's what they care about over the sake of Jack and Lily, And it's too bad.
Well, I mean, Daniel does say all the time that he's the only one fighting for Jack and Lily, but then he doesn't do anything to help find Jack and Lily at all.
He comes online, spreads his bullshit. Absolutely. Yeah. I guess how many times, right, is he in here? Again, Daniel, what do you expect? You did this to yourself. Nobody did it to you. Everyone just pointed out all your lies and inconsistencies. Nobody forced you to have these inconsistencies or outright lies. Nobody. I got to find that one picture. Hold on a second.
Literally, nobody was even asking questions some of the times when he'd show up in live chats.
No.
They were asking questions, but he'd just throw these odd comments out. And I mean, we're so quick with our screenshot finger that, not only could it be taken out of context, he's posting it out of context.
Yeah.
Like he wasn't even paying attention to the conversation and just wanted to put something out there for whatever reason.
Yeah. Just 1 second. I'm just gonna grab something.
We want to find out what that car is, though. That, I think, is going to be a huge piece of the puzzle.
Might not tell us exactly where Jack and Lily are, but it's going to be a huge piece of the puzzle. Absolutely. We're almost there, guys. I feel like we're 85% there. And now we just need to figure out this time slot between 12 to 5 and the vehicle and the direction of the vehicle. That would be great too. Uploads. 1 second here.
Well, personally, I think that house, the neighbor, it would have had to be going past that neighbor to get to 1407.
I think so.
That's my opinion, because that's the only way that they would know how long intervals were completely and kind of where the sound was ending or slowing down to turn in. You know what I mean? So That's the direction. Whatever direction that is, northeast, southwest, I don't know. But driving past that place and back, that's the direction, in my opinion, it would have been traveling.
Thanks. Absolutely. Absolutely. Christina Suave. Rico Suave. Is that your husband? Rico Suave. Christina. Thank you so much for the super chat, super sticker. You ladies are doing an amazing with this case. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for appreciating. We thank you guys too for everything that you guys are doing. But yeah, we do a lot of hard work for this case. Yeah, that one people can't take away from us. Fighting for Jack and Lily. If that's a crime, well, arrest me now. Right, Daniel? Just say it.
Honey, it's the best true crime fighter on the planet.
Where's your cape?
I don't have one. You need one.
No. We do want to say thank you to this person that is sending a lot of information about the Mackenzie side of the family. Unfortunately, stuff like that, unless there's receipts to back up that they are actually attached to the family, we won't show it, but we appreciate your love for the channel and the information that you are sending. If any of it does become relevant to put it on the channel, we will. But I read almost all of it, pretty much all of it, to be honest with you. So we do want to thank you.
Yeah, and I mean, the articles are legitimate. They're actual articles. These people with the last name Mackenzie did do some wrong, but there's absolutely no way to prove if they're related to Janie's side of the Mackenzies. We know that there's at least 2 different Mackenzie families that are not related at all in that area. At least 2. So there has to be a nexus. There has to be a connection before we can even consider it being relevant. And like I said, there were like a number of articles about some pretty bad people around Halifax that had the last name Martell, and like we found out it was no relation to Daniel's family or to Earl's side of the family. So thankfully we didn't put it out there because it had nothing to do with anything. And that's kind of where we're at with any information that we have, because we're so scared of putting out false information. Because we also know that a lot of other channels and stuff, they do use our content kind of as their source because of the people that choose to talk to us. So if we're putting it out, then it's going to spread like wildfire, and that's the last thing we ever want to do.
Charmaine, how long was I muted for?
Were you talking? I don't know. Must have been a while, because that's the most I've said all night.
Well, did you hear me say thank you to Christine?
No.
Shit. Sorry, Christine. Well, let me go back to that. Christine Suave. Well, first of all, I just said, well, are you married to Rico Suave?
Oh, yeah, we heard that.
Okay, so you did. Okay. Well, you know what? We'll just have like a deja vu moment there for myself. But anyways, don't know what I was saying. Sorry about that. Every now and again when music's going off or something's going off, I mute myself. Yeah. You know, it's kind of like a normal live thing that I do at some point, that I mute myself. So Micmac, Micmac, the picture that's before you is the one that Micmac did for Jack and Lily. And so again, that's on Kelly's Mountain. So thank you again for everything that everyone does. So I'm just going to show the bigger picture of that. Daniel said he looked after them and did it all. Yes, he certainly did, but not that day. Not that day. Janie said she would always watch them outside, but not that day. Right? She, remember, according to Maleyha, remember, I still don't believe the timeline, but according to Maleyha, not that day. That Janie always calls her, but not that day.
That's why I ask, why are we breaking the routine? Why that day?
Why not go shopping with brother Ron?
Why that day?
Why not that day? You know, how is Daniel barely in a deep sleep and not hear the kids out back? But not that day.
20 minutes, you guys, 20 minutes. These children were supposed to leave. They literally vaporized because no vehicle was heard.
Yeah.
No scent was picked up.
Nope.
They literally vaporized from possibly the end of the driveway.
By Janie's. I don't know if Janie realizes, the smart intelligence that she does truly offer and great insight when she says that there's no way a random person came or that they're in the woods. She basically said it's family, right? That it's family. And now twist spin within this 10-minute time frame when she comes out going, Daniel, you've been yelling for 10 minutes now, Daniel. But you know how Janie would say it. Daniel, how are you? Daniel, get your ass down here. Daniel, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right? So you can't imagine for 10 minutes that Janie sat her butt in her, trailer there with hearing Daniel scream. Now, again, Daniel's own words says 30 seconds. 30 seconds he went up, right? So remember, Janie says she heard Daniel calling Jack and Lily, right? 10 minutes. So Daniel, there's not you getting into a vehicle during that time. It's you up to the fort for 30 seconds while Maleyha is being titless on her phone, according to you, right? Oh, no, wait. Is that the time that she actually was on her phone? When you came out of the 30-second thing, right? So how, if Janie heard, Daniel calling Jack and Lily, and then all of a sudden, next thing you know, Daniel bolts off checking all the culverts and all that stuff. So at what point did this all happen again? Can you just get your story straight? Because not one piece of it makes sense at all. Like I said,
I was going to say, even get a piece of it straight so we can start to puzzle together just like little by little.
Yeah, but why don't we just go to where the truth lies? In our opinion, in our humble, modest opinion. Because we're just dumbass suckers with lollipop written on our foreheads, right? Because we're supposed to. Oh, hey, there she is. So, Ruscan 9200. Of course, she has the new song out. Well, we'll play the piece of it. Okay, Ruscan. So it's 2 songs now that she's done for Jack and Lily. The second one is going to be the ones that people have done stuff for Jack and Lily, asking you guys to complete rocks for Jack and Lily. So there's people that have done a painting and stuff like that. We'll put it to the new song at the end of August. To Ruscans, we played your song, but you know what? Since she's here, let's give her some love for the beautiful song. You guys, the link to her channel is in the video description of this live. Hello, Jack and Lily. Beautiful song again. Beautiful song. I love them both. But here, let's play that little piece. Now, this isn't the full song. It's just a sampling on there. So let's do that. Gotta appreciate people that care so much about cases to literally write poems, do things, do up signs like Janice and Kent and stuff like that. Have Betty Boop over there. She's delivering them all to the people and stuff like that. So just give me a second here. Share. No, I don't want to hit share. I want to hit video file. Video file. Remember, this is just a rough taste. But again, thank you for all your love and, writing these beautiful songs that I'm able to use. Okay, so is this it? I think it's this one. Yeah.
In the woods where shadows lay, Jack and Lily went to play. On a rainy May afternoon, now we whisper hope soft too. Echoes of laughter fill the air, but where are they? We stand in prayer. Oh, Jack and Lily, where have you gone? We'll hold on tight through this endless storm. every prayer we send your way. Hundreds gathered hearts so strong.
Okay. So again, Jack and Lily, another beautiful song written by Rochelle McDonald. Again, the link to the description of her channel is in the live. It's in every live. You guys can go back to any one and it's there on this. Again, just bless. Another beautiful song. I want to use this one, like I said, at the end of August. These are some samples of rocks, as you guys can see. So again, keep fighting for answers for Jack and Lily. Again, so whenever you guys see Ruscan that's the one that wrote this beautiful song for Jack and Lily, as well as Come Home, Jack and Lily. And again, beautiful songs. What can I say? Beautiful, 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 beautiful. Now, I even forget what I was talking about before we did this, to be honest with you. I was going to say something. Oh, I know what I was going to do. So thank you so much again for that. Appreciate. Okay. Then I wanted to, did I take it already? Oh, I think I was, got to get rid of some of these pictures. Remove. Got too many things up. Remove. 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 I'm clearing the spot. Had too many things up. It only lets you put up 10 things. Image file. Okay. So again, something that no, is that the one? Yeah, this is it here. Okay. So you guys know on the left-hand side, that's a true pink blanket. Okay, it's not a bright colored pink blanket. That's the pink blanket. So again, I want to go back to this. Okay, so amongst all the other things that we've been pointing out consistently, just to make people understand, because some people you need to like hammer it into their heads. Sorry, Belinda, about that. No pun intended on the hammer thing earlier. But anyways, is this that again? Got to repeat yourself sometimes. Some people that haven't watched this are new to following the case or doesn't watch the channel too much and stuff like that. Sometimes you got to repeat yourself because you want people to understand what's going on here. This is the blanket, okay, a piece of the blanket that Daniel and his mother, right? Because remember, Janie told Daniel, you know, you don't want to make that garbage bag too heavy. Daniel claims that somebody came in. Now remember, this blanket is what was in the garbage, right? This is piece 2. Remember, the blanket was torn. That somebody from Maleyha's Brook side of the family, right, planted this. Because Daniel says it wasn't there in the morning when his uncles and him were searching. Daniel never corrected me when I showed him the other picture that was ribbons, because it looked like a ratty kind of blanket. Right? And that's what was kind of put out there. Right? But this is the blanket. So can you imagine forgetting that Lily owned this blanket a week later, considering you're the one that put it in the garbage can? And that somebody planted it against you? Who says that shit? In my opinion, a guilty person does. Definitely not an innocent person goes around going, yeah, you know what? I'm just going to lie. That's not Lily's blanket. Because if I tell the truth, then they're going to now think that I did it because these people from the Brookside just planted it against me. In what
Just such
world?
hogwash.
Well, just in what planet did we derive from to believe the malarkey about that? Like, seriously, come on, guys. You know, when people want to sit there and go, you know, oh, you know what? I think I just feel like I want to say sorry to Daniel right now. Sorry for what? Sorry for him lying to us? Sorry for him telling inconsistencies? Sorry, Daniel. I'm so sorry that you lied to us. I'm so sorry that you're full of shit. I'm so sorry about that you did it to yourself. I'm so sorry. Maybe I should go give birth to another bucket of chicken. You know, honestly, I feel like I should. But it's just such ridiculousness. So whenever people want to give these kudos or, to Daniel, sorry, I don't know where your heads are thinking. If somebody literally lies about a blanket that he literally put into the thing and acts like Maleyha Brooks' family put it there to blame him. Meanwhile, oh, let me plant this against Daniel. Oh, and then somehow that miraculous story in the morning is going to hold any weight about Maleyha hiding these kids. It's so absurd. And I just don't understand. Like, no, I'm not even going to go there because honestly, I can't fix stupidity, but I can certainly put out the facts of the information. So, fact, that's the blanket. That's the blanket that Daniel lied about. That's the blanket that he claimed 3 weeks later, then was Lily's, right? The shirts, Maleyha, he doesn't feel like they're planted anymore, right? Manila, I was going to say Manila. Maleyha, she wants him to scratch and sniff to think of Daniel because Daniel thinks that now that he's thought about it, it's just a memory of Daniel that Maleyha has, right? Whenever I want to think about a controlling, abusive relationship, based on Maleyha's words, whenever I want to think about that, I'm definitely going to throw you underneath my pillow every night. Oh, yeah. What a great scent. Love it. Not likely. Again, I'm not going to sit here and say sorry to Daniel for nothing. Well, no, not going to say it. I'm going to say thank you. Thank you for showing us all your inconsistencies and your mysteries and your outright lies. Thank you for what does Daniel not realize that the less he spoke, the more that there wouldn't have been so much tension on his butt? But he doesn't realize that, right? Because he's a narcissist to my eyes.
Which blows my mind. How can he not? How does he not realize what he's done? Like the damage he's caused.
I know.
To his own reputation.
Well, that's just it. I mean, Daniel, it's so ridiculous, but I know we can poke fun at you all day long, but it's not funny, really. It's not funny at all.
The only thing that I found a little bit comical in the messages that he sent to you
KFC
was
bucket?
when he said that he wanted the integrity of his character to remain intact. To remain intact? Integrity?
Right.
What? Sorry, buddy, but that's long gone.
Well, let's, what? I want to take a stroll a little bit down, just a little bit down memory lane here. Let me just, 1 second. Give me 1 second. It's just, I just don't understand how Daniel thinks that he can still save face at all. Right? Because he's watching and he's wondering how we're all idiots that aren't believing in him. How could he keep, it's the kid that cried wolf. That's what you've done to yourself. You've boxed yourself in your own corner. Checkmate. Right? Checkmate. So now it becomes about 12-5, that vehicle. But let me just remind you, Daniel, of some of your comments. Let me just go here. No, not projects. Well, I'll open up this here. Just give me a second. Bear with me, you guys. I just want to remind you of some of the comments. Let me just go to them. Hold on, and then I'll pull it up. Sorry, I got so many things, but let me just go down to some of these beautiful comments. Okay, let's see here. Okay, stop screen, share screen. We'll go up to this. Let's see there. What does this one say? Oh, this is when he's having an argument with Haley, Maleyha's step sister. Okay, this is when he's having an argument with her in the PM. How can you say things that you can't even back up? And then, oh, wait, actually, this is different. Okay, this one's actually different. I'm going to take this one off because that's about the whole, the drug time, about the argument. That's about the argument on there. Okay, hold on. Here we go. Okay. She will go as long as she can, but will crack after her mental health is put to the test exams. I'm saying, guess what? I'm saying too much. Good night, Missy. Thank you. Good night, Missy. Thank you. Whoever has to get going. I know it's another long live. People are going to be like, what? I can't go through all that. That's okay for the people that are here and stayed, and stayed throughout the whole live. But I just want to share with you. I just want to take a stroll down memory lane. Okay. So this is Daniel talking about Maleyha, but he's saying too much. Delete. Okay, here we go. I believe they are alive, right? That's what he told Charmaine. Cindy, not poor Maleyha, but Cindy had everything to do with it at first. I believe they are alive, and Maleyha knows who drove them off the property. Was that during your bad timeline? Yeah, crock of shit. Maleyha, right? She'll crack soon. That Maleyha. How about, who's the one that's looking like a cracker jack? Maleyha or you, to be honest. Okay? Hold on. Not one person in her family speaks to bring the kids home. Daniel, it's all about you again there, isn't it? Okay. No one knew. It started after Meadow was born. Hold on. Let's go back to the math problem. The one that when she was getting induced, Maleyha said in her own words, and you were doing math, and that was a couple of years ago, basically, almost now, because she's 20 months, so let's say, right? That she found out that you were doing math right before. Let's go back to then. But okay, your words, no one knew it. It started after Meadow was born. He's talking about, of course, what do you call that again, Charmaine? Postpartum depression. Postpartum depression. All right, hold on. Okay, no one knew. Okay, let's go to this one. Okay, here we go, guys, right here. Here we go, inconsistency right there. She also said the kids are in the woods. Stupid me believed it. All right, maybe I misquoted when I said dumbass. She also said the kids are in the woods. Stupid me believed that. And I searched. I feel like I'm doing a movie trailer right now, in this movie starring Daniel Martell, the solo artist who has done everything in this search for Jack and Lily. Not only has he scaled the highest mountains in the world and walked on water, yes, folks, he almost died 2 times that we know of. There could be more, but we don't quit. And I feel like the credits are going to roll, and we're going to be like, produced by Daniel Martell, whatever. Anyways, she also said that they are in the woods. Really? Because you said that you went and told your mommy that the children were in the woods, right? Your mom said, well, where's the kids? And you're like, well, I'm just going to tell my mom that they're in the woods. Now, Janie says, don't forget. Now, one time do we hear Maleyha said, I say that they're in the woods. In the messages to Belinda, right? Now, that's after her and Daniel are talking whatever. She says, I didn't think that they would run off on me. They never go into the woods unsupervised. We think that people might have picked them up, right? But Janie says, I come out, I see Maleyha. I ask her, where are the kids? She's like, they're missing. The first thing Janie thought that she would do was go into the woods. Daniel says, she also said the kids are in the wood. That's not what Daniel said. Daniel said, your mom asked you where your kids are. They're missing, in the woods. At no point did any of this did Maleyha say it. Like, besides in a text message. Okay? So, again, good fight, Daniel, to your own words. And Janie, suck on it. Okay. Let's see what else. Okay, so he did say here, my brother and wife and family do not live here. That was some clarification. What's this one here? Whoops. No. What's this one? Oh, is this one of those ones? Oh, right. Here's Daniel. I defended because she had Meadow and her mental health affected Meadow. You can respond with an emoji, but is RCMP looking at her as a person of interest? Don't tell RCMP that. Don't tell anybody that. I'll just use
Wait,
an
what is that? What? I can't read that small. Did Daniel say that?
So Daniel said, I defended because she had Meadow and her mental health affected Meadow. Amy, some person named Amy, says, you can respond with an emoji, but is RCMP looking at her as a person of interest? So he uses many emojis.
Wow. I've never seen this one before. That is, that's really good, Daniel.
Yeah. Shh. Do not tell Maleyha. Do not tell Maleyha that, Daniel. You know, that she's a person of interest. Shocker. Shock. You don't think you're a person of interest at all, Daniel, because you're buddy with the RCMP? Yeah.
He really doesn't. He truly doesn't.
You guys, if I haven't showed it before, I got way too many things to remember, to be honest with you. I mean, I got the argument with him and Haley, the stepsister, as well, from when they were in the PM group, right? And Daniel's basically like to Haley, you shut up, Haley, and I'll shut up, type of thing, right? And it's kind of like, you know, just him playing his games, trying to be in control and shit like that, right? And that's after the video came out with Wade. That argument went off in the PM.
Yeah, that was the next day.
Yeah. So what else do I got? Okay, so you haven't seen that one. There you go. Came from It's a Crime and Shame. Okay, wait. Oh, don't forget about this one. Don't forget about this one. No violence ever. At all. Maleyha used to hit me. Yeah.
So isn't that violence?
Right? No violence ever. What he meant to say was no violence ever from me, but Maleyha. Again, always Maleyha. Isn't it just amazing how much Maleyha must have been like? I mean, I ain't gonna give her kudos for, you know, certain things, but God, at this point, she must be at the bottom of the barrel of swamp and scum. You know, according to all Daniel's comments. I mean, she's lazy. She's on her phone all day. Well, I mean, this might be very true, though. But
he's not going to talk negatively about her, though. He doesn't want to put her in a negative light.
No. Doesn't want to, right? But he loves her so much. Again, meet me under the tap. Drip, drip, waterfall. Anyway, so that's another one. What else do I got? Right. They can't. Then the kids would be moved to a different location. Right. I can't remember what that one exactly was about. They can't tell you. It was something about they can't tell you certain information because then the kids will be moved. Again, so let's just go over this just for a moment again, if we could. Daniel, the truthful man that he is, as you guys can see, he's the one that started this narrative of Maleyha hiding the children, right? Maleyha and Cheryl want to do damage control on Darren once he involved himself, and once he came back and was like, ironclad, Janie, my source, I know the kids are good. I wash my hands of the case because I know the answer. Basically, a big F you to everybody else. But hey, I got my answer. My source is Janie because I sat down with Janie and she's one of the most truthful, persons that you would ever want to meet. Just a stand up chick, blah, blah, blah. Really? How much is she a stand up mother when it comes to possibly her child or her children? Right? How far are you willing to go there, Janie? Lie yourself, perhaps? Just asking.
She would be hysterical if her kids were missing.
Hysterical. I think she would be
Hysterical.
hysterical if she knew that her son hadn't spent any time in the, I don't know, prison system. Again, this vehicle coming, why would this neighbor lie? Why would somebody that knows he doesn't have a healthy past put himself as a target by calling in a tip? Why would he do that? Kent says possible revenge because, it came out about the neighbor. No, well, the neighbor is the one that put out the post anonymously, right? To begin with, that was one of the first things that came out. Now, Daniel says that that's the same person that called in this tip with the vehicle. Again, who am I going to believe? Who are you guys going to believe? Are you going to believe this fabricated nonsense about Maleyha hiding these children? What is the benefit for Maleyha hiding these children? Giving them and saying, hey, grandma, hey, mom, I can't deal with this. Take care of the kids, right? You honestly think she's going to put them in freaking hiding to protect them from what? CPS? And you think that none of this digital data or any instance is going to show this? Again, their own timeline fails, right? If one heard the car, they all heard the car. 3 trips, 6 times. So who are you going to believe? You're going to believe a consistent person that tells lies and inconsistencies? And this is a person that has been misleading you to believe that Maleyha hid these children? I prefer to live in the land of reality and what I'm seeing and what's going on. Okay? Everyone wants to have that wish and hopeful thinking of Jack and Lily. Who wouldn't? Who wouldn't? But then there's the reality of it all. A consistent person that has embarrassed himself to no end with his own words, lies and inconsistencies. And yet you guys are going to take his word? And because remember with Janie, right, Charmaine? It's only when she talked to Darren that it all just clicked in for her.
Yeah, and I'm still waiting to hear what part clicked in because nothing she said matched what he said. Nothing.
Absolutely. Okay, that's about Janie. My kids, yes, great with mine. This one here was, she was going to break that day. She was going to break that day. That's why she made the mistake with Meadow. So I can tell you, because Maleyha did tell me, but I'm not going to tell you guys because that was said in confidence. That's not the reason. That's not the reason at all, Daniel Martell. See, Daniel has this ability to talk for Maleyha, right? To fill in these truthful gaps for Maleyha. Sad thing is, one day the truth again will come out, Daniel. But that's not what Maleyha told me at all. And what Maleyha told me is not even close to what you say right there. But okay, Daniel, we'll just keep believing you. It runs all of this promises. What else? Okay, we know that about the birth certificates. Not one good thing she went on. Oh yeah, right. This is the sensitive Daniel coming out. Sensitive Daniel. Not one good thing. She went on about trauma for the first year, over and over. Yeah, I can guarantee that I did the same shit when I was with my ex-husband from my previous relationship. Yeah, probably about a year to get over the abuse and everything like that. Took about a year. Took a lot of shit out on my ex-husband at the start of our relationship because I wasn't about to be abused or touched or any sort of attitude. I was like, I don't need to be with you. Get the fuck out. Not, type of thing. I could have cared less, right? Because no man was going to control me ever again. No man was going to put their hands on me ever again. Well, that happened latter part of my relationship with my ex-husband and my son, the father of my son on there. But yeah. But Daniel's so sensitive. Meet me underneath the waterfall, Maleyha, where the old Daniel was. Wait, she went on and on over and over and over again. Well, you chose each other, simple as that. You chose each other.
And let me just clarify really quickly. I can't go back and chat, but somebody had made a comment. Daniel was alluding to Maleyha or Cindy hiding the kids when I had my conversation with him.
Yep.
In May, the end of May. So they didn't get that. Things didn't click when Darren told them that the kids were hidden. No.
Correct.
Darren got that information, that story, that theory from Daniel. And ran with it himself. So that it didn't come from Darren. It came from Daniel.
Mm-hmm. And again, right here, it's not her hiding them. Because Maleyha was innocent of all this. Now, of course, remember, they put her putting the kids in a vehicle.
Yeah, no, this is when his story changed for the third time.
Yeah.
His theory.
Yeah.
And this was more recent than the others.
I feel like we're at like 5 or 6 at this point about where the kids are and who's the one that did it.
Where they're, if we include where they're being hidden, then yeah, maybe 5 or 6. But who took them? I think this is number 4.
3, 4.
Yeah.
Yeah. So in this chat, the people that are here, just to ask you, who here still believes the children are hidden? Hit 1 if you still believe the children are being hidden somewhere. And it's okay. Raise your hand, say 1 if that's what you feel still. That's perfectly fine. Kristen, can I ask what makes you believe that they are? Like what would you say is the proof that you believe that? Just to, right?
Proof
just ask.
And perfect and purpose.
Yeah, purpose. Yeah, proof and purpose. And this is just being fair, right? So if you're going to say 1, exactly. Proof or purpose and purpose. What would be the purpose of Maleyha hiding these children or family members? Why? It's raining. Yay. Yay. It's going to be raining here too.
The more rain they get, the sooner people can get back out there and start searching some of these areas that we've all been kind of pinpointing as possibilities, places to search,
Mm-hmm. And same with you, Daddy. Daddy knows best. So Christian says, well, the blanket that's been thrown up and all these little clues that they're dropping throughout their talking.
Who?
Yeah. So Daniel's the one that lied about the blanket.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it wasn't Maleyha. Maleyha said it was Lily's.
And there's no...
But Daniel lied.
Yeah, there's nobody else coming out and talking and saying that blanket was planted.
Only Daniel.
That's coming from Daniel.
Right.
He's the one throwing this stuff out there.
Yeah.
And there's no proof that anybody planted that blanket. He can say that Maleyha's family did it all he wants. But we can say Daniel did it all we want because there's exactly that much proof either way. None.
And so, and not only that, but you think it would be smart that somebody that literally put that blanket in the garbage with his mama, and then sits there and says that it's not Lily's. You think that's wise to any investigation going on, that you would lie and say that? Because obviously you have a guilty mind if you're going to think that it was planted on you, right? That's not normal. So thank you for answering, though. I'm not here to change your mind. But again, if someone's going to ask, we'll have an answer for you back. Again, it's Daniel. Daniel's the one trying to, he's the one telling the lies. He's the one telling the stories. He's the one that's making you all believe. Why are we believing Daniel? Why? He's too inconsistent. He's lying. Why? Okay. Timeline. Crock of crap. Lie. Can prove it. On their own words. Now, the daddy knows best. Belinda 2. CA broken. Again, for the people that are saying 1, why? Why and the purpose? What would be the purpose? I don't think Christine answered that. What would be the purpose? Like, what would be the purpose for Maleyha or family members to hide these kids? And for it to be 3 months and 12 days later. Sit down and analyze the timeline. They got a lot of different inconsistencies. But just like the one kid that went missing recently, the mom did something to him. There's definitely something going on. Absolutely. Right? Absolutely. Of course, the Netflix deal, Squid. Definitely he's holding out for that. Right? If you ever notice my other theory, I asked a couple of chats. They did have the garbage. They did have the garbage that they removed. My question is, what is it ever checked by police? Well, 101 cadaver dogs there, Kristen. 101 cadaver dogs. I think that they flagged that area with that blanket. Let's see here. Drippy says, had to turn off AC so I can hear the beautiful pitter patter of rain. I get it. Enjoy that rain, you guys. Enjoy that rain that's coming out there. Oh yeah, I can't forget about the little thieves too. I think that if the grandma gave someone money so that they were taking it and stealing it, there's a lot of things that are not still uncovered. Absolutely. You got your wits about you. Yeah. I have no idea. I'm wanting to know if he was drugging M. If yes, then no, hiding in my mind. If no, possibly. I don't think he would be drugging M. I think maybe she might be willingly doing it herself, perhaps. We don't really know the answer to that, to be honest with you. Again, 2 relationships, both dealing with drugs. Chances of someone in both relationships, that we know of, not doing drugs themselves, probably not normal. Chances are more likely that they are, if you were to ask me, but we don't know the answer to that. But either way, Maleyha said to Alana that, of course, no one's going to really out themselves, okay? No one's really going to sit there and go like, you know what? Yeah, me and Daniel, we were doing like math every night, right? They're not going to do that. CPS, right? Meadow, all that stuff going on. Nobody's going to do that. But at the end of the day, it's kind of like I said, Maleyha tells Alana, and I asked Belinda myself, right? And that's when I wasn't really expecting the answer or an answer. I just kind of asked her Belinda a couple questions, and then she gave me a couple answers or a couple things that Alana had told her. So I said, hey, can I say these? And she was like, yeah, right? Again, nothing to hide. So anyway, again, it was that Daniel was about 12 o'clock at night, and that she's obviously awoken or whatever it was. I don't know. This is just speculation, but being told from Maleyha to Alana. I don't have receipts on that. I just have Alana telling Belinda that. And it goes with, you know what, honestly, it just goes with the whole line of it anyway, to be honest. But anyway, so that he's high as a kite and that he stays up all night. Now, did she remove herself from the situation? Because a vehicle, if it's going in and out of the yard 6 times, like back and forth 6 times, well, 3 laps. I'll just say 3 trips, which is 6, right, total. And so obviously Janie's going to hear it. Maleyha's going to hear it. We got all this funkiness going on with raking a pool at nighttime when it's, I believe, raining a bit, putting up a fence, the kids, they went to bed, I don't know, 7 or 8, whatever timeline it was. I go to bed just after 12. I turn on Jack and Lily's light at 12. Yeah, you probably turn the light on and you probably turn their lights off, to be honest with you. But anyways, Maleyha says that he's up all night. But Maleyha says that regardless of what Daniel says about her seeing them in the morning, Maleyha says she heard the children in the morning. Those are out of Maleyha's lips. She said that she heard them in the morning. Janie says that she heard them. But when they said that they heard them, is between 8 and 8:30, right? It goes from several times to a few times to 2 times, right? I mean, I don't need to go over all that. Go back to the start of this video. So again, Daniel's up all night. All night. What happened on Thursday? What happened on Thursday? The hard part with Maleyha for me is this, is that if she's giving information to the RCMP, which we've talked about many times, that was the only way I could see her justifying her actions, because that they already know that the children are dead and that they're waiting for the RCMP to basically do their work and kind of solve the case. But Maleyha herself has put herself saying that she heard the kids that morning. Was Maleyha up all night? Was there any sort of altercation that happened? Darren said that he heard that there was. Was it about money? What happened? Did Daniel hypothetically remember? Was Daniel tweaking out and looked at the kids, turned on that light and said, "You guys are fucking up my life"? You guys, but thing is, right? Maleyha still said she heard them in the morning. If Maleyha had never have said something like that, I'd be like, Daniel, dude, come on now. Because we've heard nothing but probably lies why Lily was called in. She was probably called in because of a black eye. We don't even know if that black eye is true. But I mean, hey, Daniel's going to talk about another black eye. Idiot. Right? Yeah, it really is, Belinda. Like Daniel just keeps telling on himself is what he keeps doing. Is truly what he does. But anyways, but denying that he did any sort of, math whatsoever. Liar, pants on fire. Anyways, but anyway, but because Maleyha said that in the morning, right? But so I'm kind of torn about the reason why Jack and Lily would be gone. Definitely not hidden. Trust me. If these kids were trafficked, Maleyha would not have left the next day. Okay? So if we get rid of the morning timeline because it's BS and you can't make something happen that's implausible, okay? Unless they're all standing there waving off the kids, Where's, you don't think that the police would have money to show for that somewhere, somehow? Right? I mean, honestly, why would Maleyha leave? She just hit the jackpot trafficking the kids, her and Daniel. That doesn't make sense at all. At all. Right? But she leaves. She wants to get out of there, she says. Opportunity to get out of there. Didn't want to be there anymore. She was trying to leave a couple months earlier, we know. So why trafficking? Yeah, no. So then it becomes about, okay, drugs, Daniel, Maleyha. What happened that night? Were you guys fighting over money? Did Daniel turn on the lights and, Maleyha lied because she didn't want to lose or risk anything? Did she lie in that interview and say that she heard the kids because she was just saving her own ass, but really actually knows the truth? Right? Again, all I know is 12 to 5. What vehicle was it? To me, Jack and Lily absolutely were harmed, in my opinion, during those hours between 12 and 5, if not before then a bit. Agree or disagree, Sherman?
Couldn't agree more. Sorry, I was answering a message about Streamlabs. Is there any way you can shut that off? Like about the posting links and shit.
What?
Just when people get their messages deleted or whatever because they put their periods in the wrong spot. Like, I mean, I've tried so many times,
No,
and I
because
mean,
then it
it's
will.
a constant thing we have to explain to people, and it's
Yeah.
not the easiest thing to understand, right? Because they're not intending to do what they're doing.
Yeah, but if we turn it off, then that allows them to drop links.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. So no.
Okay.
I'll look into that again, but if you turn it off, then they can put links, and I don't want,
No, I get it.
yeah, obviously that on there. I just want to see if there's a few more because we're in. Oh wait. Oh, okay, Charmaine, come on now. You take this one on for me.
What?
This one.
I can't read it. You have to read it to me. It's too
She
small on my
doesn't.
phone.
No problem. She doesn't have the mental foresight to understand the complex nature of what she was about to do. 2 kids missing at the same time. 1 in a million, Charmaine.
Daniel said that?
Yeah. She doesn't have the. I just want you to take that one on.
Oh, boy.
She doesn't have the mental foresight. Yeah, go ahead.
The mental foresight to understand the complexity?
The complex nature of what she was about to do.
Oh, the complex nature of what she was about to do. I mean, I would personally like to sit down and hear more about the complex nature of what she was about to do. That sounds
I can smell what the Rock is cooking.
utterly ridiculous to me because somebody else doesn't have the mental fortitude to understand the complexity of the situation he finds himself in.
Yeah.
Like, that is the pot calling the kettle black in the dumbest way I've ever heard in my life. There's a bunny rabbit outside.
Mm-hmm. I feel like he just suddenly turned into a therapist here.
He did, and the way he worded his messages to you, the reason why it took him so long is because he was trying to use words that made himself sound smarter, but in reality, some of the bigger words were misplaced and misused. It's just, it was a good try, but a swing and a miss all the way, all day long, swing and a miss.
Yeah, no, I don't think he's bright enough to use the chat GPT yet, to be honest with you. Yeah.
Or like he might know how to use it, but he doesn't know how to use it in context, like everything else in his life.
Right. Yeah.
Like he might say, what does this word mean? But use it in a completely wrong, manner in a sentence or something, which there was a few of those.
Okay, 1 second here. I just want to look at something.
I also heard, and I can't remember if it was you and I that talked about it or if it was somebody that was messaging me at some point, but that like a friend of this person dated Daniel back in the day. And back then, he was, I don't think they use the term a pathological liar, but like he was a guy who would lie just to lie. Like for no benefit, didn't always make himself look great or whatever, but it was just a lie to lie. Almost like the investment thing. Like what are you
Yeah.
investing your money in, and what good does that do you in the current situation that you're in now? You know what I mean? Like your kids are missing and you've been caught in so many lies. So
Yeah.
I mean, I would like to know if you know,
Say goodnight
can't
to
afford
Belinda.
anything. Good night, Belinda.
I'll show one message that she had sent me, just quickly, and then we're gonna head off ourselves. Much to
I've known
do.
people like that in my life. Like two men, one I was with, one I was not with. But they would literally lie about the dumbest shit for no reason. You'd just be talking to them and they'd be coming out with all of this bullshit that was clear bullshit, but you were just like, yeah, that's just Curtis, or you know what I mean? That's just whatever.
Yeah.
But looking back on it, you just wonder, like, why do they feel the need to exaggerate everything they say? It's just bizarre.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Belinda said Maleyha told Lana she had to get her papers filled out for status help. Was another thing that, again, sometimes it's like, it's not like Alana, when Maleyha and that, again, we're talking with Lana before things went south or whatever. A lot to do with that fundraiser.
Oh.
Is that they wouldn't message on like Messenger. It had to be a phone call, right? Now, if that was a phone call, I just would have recorded that right away, to be honest with you. But obviously, Lana didn't know how to do that. So it's just based on words, guys, right? About what Alana's been a big part of trying to, find Jack and Lily, get answers. Apparently, she was talking to Maleyha. This is before I was talking to Maleyha. But the thing is we only got the information that Belinda's passing on, that she remembers Alana saying to her about this. And again, it was about being high, and that he stayed up all night. About that, Maleyha said to Alana that she saw Lily in the morning. She's never said that, but hey, if she said it, she said it. Again, and then
Sorry, she told Alana that?
Yes, that Maleyha told Alana, according to Belinda, Maleyha told Alana that she saw Lily once. Let's get that correct. Once that morning. Sure. All I see is people trying to, when time goes by and you have to go back on your shit, and you're trying to make shit all of a sudden work in the puzzle, like the timeline. They don't have
gaps.
Filling gaps. And that's why Daniel says that his mom now says, swearing on the Bible, that she thinks she heard the kids. She thinks. Who said Alana passed away? Alana didn't pass away. Yeah. Somebody said that. No, Alana's alive and kicking.
So okay.
But
now Daniel is saying that Janie thinks she heard the kids that morning.
Right, thinks.
That's not what we've been told up until this point, and that's what I said yesterday. That right there is what gave validity to the theory the kids walked in the woods, and that's what sent the RCMP into the woods for 5 days, 6 days. So if she thinks, she should be arrested for giving false information to the police.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. That's not, I'm just mad. I'm just mad.
Right. I just want to because it would be on my iPad. I know that. Okay. What's funny a little bit to me is that a lot of people. Someone put out Daniel's last conversations about yeah, Barbara Hughes. By the way, you're behind in the times because we've already played that video. But thank you for sending an email. She says, watched a video from David Pallades, 411. Yeah, so that's old news to us now. But thank you. Okay, hold on. So, anyways, uh, during the live that Daniel made his big post was the same live that we showed you screenshots and stuff. So really, those people were showing those texts as if they were new information the other day. And someone put them out from Daniel's last conversation in the, like his last gung ho in a sense, but that was stuff we were already talking about, you guys. So it wasn't like that was real information that was new, but I know I took a screenshot off of Clutch Them Pearls. Do I still have it? I got too many things, to be honest with you. Oh, there's a cute picture. Well, let me just see here. There was one. I took one full screenshot though. Where did that go? Yeah, like these blue ones that are out there. I mean, that's not even new news. That's just old shit he's regurgitating. Yeah. Was just trying to find. Oh, right. What were we just talking about again? Charmaine?
Sorry, what? I was
What
just,
were-
again, I was in
What
my
were we
messenger.
talking about?
Very exciting. I was just finishing up saying how angry I am at the because if Daniel said that Janie thinks she heard the kids now, I can't believe that entirely because Janie said herself, I heard the kids. So
Yeah,
I don't
she
know what
said
to
it.
believe, but
She
if
swore
that
on it.
is true, that now she thinks she heard the kids, that
Yeah,
enrages me for many
yeah,
reasons, but
yeah,
that's where I left off, and then you were kind of talking about that too, and
yeah.
I had to go into my messenger and I didn't see what you were
It's
talking
okay.
about before or
I'll,
after
I'll,
that.
the thing is that I'm not seeing it right off the top of my head here, but I'm going to show a different one. But the thing that we were talking about was Janie swore, like she swore on the Bible, she swore on everything that she knows that she heard. I mean, all you have to do is go watch her interview,
Yeah.
right? Like in all fairness, but I was sure that because I know that I watched a couple minutes of Justin the other day, and everyone's showing these blue screenshots, and I'm like, well, I mean, I guess it was already information we already put out there, but I guess someone decided to put out Daniel's last conversations as last hurrah to spill some crap before he decided that he was going to go into hiding.
Well, that's what I sent to you, and you said, yeah, we've already gone through that. And I thought,
So, yeah,
well, that's not. It said that this is like his last conversation before leaving all of the
yeah,
Facebook groups. And
yeah.
I hadn't seen it before, so I was like, oh, okay. All right
Because it
then.
was the same shit that he'd already shared with us. So he just was
Oh,
sharing it in a chat, right? So,
I see.
meaning, I'm sorry. So it was the same information that he was sharing with Kent, right? So we had
Oh,
already showed that stuff already.
okay. I see. I see.
Yeah. So just 1 second here.
Yeah, I gotta go back
Um,
into the other room and plug my phone back in.
yeah. I'm just gonna show this one here. Okay. Um,
Just because the grandkids are in bed, so um, I can't have my earbud out unless I'm in the other room. So
yeah. I'm just gonna pull this one up. Okay. I guess Daniel doesn't know the difference between 12 a.m. and 12 p.m. Obviously.
that doesn't surprise me.
Mm-mm. Mm. So around 12 a.m., kids were sleeping. A little while later, I go to bed. I think what Daniel means by a little while later is that he actually didn't go to bed, that he stayed up all night. But Maleyha says, no, no, no. He was sleeping from 6:18 to 9:40, right? The 20-minute time window there. Um, so again, he says he goes to bed. Maleyha marks the kid's absent from school, right? Basically, sleepo. I went to bed a little after. Don't forget, remember he turned on the lights on and off, right? And Maleyha tells Alana, no, he was high as a kite doing meth, basically. Well, that would be assuming because the words that were used were high as a kite. But she says he's done meth, so it's not probably out of realm to think that it was meth. But anyways, but Maleyha says but he was up all night. Now, you have to wonder that though. So if Maleyha is telling Alana that Daniel was up all night, right? So it's kind of like I don't know. It was like one of those little oxymorons there. So he was up all night. So he came to bed at 6:18. What time did he come to bed? 5 o'clock. He slept for an hour during the 12 to 5 timeline. But she says he's up all night.
It is borderline tragic that we don't have screenshots and that this was all on a phone call.
It is tragic for that. No, he didn't say he was up all night. Maleyha told Alana, and I had asked Belinda a couple questions the other night, and she repeated a couple things that she remembered Alana saying to her. And one of the things that was said was that Maleyha told Alana, but does that make sense to you guys? Okay, what I'm asking you is this, okay? Like I said, when we're thinking with our thinking caps on, a neighbor says that between 12 approximately and 5, that a vehicle 6 times, right, back and forth, 3 trips, goes in and out of the driveway. Shocker. Maleyha tells Alana that Daniel's up all night. So it's like 2 plus 2, if true, right? 2 plus 2. So what happened to the kids? Why is Maleyha claiming that she heard the kids? Is she trying to save her own ass that she knows that Daniel or herself have done something to these children? But I think according to Maleyha, she put herself back to bed, right? That she went back to bed and Daniel stayed up all night. Well, how does she know? Did Daniel tell her? Did she not?
No. You would know. I mean, I would know. I mean, I've had that happen before where my partner or whatever didn't come to bed and you wake up and, their pillow's empty, and I would just roll back over and go to sleep because I knew he was probably just sitting on the couch smoking
Right.
weed but, you would know, I think.
So what I can't wrap my head around is if Maleyha, like I said, the only thing I could give Maleyha any sort of, credit to as a mother is if she was giving information to the RCMP, and that would absolutely justify their actions because she knew the children weren't coming back. And when Maleyha says, I just want my babies to be brought home, what does that mean? In body bags? Right? Because you could easily twist that, just like Kent said, well, hidden, Sonny. Right. But that's what I mean. So if Maleyha is claiming that she heard the kids in the morning or telling Alana that she saw Lily once, right? If we go by this speculation, well, one is just as guilty as the other. But did Daniel do something by chance to Jack and Lily? Right? Was there drugs involved? Was there suffocation involved? Speculation. What happened to Jack and Lily between the hours of, let's just say, 11, to me, 11, I'm going to use 11, till 5 o'clock in the morning? Again, separately, Alana was talking to Maleyha, right? And I don't think it would take 2 seconds, but to say, hey, Alana, did Maleyha say this to you? Right? Obviously, we don't have receipts, right? So it's just absolute speculation. And then all of a sudden, we have this miracle car from 12 to 5. So we're being told that Daniel's been up all night by Maleyha, third hand. And then this vehicle, 12 to 5, from a neighbor. If the timeline is watched in the morning, you can't make sense of it. Okay? They don't go back and forth 3 times because they're going, you know what? Let's just traffic these kids. You know what? Let's just make some money off of them. Why not? We don't want them anymore. No. What Daniel wanted was Maleyha and Meadow. But Maleyha left his ass the next day. Tells you right there, to me. Ain't no trafficking going on.
No.
Ain't none of that going on. This is a matter of, well, what do we have that we need to cover and clean up? Janie Reiki, you left 2 boot prints. You know, no other boot prints can be found for Jack and Lily. Right? Just the one set besides the one that's down the pipeline and some blanket that mysteriously, you know, like Daniel says, well, it just grew and flew wings. That, Daniel, or perhaps that you just put that there, right? So that you could say, you know what? Maleyha. Did Maleyha, this is where I get twisted. Did Maleyha, were they fighting that day? Did a child get hurt during that day? And the other one was taken out because of the one that maybe got a backhand and landed and frickin' cracked their head on a coffee table or something, kitchen table or something like that.
I was
Well,
gonna.
Go ahead.
First I wanted to clarify when I said my partner's probably out smoking weed or something when they don't come to bed at night. I'm talking about my abusive ex, not Ian. Ian requires me to tuck him in every night. He doesn't do that kind of stuff. He's a very early, straight-laced, goes to bed, needs to be tucked in, milk and cookies kind of guy. But anyways, sometimes, not often, but sometimes I need to distract myself from this case, but I'm still very much into true crime, and I'll watch Iwu explore with us. And the last three episodes that I've watched have been on cases of children who were who passed away at the hands of their parents. And 2 of the 3 claim to have, yes, hit their kid, and their kid fell back and hit their head, and they put them to bed, and they didn't wake up in the morning. Something like that. The only thing that doesn't kind of jive with me with that, the reason why I'm not thinking that in this case, is because there's 2 little babies missing here. So I'm saying anything is possible except them being hidden. That to me is not possible. I'm not even saying plausible anymore. It's not.
Yeah, it's not even plausible.
No.
It's just not.
No.
It's just not. Drugs are going on in this household, regardless. Based on Maleyha, if Maleyha's saying it, if Haley has said it, Cheryl, you know. Did Cheryl say it? I don't know. Yes, Cheryl said it too. Then, again, Daniel's denying it. Wonder why he's taking drug tests then. I don't know. Because obviously, if you're not doing drugs, But anyways, maybe it's, But the fight is for a meadow and between those two in September.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I'm going to bet your bottom dollar neither are going to get meadow.
That's right. And I would be surprised if any member of their immediate family got her. She may remain in provincial custody for the time being, unless, I have my own speculation in my own head that I don't really want to share, but if I'm right, then we will more than likely see Meadow go to Maleyha before Daniel.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. Right. So, I was going to say something there. I had something just really amazing to say. And it was something to do with Maleyha.
Everything you say is amazing. Stop it.
Go on with your bad self, Charmaine. What was I going to say? Is that, well, at the end of the day, I think that Maleyha still, regardless. All right, if in my opinion, if I was going based on the information at hand, I think that something, of course, happened to one of the children or both of the children. I know what I was going to say. Maleyha was already going to try to leave Daniel. What happened that day? Now, we heard it was about money. That's not a shocker, okay? These people are broke ass. They owe 34 grand to the government, right? Which we've already stated. Anyways, so Wade had said that as well. Not only did he say that, but the people were basically, Maleyha gets money from, Patty all the time. Wade would say, she would get her check, $1,900, and then within a couple of days be asking Patty for more money, right? What were these people doing with this money? Not really sure, to be honest with you. What do you think, Charmaine? Not really sure.
Yeah, I'm sure we don't know. I'm sure we have no idea what the money could have been spent on. I'll tell you what it wasn't spent on.
Wasn't spent on the kids.
It wasn't spent on the kids. It wasn't spent on their own firewood, car insurance,
groceries,
car repairs, groceries, cleaning supplies.
Can you imagine that, guys? Now, their income comes to a halt. Darren said that. Came to a halt. Right, Wade? Why? Because they owe the government money. Okay? It's not because taxes weren't filed. Blah, 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 blah. Right? And so now they're broke ass, pretty much. And Patty, we know, has, even, like I said, I listened to Wade's thing again. And just to hear everything again, it was just such an eye-opener, that when they were... Oh, another thing that was said by Wade. Well, first of all, he said that Patty was never interviewed, that she's never been interviewed. And he also said that whenever... And somebody else said this to me, and I can't remember who, but that whenever they went to the home, that Daniel was never there. Daniel was never there. For somebody that worked 1 day a week, Daniel was never there. So anyways, so in my head, I'm thinking, okay, well, let's see, Maleyha. Let's look at it from Maleyha's side. She claims that Daniel's awake all night. Why would you say that? Why would you say that? Now, this is before this article came out. Remember that. This is before the article came out. But apparently she goes back to bed.
This illustrates my point really quickly about learning things in real time as they happened, not in order of, because you know what I mean? Because say now Daniel, drunk turkey Daniel, is going to come up with this, but he's not going to put it into context that this information was told to Atlanta before the article came out. Instead, he's going to learn that the article came out and then we learned this, and you know what I mean? So that's what I'm talking about when I'm talking about context and timeline and real time learning this stuff. But sorry, Sunny, continue.
No. Daleen says that's not classified. Spectral imaging technology would use drone though on there. 1 second. Darlene says, hey, she would know if he didn't come to bed. So maybe it was Daniel between 12 to 5. He maybe disappeared them. Went to bed afterwards, 6-ish. She knows for sure. For if they didn't, they were both about. Well, again, you know, the end of the day, Jack and Lily to me disappeared between those late nighttime hours of Thursday. Something happened to them. Could have been earlier in the day, right? And then movement happened. This whole crap about raking at nighttime, putting a fence up. I went in, Maleyha was sleeping, right? You know, to me, okay, was there argument about the drugs? You know, what was there an argument? You know, but the thing is, what I can't comprehend is let's just say we tried to favor on the side of Maleyha, and that Daniel did something to the children, hypothetically. Okay. And I want to reiterate right here, right now. Correct. Nobody has been charged. We don't know the answers. But you know what? Thank you, family members, for working towards, thank you, Daniel, for leading us towards the truth with all your mistruths. Because it's all coming out. It's just a matter of time. To me, in my eyes, and my personal opinion. Now, so let's say that Maleyha goes
Our
to sleep.
opinion.
Sorry, my bad. Our opinion. Not so much Kent's, half of Kent's, but our full opinion. And then so Maleyha goes back to bed. You know, Daniel's looking at these children that he loves so dearly, kind of like grandmother Janie, right? You know, the one that Maleyha talks about and Darren talks about, that Jack was picked on, you know, and stuff like that. You know, to me, I'm thinking, well, the children are calling, but say Maleyha said that she was leaving him, you know, like, I'm tired of your meth, tired of your shit, you know, I'm done with it, fed up. You know, she didn't think about this perhaps maybe 2 years earlier, but let's just say she's fed up now, right? Again, women do things and it doesn't make it right. But at the end of the day, they still have to be accountable for what they didn't take the children out of or what they kept the children in, right? It's their own accountability. But so say Maleyha says that she's leaving, right, Charmaine? I think you're the one that actually kind of talked about this more. Go ahead, Charmaine, actually. Do you want to talk about that one? Because I think you were talking about this side more a little bit.
Yeah, like if Daniel got wind somehow, if Maleyha told him or whatever, if he knew that she was leaving, to me, that, I don't know how far you want me to go with it, but
no, go with it. Just go with it. It's just a speculation.
It's total speculation. But like, in my mind, dealing with somebody not unlike Daniel, that's the most dangerous time for a woman who's in an abusive relationship, is when they've decided to leave for good. And if now he's got meadow with Maleyha, then to me, they always want to hold on to what they feel is theirs, their property, their belonging. And they do anything to do that. I was lied to, like, the most astronomical lies to get me to stay. And to me, it's not out of the realm of possibility that creating a situation where a woman needs her abuser, needs her controller, that's kind of how they operate, in that they feel like they're the main supporter. This person can't live without me. And if I create this situation where she needs me, then she'll stay. and we'll figure it out. We'll get past it. And I know it sounds ridiculous on its face, but these controlling men will stop at nothing to get what they want, and we've heard it all too often where women often they lose their lives trying to leave. That's about as far as I want to go with it. But if he knew, that could have set off a chain of events that ended up in either like a tragic accident that was handled so poorly that got way out of control, or something more nefarious. And it's a fact that it's a possibility.
Mm-hmm. Good night, Carla.
Good night,
Thank
Carla.
you.
You were going to bed hours ago.
Mm-hmm. So why she's not telling the truth now? Well, that's just it. If she already knows what happened to the children, right? And she is, so let's just say if she is working, because we already knew from about a month ago at least, that one blood relative is getting updates. Now that was said by our reporter, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. That one blood relative. So it was either Maleyha or Cindy. And the chances are it was Maleyha, like we had talked about, right? Now, again, if Maleyha is working with RCMP, right? And Daniel wants to think that, hey, they're my best buddies, right? So why would she come out if she already knows that these children are not coming back? It would be a matter of recovery of where these children are. No, what is it, Sesame? Sesame.
Before you go any further with that, I don't know that it's a good idea to talk about that speculation right now, just because we've talked about it before, Sunny, and everybody in chat that's following will probably get it. But I've for weeks now, I've been fighting the urge to talk about this on a stream, because I don't want to give anybody a heads up of what could possibly be going on.
Which part?
The part about why Maleyha wouldn't be speaking up or being more public about what she thinks, and if she's working with the RCMP.
I've spoken about this multiple times.
And how Daniel is feeling, and I just,
So I don't want to. Go ahead. Thank you.
I don't want to be helping or hindering anything that law enforcement may be trying to do.
Thank you, Sarah. But what I don't understand, Charmaine, is this has been brought up multiple times, especially by me, about this. Ever since we heard, right, that one person was getting information. I wasn't the one that actually put that out there. I can't remember. I think it was it Belinda? I can't remember now. Anyways,
Belinda.
So I have always said the only way that I could understand Maleyha's actions, and it still holds true, the only way I could give Maleyha any sort of credit at all for what she's doing. Like, to me, I will talk about that myself all day long, because I have always said that about Maleyha. The only one thing that I would even give her a break on is if she was working with RCMP. Now, I've been saying that for freaking months. So that's why I'm confused when you're saying that now.
No, me too. I mean, I've been saying it too, and I've been saying that I believe that that's a possibility, that she's cooperating with RCMP, telling her what she knows. But to go as far as what we've talked about how Daniel is feeling and what law enforcement could be doing or telling Maleyha the reason why she's not willing to talk more, or seemingly even defending Daniel to you.
Oh, that's what it seems like.
It does.
Like I said, for me, I'm honestly, I'm not really feeling I'm on the same page here with what you're talking about at all. Because it was, bottom line was to me is that the only what do you want to say, conceding with Maleyha is if she was speaking with RCMP, that these actions, if the children are not alive, I could understand that. Other than that, I could never understand the actions of a mother doing this. So that I've been saying that forever. So that's why I'm saying, like, that's why kind of where you got me a little bit lost there about,
It's all
obvious.
good. I'm tired. We'll just leave it
Yeah.
at that. I'm just tired.
You maybe explain it to me after or whatever, because I'm just in my head going, wait, right? This is
Yeah, what are
like,
you talking about? It's all good.
okay. Because, I mean, that's the bottom line of it. People wanted to know why Maleyha isn't speaking out, right? Everyone's been very angry and upset how a mother could not speak out, right? But again, to me, if somebody knows the answer, why would they? Why would they? But is that for sure? No. It's just speculation. But bottom line is, I still, for me personally, is that to me, between those late night hours into the morning, is that's when the children disappeared. I want to know. I want people to dig as best as they can to see what vehicle it was that went 3 times. And we're talking about a trailer, first of all. I can't understand how 3 people would not hear a vehicle come up to a trailer and be totally out of it and out of, but we don't know. We don't know the answer. But I do believe myself that there's a driver, whoever was driving that vehicle or people in that vehicle, 3 times back and forth. To me, that reminds me of removal and cover up.
It absolutely does. And I want to say, do you think that, I think it's fair to say that vehicle is not connected to Durwood.
I don't think so.
I don't think so. And I think we're barking up the wrong tree if we're even spending any time talking about it being a possibility, because his involvement started when Patty asked him to go and talk to Daniel, because she knew that there was a connection there between Daniel and Durwood's son from work. So it was after the kids went missing that Durwood even approached Daniel. So I think that you guys would be wasting your time if you tried to track down what vehicle Durwood was driving. I think there's more probable suspect vehicles that we could be looking at.
Yeah, and I also think that, I mean, again, I think people really should get the ATV out of your heads, thinking that an ATV was used. These people work on cars. These people know what a vehicle sounds like versus an ATV. Why? Because they live in the land of ATVs and cars, right? They're not bumpkins. They're not bumpkin city people. They're people that would own ATVs and know the sound, like I said, of this. The ATV to me is a wash. The article distinctly says that the neighbor said it was a car, okay? A 5-speed manual car. Again, I'm not going to keep trying to throw up stuff that doesn't make sense. So for people to try to keep bringing in the ATV like it makes sense, it doesn't make sense, okay? So you think that an ATV went out for 25 to 35 minutes, 3 times back and forth when the vehicle was at Earl's, right? I just think that you're just adding pointless headaches to your brains by even remotely trying to twist it back to an ATV. Go ahead if you want. I'm here for, facts, not fiction. Meaning, it would have sounded great, ATV, if the person didn't live out where they do and would know a car. I would know a car. I would know the difference between an ATV. I've been on ATVs plenty of times. I know the difference when I hear an ATV versus a car. So it's one of those things. Why are people trying to add the ATV into all of this? If it was already stated that the ATV was on Earl's property, right? It just doesn't make sense to me why people want to give themselves more brain ache and try to twist it. Again, if you're talking about city folk, maybe you're talking about people that live there, right? That know exactly what an ATV and a vehicle sounds like, especially on a quiet road. I don't think they're going to mix that up, mix that up. But, people will twist and turn whatever they want. All I want to know is what vehicle was used on those 3 trips back and forth between 12 and 5. I think we're good tonight. I think we've done a lot tonight, you guys. Again, we're well over 6 hours and 10 minutes at this point. You guys have been amazing. You guys that have put it over 512 likes for Jack and Lily. I like conversations like this. I know that they can be long and all that stuff. Honestly, I don't care. People come in, people watch the live, people go to bed, and stuff like that. I only got a few days left of my holidays and stuff like that. So Charmaine, her ass is probably sore. She's probably ready for bed, to be honest with you. So
I've been pacing around pretty good and dealing with grandkids and this.
Oh wait, anything? So give us the update on your daughter.
Well, little Connor's not in any rush to come out. She was
No, 1 second.
and she was 4 centimeters a couple hours ago, so she's in for a long night. But I'll make sure to send everybody that I have contact information. I'll send y'all pictures in the morning now because I'm going to bed. But yeah, she's doing just fine.
Thank you for that update. So go, you know what, Charmaine, I'm just going to be a couple more minutes and then I'll head off myself on there. But thank you. And thanks to Kent as well. Thanks, Charmaine.
Okay, you have to boot me out of here, though. I don't know how to do it on my phone.
Charmaine.
Good night, everybody.
I don't mind doing that. Wait, I can't boot you out of there. Won't let me. You're just going to have to leave and it will take you out.
Okay.
Just close off.
Okay, Let me try. Okay, good night, everybody.
Good night, Mary Ellen. Yeah, because I have made her a co-host. She's still there. Get out. Come on. Chop. It won't let me boot you, or else I would. Authentic. No. It lets me edit your name. Charmaine? Can you hear us? Yeah, why? That's strange. I should be able to boot her because I'm the content creator. Oh, wait. Remove. Bye, Charmaine. Sorry, my bad. Maybe I'm tired too. Let me put it this way, Tiffany Lynn. There was a picture back in 2010 that somebody had sent me and of Daniel Martell. And now the part where he's probably heating up stuff is not being shown in the picture, but there's clearly two other people in that picture. And one of them is holding up a needle in that picture. And we're talking about not freaking a doctor's needle. We're talking about, when you're doing shit needle. That was back in 2010. And yeah, there's a ton of bad moms out there, sadly. Again, I have a hard time with this myself, just like my own personal take on this, because I always, wanted to be a mom since I can remember, right? And then when I had our son with my ex-husband, Matthew, and my son gave birth to, well, he didn't give birth, but his Grace gave birth to on April 14th to my granddaughter, my first granddaughter, you know. Um, and he keeps sending me pictures and little videos. So sweet. I wonder if he would mind if I showed one. I'll have to ask him because there's this really cute one, but I'll have to ask him if that's okay. But anyways, my son, when I was pregnant, whatever, the world, the world. I never thought anything different besides that I had to be, give him balance, give him morals, give him boundaries. I had to make sure that my son felt like he was loved, cared about, and heard. I wanted all those things for my son. Now, sadly, I won't get into the whole why my son, got angry at me. Basically, divorce, wanted his father's love, had his mother's, but whatever, you know. But now that he has a daughter of his own, maybe he'll truly understand a mother's love, right? Mothers, most good mothers, their children mean the world to them. My life revolved around my son. Everything was about what did he want to do, right? Ex-husband got a little bit jealous there, but you know what? I had balance still. Again, right? It was amazing to me that my ex-husband was, literally telling me that I give our son more time than him. Really? Let's see. He's our child. He's a child. Like we're talking about 4 years old. What am I supposed to do? While he was out with his little drinking buddies out in our condominiums, you know how you get friends? I was always with Matthew. I always didn't let Matthew out of my sight per se, you know. It was hard having a shower sometimes because you just, I was called smothering, not mothering. Okay. Let me just put it that way. So my love for children is like no other. It is the deepest, most precious thing that people should have, and make sure that 2 children. I don't believe in hitting my son. I hit him once when he was 2 on his pamper, and I watched his face, and I couldn't stand it. I couldn't stand how hitting could equate to a punishment. It's teaching someone abuse. But you don't teach abuse. You take away things, toys, put them in a naughty corner, make them think about what they've done. I will, for myself personally, even if my son disagrees, because obviously you have to have your own child to understand. My biggest gift in the world was making sure and loving my son and making sure he had the best upbringing, because that's what every child deserves. They deserve that. If we bring him into this world, then we better make damn sure that we take care of them, that we protect them. So yeah, when it comes to children, there's no words that can even express looking at these 2 faces. And I want to take back the day that they disappeared. And I want the parents to tell the truth of what happened to Jack and Lily. It's so heartbreaking looking at these faces and knowing that 3 months, 12 days later, no answers. The answers are there. The answers probably will not be good. Most likely will not be good. No, what he said was that he had basically that like 7, right? Because obviously his other 2 kids would come visit. And basically he was down to nobody. Well, that's the wicked game you play. You know, when you play with fire and you get burnt, and you guys can't tell the truth, in my personal opinion, karma's a bitch. Karma's a bitch. You reap what you sow. You guys had this life of Jack and Lily, baby Meadow, right? Couldn't seem to provide for them. I've heard nothing but you didn't have no money, right, Janie? You guys had no money. Family members were helping you guys out, right? I can understand Maleyha getting, benefits from a government for having 3 children. Of course. Who would you want to look after your kids besides yourself? And you had all that, and yet you couldn't even keep a decent household, you guys, to take care of Jack and Lily. And that article about food and water, yes. About clothing for wintertime. About black eyes that seem to happen like very frequently. CPS coming to your home, okay. Right? I can see that happening sometimes, right? They're there to try to protect the children. They think that something's up. Okay. Go make sure that the home conditions are good. Why were these children failed? Anyone looking at that piece of shit trailer and hears and knows everything from what Belinda said about it, from what the article said, everyone knows that those children deserve so much more. But for them, they were probably happy with it all. They were happy until they weren't, until they were gone. I watched Super Nanny. Actually, I just watched some more Super Nanny episodes the other day on that. Anyone that loves children should be very pissed off at what's happening in this situation. So again, what vehicle was there between 12 and 5? Daniel? According to Alana, who told Belinda, Maleyha said you were up all night. Did Maleyha lie for you? That's why your freaking interview was crazy? Either way, the children disappeared underneath their care, regardless of anything. Thank you, Jane. You never stop learning how to grow the child. Every child is unique. The duct tape Jack booster seat together, they like duct tape. Isn't it so sad, you guys, though, looking at this screen and seeing these beautiful children? And you know that no good's going to come out of this. Like Charmaine says, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about these children being hidden or trafficked. Nope. People can try to make shit of it all they want or make sense of it to themselves. I'll grow wings and fly like a blanket if these children are ever found alive, to be honest with you. Go watch EWU. I love that show. Go watch some episodes. Okay? Again, go watch missing kids cases. When parents are telling the truth and when they're lying. Yeah, let's go. Let's go, guys. It's not, oh my God. This is going to be a 6 hour and 23 minute stream. Appreciate that. I work hard for what I believe in. And I believe that the missing and the murdered deserve answers. especially when there's no answers. So again, to all the family members that have spoken out, thank you, regardless who it is. Thank you. Thank you for talking enough to give us some truth. Thank you for family members to having some people speak out to talk about the truth of it all. Two beautiful children. They deserve the answers. Thank you for everyone that's fighting for Jack and Lily. Thank you for everyone that's doing something. Thank you to any content creator that keeps talking about Jack and Lily. Thank you to all those people that are buying up signs. They are so precious. Like, when I say that my heart is absolutely beyond disrepair whenever these cases come along, but this is two children. Two children. It's bad enough when I hear about an accident of a vehicle, that had children in it on a regular story day, but these children, where are they? Well, chances are they were taken in a vehicle. It was being covered up and hidden. Would like to know the direction of that vehicle. I think that's exactly where the answer lies. I do hope that people stop believing, like, honestly, the original timeline is just so old. And again, you can put 50 bullet holes in it. And you can't make sense of lies. I think it says a lot more that somebody was up all night and a vehicle from a separate entity brings in a tip. And then we hear about that recently and go, what the hell? And then on top of that, we hear that Daniel's been up all night, allegedly. Doesn't it make sense, though? Because we know that the truth isn't being told. Right? Maleyha is not going to leave Daniel for being trafficked if they were trafficking it, okay? I can understand that these people would want money, but trust me, Maleyha is not leaving, and they would have already caught on that money, of something, right? Maleyha is not going to leave. If this was all them, cahooting together in a sense, lying perhaps, yeah, about what truly happened, and maybe not speaking and stuff like that. But these kids aren't trafficked. And how many stories can they keep telling you guys about where Jack and Lily are? They're over here. They're over there. No, they're over here. Ironclad. 100% proof that they're alive. All this wicked games of playing. Maleyha and Cheryl came to me and asked me, please, we want to stop the bullshit that Darren's putting out there. And why? Because it is bullshit. It is bullshit. I don't think, like, somebody's going to twist that back to go, well, of course they're going to do that. Because how do they keep them hidden for the next 5, 10, 20 years? You know what? There's this bee that just fucking loves me. And he's spent... Hi, bee. No, you just stay away from me. He obviously likes coming in here because it's like he's becoming my friend. You're lucky I'm not going to take your life out. I'll leave you alone. There's a big open window there, but it's almost like it's his home all of a sudden. Anyways, people that insert themselves into cases, okay? Again, go watch EW. People that insert themselves into cases. And Daniel from the get-go has wanted to know everything that's going on. In fact, he tells you that they tell him everything. In Delphi, one of the most famous expressions, well, it's a regular expression to be honest with you, but it's, you want to know, Daniel, what they know. You want to stay close to every piece of information. I'm so sorry that you're a sucker and falling for it. My bad for saying that to you. Just trying to give you a heads up, moron, on that one. But hey, keep talking. Keep acting like they're your best friends, right? Loose lips sink ships. That's pretty much what Daniel has done here. loose lips sink ships. Well, you're sinking a Titanic with all your lies and untruths, Hebby, on there. But that's exactly the thing. They want to know what you know, meaning the RCMP. They want every little ounce of information so that they can keep track. That's how I see this. Thank you, McKiffin. Thank you, Sunny and Charmaine. Someone's got to do the story alive in your. I'm happy you guys are. Thank you. You know, it breaks my heart. I'm a new grandma. My son's 38 and 36. I can still remember their blankets. Absolutely. Oh, my goodness. My son got a blanket from my mom and his great grandma. I don't know because he lives in Whitecourt with his dad and I'm in Vancouver area. That blanket went everywhere that great grandma made. I can tell you exactly what the colors were. I can tell you exactly what the colors my mom's blanket that she made Matthew were. Right? Again, you guys just have to start off with the start of this. Daniel lied about the pink blanket. This one. I hear dinging going off. I see a bee on my window. Who's messaging me? Oh. Okay. Shireen, those are private, I'm assuming. Absolutely, right? Okay, well, you know what? I'm gonna let it go for now. I love Super Nanny too. Thank you, Marie. Thank you for everyone that supports this channel. I truly do appreciate it. I appreciate, well, Buckets Chicken. I appreciate the members. I'm gonna do a members live this weekend. Okay, I will do a members live this weekend. I might do a live and then a members live. So if you're not a member, consider becoming a member for $1.99. You can find the link obviously on the YouTube channel for It's a Crime and Shame, or you can find it in the description of every single video as well. But if you do want to join, it's $1.99 to become a member of the It's a Crime and Shame community. Again, not going to fuck it up this time like I did last time, but people that got a taste of it. So thank you, everyone, for gifting memberships today, giving others a chance to be able to join our members live and stuff like that. Appreciate it. Appreciate the super chats. Most of all, I do want to say money never comes before people. Member. There you go. Hi, Jens. Oh, Janji just wants to stay around a little longer. Let's take a look at who got those. Thank you so much for doing that. Let's see here. 1 second. So we gotta let the thing catch up. Okay, there we go. So Tammy by Janzi, Tammy, Katie, Crafty Mama, Sharon. Is it Sharon and Mucky Bunny were all gifted memberships thanks to again these wonderful people out there that are I love the paying it forward. Okay, from when I was younger, when Pay It Forward came out, I was like, oh my god, this is exactly what I want people to be like. It's who I am. I want others to do that. So I love it when people do gift the memberships because it helps the channel. And it's like, and then of course it gives somebody the ability to become a member for a month by graciously doing so, right? So it's kind of like really nice that it is a pay it forward thing to me. So everyone, of course, I did get one. If you are still here, Janzi, thank you so much for doing that. We're going to hear the Rickroll a couple more times on there. And hi, Kelly. How are you? Thank you. Hi, Jane again. That's so nice, though, you guys. Amy Combs. But anyways, always before money, right? I never put money over anything. Some people might accuse me of Sunny does too many lives. Sunny does this. Don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. Okay. Mhm. I desert you for ice cream in a minute. There's some cheesecake ice cream in there I shouldn't have. I will do that. Give unto others and good. I just believe this. Okay. Again, I don't care who's dissing the channel. I don't care who's dissing me. You know, like I said, I'm 56 years old. I've taken a lot of people's bullshit, and I just don't take it on here. Oh, run around. Okay, so again, thank you to Janzi. Was it Janzi, right? Yeah, Janzi. Make sure I don't call you Janie. Janzi. Okay, really good to on there. But I wanted to say that my mom. So my husband is from the United Kingdom, right? Because he was like, Pretty Woman movie. Sonny, I don't want anyone else to have you. I'm coming for you. I was like, hey, want to come to Canada? Hey. And he's like, I don't want anyone else to have you. And I'm like, okay, I don't want anyone else to have you either. But, so it was like a Pretty Woman movie to me. And my husband's 21 years younger, by the way. Steve Austin, Stone Cold Steve Austin, SmackDown, or the $6 billion man that didn't have $6 billion bucks. But anyways, so his mother sends me a birthday present, okay? We're the same age. I have a twin. You can be a triplet. You can be a triplet because we're just fraternal twins anyway. No problem. Yes, Root Strength, about 4 or 5 days ago, came over and got 18K subs thanks to you guys on there. How did the carpet cleaning turn out? Oh, by the way, good. And it's way better. I don't know who pissed on the floor more, my cat or me, to be honest with you on that one. All I know is husband did a smack job, but he needs to go over it one more time just for the sake of it, right? But anyways, going back to my mother-in-law in Nuneaton, okay? So my brother-in-law, my husband's brother, which is Ryan, 6'4". Is that what Ryan is? Yeah, 6'4". Anyways, his birthday is on June 12th. My husband's birthday is on June 22nd, which is a Cancer. And my birthday is July 3rd, and I have a twin sister. There's a lot of July, our anniversary is July 11th. Anyways, she sent me vape juice, okay, from England, right? She's like, hey, you got to turn mine, right? Oh, wait. Is it Funcraft? Is it Funcraft's birthday? It was my birthday yesterday, Funcraft says. Well, happy birthday. You are a Leo. Mm-hmm. Daniel's a Leo, Funcraft, Fun to Craft. Are you sure you want to admit that? Daniel's a Leo. Daniel's July 25th. 2000. No, sorry, my bad. 1991. Okay. Daniel is 34 years old, but he's a Leo. So it's okay. You can kick him out of the Leo, girl. No problem. Just don't kick him back down into the Cancers. Okay. Yeah. So happy birthday. Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Get older. Get older. See how you like it when you have to go to the bathroom real bad. Okay. Like I said, right? When you give birth to kids. Yeah. Let's just say that. Little leaky sometimes. Just saying. So my husband, yeah, he definitely was like, not sure who pisses on the floor more, you or the cat. Me? Probably, to be honest. I'm just being honest, okay? Anyways, so I get this gift of vapes, right? Well, that's what's being sent to me. You guys, my birthday's on July 3rd. And today is August 14th. Guess who got our parcel today? From before July 3rd. Guess how Speedy Royal Mail and the fuck-ups that obviously fucked it up. How many times we were taunted with this? right? No update, no update, no update, no update. Must be lost, right? Miraculously, the other day, my mother-in-law looks and goes, hey, look. Right, stay out of our zone. Right, exactly. So she looks and it says, update. Your package is going to be delivered tomorrow. Right. Thanks. Thanks, mail. Thank you so much. Fucking month later. Thank you so much. Okay. Looked in the mailbox. Guess what? Snail mail. Didn't come. Didn't come. Right? Okay. You know, fuck it. These fuckers are just fucking with me now. Right? I'm not going to get this. All of a sudden, there's a delay. Oh, update. Parcel is delayed. 1 day goes by. 2 days goes by. 3. Guess what? I got an update yesterday saying I was going to get the package today. And guess what? A month and 11 days later, I got my parcel. Thank you so much. I got my UK vape juice. Okay. So I vape with Stacks. I used to smoke. It's been about 5 years. I don't care. There's no scent to this. It smells like cardboard. My husband says. My husband's never smoked, barely drinks. But anyway, so she was like, I'm going to send you some of the good stuff from here in the UK. And I was like, I'm down for that. I'll take it. So a month and 11 days later, I finally received my parcel. Thank you, mother-in-law. Thank you, mail. Thank you so much for being fast, efficient, and on time as always. Thank you so much. Yeah. Mail, always later. When did she send it? Honestly, for some reason, she thought my birthday was July 15th. Okay. But so it was only a few days before July 3rd when she actually sent it. Yeah. Heaven forbid that she should send Ryan's and mine and Steve's all at the same time. Can save her a world of hurt right there, right? I didn't cough. Did you cough? Now I coughed. I feel like I'm sick. Call me into school. Hold on. Let me just give myself a black eye. Can't go to work. Yeah. I'm getting this real glow about me because I'm sweating. You guys see that? It's like I'm like a glowworm right here on there. But anyways, thank you again, Janzi and everybody else. It's almost like I'm having an issue letting you guys go tonight. You know, we're at 6 hours and 42 minutes. And I know exactly what people are going to say as soon as they see this live. They're going to be like, fuck that. Who the hell can sit on a live for 7 hours? I can. I could do it easily, to be honest with you. You guys are my friends. You guys are my friends. I don't really have friends out in reality. I don't trust them anymore, really. You know, my friends are on here. And you guys are my friends. I don't know. I haven't had any yet, Sarah. I haven't had any yet. Things on charge, but as soon as I get off this live, I'm going to go check it out. You know, see how that goes. Apparently, it's supposed to last longer. I think it was like 30 pounds that it cost. Oh, yeah, right. That's what we were talking about. Members. Which one? The Rickroll? I could listen to. You could listen to me all day long. You wouldn't hear my husband saying that. Okay. You don't hear my husband. Hey, all you need, hold on right here, people. All we need is a F in the middle of this. And what do we have, guys? KFC. That's all we need right there. Oh, wait a second. Oh, I think I was going to do something. Wait, where's our KFC bucket? Let's go. Okay. Why? It's a little sweat, Sonny. Turn on your fan. I guess I could if you want me to, but then I guess I could turn it on for a second. Then what's going to happen? If I turn it. I use the power. See? Then all of a sudden, See, is it like a movie now? Hold on. I feel like I'm on the Titanic. Hold on. Shit. I just need my husband. See, now look at it. It's just flailing everywhere. Oh, you guys are starting to see some grays come out here. My bad. Anyways, put my hand there. I do have hair coloring, by the way. I do have hair coloring. So I don't know what happened last time, but the color didn't stick, and somehow my hair went lighter and stuff like that. But I do have more hair coloring, and it ain't this color, people. Okay, it's mahogany. It's more like, I don't know, mahogany, right? Anyways, as for the 12 to 5, the reason why we're talking about that, obviously, is because that's in the article where it talked about 12 to 5. 6 times a car went into 1407, allegedly, Gairloch Road. So 3 trips, about 25, 35 minutes each. Where's Jack and Lily? But go on. I just, honestly, Jane, go on. My husband would never agree with you. As much as he loves me, he'd probably put duct tape over my mouth. Could that be from the heat wave? All my chronic illnesses have been chronically bad. One flares up, sets off the rest. Yeah, that sucks, eh? Doesn't it suck getting older, people? It sucks. Absolutely sucks ass. Did you feel that? I felt like, you guys ever, no, because a lot of you guys are older. Remember that one where the woman's in a red dress and she's walking over a fan and the dress just goes up, woo, like that, right? That's how I felt like right there. Yes, my heart will go on, right? I just need my husband to come behind me now and be like, I got you, baby. Yeah, or Kent, Apparently, me and Kent decided that we're an online couple. Sorry, Ben. Sorry. We've had a few dates now in our members live. So again, I will do a members live this weekend with you guys on there. So anyone that's not a member, it's $1.99 to become. And let's see here. I'm just gonna put the new members up. Troodles, just a Canadian girl. All right, Sarah, she gifted one. Sarah gifted another one. Sarah. Little Miss Muffin Top, she gifted 5. So 5 people previously got memberships as well. And you guys get the rabbit hole one when you are gifted them. And then we had Mimi became a YouTube member. Thank you, Mimi. Became a YouTube member. Same thing, right? Oh, yeah. Right. There we go. Same thing. I was having a stupid moment. SDE became a member. And Jancy gifted 5 memberships to you guys. So that was so sweet. Just to not exclude these people. You don't want to exclude anybody. But since I'm back here looking at a different page. Sarah Robinson, thank you so much for your super sticker. Christina Suave, thank you so much for yours. Shannon, thank you very much on there. Shannon, I know that you, I've seen you as well, I think in Clutch Them Pearls and stuff like that. Again, the fight for Jack and Lily is real. But just remember, everybody, keep balance. Yeah, I can say that, right? But I know I'm more imbalanced at the moment, but I'm still aware of my balance. Don't let this case exude you, or exhume you, whatever that word is, and do that. Because honestly, some people get really deeply involved in these cases, to the point of insane, to be honest with you, because they can really tug at your hearts. And then Just a Canadian Girl. Oops. Thank you so much as well. But anyways, these cases can really consume people. If you're not aware of that and this is your first learning curve, just know, don't let it eat you alive, okay? Answers for Lily and Jack will come. You don't need to stay here for every piece of live or watch lives all day long. You just want to, keep updated with information to the gist of what's going on, but just don't let it consume people, I mean, I eat, sleep, and breathe it pretty much. But I also have a full-time job that I'll be going back to, after this vacation here come Monday. I won't be able to do lives between Monday through Thursday for 2 weeks after I go back to work because I'm on a 12 to 8 shift and stuff like that. But I'll do, as much as I can for Jack and Lily regardless. My gosh, can't believe you're still... Shh, Wendy, I'm about to leave. Don't worry. Stop, I'll pee myself. You people know, right? Just stop it. Oh, here we go. Hi, Cirrus. Just stopping by to say hello, your amazing channel, and hit the like button. Hope to see everyone back at the DT show soon. Love when you guys are there. Thank you so much. Apparently we got shit on in the comment section. That doesn't matter, right? You ain't us and you hate us, right? Yeah. Anyways, yeah, I love DT, a drunk turkey show. Hey, have you heard of Turtle Island? I have heard of Turtle Island. And I know Dolly was doing something on Turtle Island. I've heard of it. Sunny, that was hysterical? Is that hysterical? Yeah. Hysterical, right, Janie? Can you give a hint about something you know that we don't? Absolutely. I have about 5 pop cans underneath my bed, Andy Williams. That's something. Wait, I didn't give you a hint. There's something underneath my bed and you don't know what it is. Let me honestly think about that. You know a lot more than you don't. Yeah, that's a thinker. That's a thinker because I can't say things that I can't say because of my promise. Shit. Honestly, I'd have to think about that without breaking a promise in a sense. Yeah. Trip me up on that one, eh? I just want answers. I just want answers for Jack and Lily. In cases that I follow, I don't necessarily have to put that information out there, right? Because sometimes, like I said, you just make promises, about information. And at the end of the day, I just want to know myself what happened to Jack and Lily, and if I learn something behind the scenes and it can't be said outwardly, it's still not going to take away really from what you've been told or the article you've seen. I mean, I'm at the point that no matter what information I have, which might be more, well, I know it is, right, than you guys and Charmaine and, Kent and different things, is that regardless, I'm at the point where I want to know who is driving that vehicle. Well, whose vehicle was it that was being driven between 12 and 5 in the morning? That's the point, I think, that for all of us, right, that are on the same page about this timeline, want to know that answer. That, of course, will make a big difference in what we know. And, of course, we want to know the direction that vehicle was going in as well. Of course, that would be telling to where to look, perhaps, for Jack and Lily, right? Now, don't get us wrong. We know that the RCMP again, just hand us over the files. We'll take it from here, but we'll let you guys arrest. Okay? No fair. Okay? All fair. We have the power of the masses. The true crime does. We have so many smart people. But anyway, that's what we want to know. We want to know the vehicle, what direction it went, and we want to know where the children are. And in my opinion, are the children in water? Are the children in the woods? How far are they? How far can you honestly go if you're doing 6 trips, right? 3 round trips, but 6 trips in 3 hours. And it's about 25 to 35 minutes. So where could you possibly go 3 times for Jack and Lily? So no matter what other information I have to give you, that's still the gist of what we need to know. That's where I'm at. I'm kind of at a stalemate with that information because we need to find out what vehicle it was, right? We need people that are really smart, that really can dive deep, 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 you know, and put the masses of people together. My email for any information to do with the vehicle that, you know, has substance to it. Again, 5-speed vehicle, not an ATV. I don't want to hear shit about an ATV. I'm telling you right now, a person that lives in the country like that, or country, or whatever you want to call it, the boonies, they're going to know the difference between a car and an ATV. Just like I, who am a city person, would know the difference between that myself. And that doesn't even give me credit at all. So I don't want to hear anything about an ATV situation unless there's something proof, absolute proof about an ATV involvement. I don't believe that at all. It made sense, absolutely, at the time. But if a neighbor is coming out saying that they know it's a vehicle, I'm not gonna, you know, waste my time looking into the ATV that was parked at Earl's the day before. Right? It doesn't make sense for transporting stuff. Really? What are you gonna do? Like, honestly, no. Cheeky monkey. Okay. And it's a gut buster. Don't break a promise. I respect that. And you. Thank you so much. Well, you know, without trust, what do you have, right? You know, people aren't going to tell you shit, you know, if they don't believe in you. That's why I like to ask, can I use this information? Autumn, in my opinion, 100% for me, D. I think we all know who D is. I think both are culpable, but D. Absolutely. Bring awareness. It means a lot to me to grow the channel on integrity and not off the sake of having to fake people or try to abuse, you know, a system that gets very much abused by clickbait and different bullshit stuff with the algorithm. These AI, please, nobody, anyone listening to this now, I know it's all this time later, do not send me any AI videos. I don't want to see one AI video sent to me. They are full of shit, misinformation, and I don't want to hear about it. You know, this channel has the up-to-date information with regards to this case. There might be a few little inklings out there that we don't possibly know. Don't care really, because what I want to know is what we already know. I want to know about the timeline. That's it. I want to know about the timeline of what happened to Jack and Lily and where the truth lies. That way, right? It's not guesswork. Where Daniel works. I've thought of that. But again, we need to gather the next part of the step, which is, okay, like for me, I've taken myself and Charmaine, right? I don't want to speak for Kent, but we've taken ourselves to the spot of, okay, if the daytime timeline is a bunch of crap, which it is, we go back in time. We're not going to go forward in time, obviously, because 10:01 is when the RCMP. We go back in time, right? So, again, if it smells like shit, walks like shit, it must be shit, right? Janie, could you just rake up that shit that I just was talking about, please? You know? Thank you so much. I swear, Janie, if you tell us the truth, I'll get you 2 things from Timu, okay? 2 things. Not even kidding, okay? 2 things from Timu. I'll fancy up that trailer. No time flat for you. No problem. Daniel, what would you like? Offerings here. To tell the truth, what would you like? You need a new floor, new toilet? What do you need? Need some food in the fridge? I gotcha. What do you need, Daniel? For you guys to feel guilty about not telling the truth. Yeah. 5 years for Dylan. Dylan Eller. Same thing. Okay. It's exactly 7 hours, you guys. Exactly. The crap out on YouTube about Jack. I know it is terrible, but you know what? I know. But hopefully, I think most people know that if they really truly want to come to a channel that has information, to come here. And if they don't, maybe they learn something new about Jack and Lily, regardless that there's these 2 beautiful children out here that need answers. Right? Okay. Sonny, shut up already. Okay. Oh my God, this is record breaking. I know. People are going to look at this and go, what the fuck? And act like I don't have a life. And yet I have a full-time job and I'm just on vacation. You're right. I do deserve a bucket of KC, but guess what? Marie, sorry, my bad. My husband bought Mary Brown's. Suck it, right? Suck it. And guess what? My Mary Brown's is sitting right behind me on the bed that I've had 2 bites out of. Totally forgot about it now, to be honest with you. But my husband, they have gone all quiet. The YouTube tours and TikToks on there. Revive it. Revive it, people. Take clippings from this channel. Stick it on your TikTok. Yeah? Anyways. Okay, you guys. I'm going to get out of here. I'm going to go have my Mary Brown's. I will. What is tomorrow? Friday. I'll see you guys tomorrow for sure. I'll come see you guys tomorrow for sure. Anyways, and then by then, maybe I'll have more information. Yeah, Mary Brown's, Chicken Amazing. Wouldn't really know at this point there, okay? Because it's sitting on my plate on the bed right there. Anyways, you guys, thank you guys so much. Thank you guys for subscribing. Thank you guys for your donations. And thank you guys for your likes and views. We're at 531. I mean, come on. 6,166 views. 7-hour live. That's underrated, people. Good night. Thank you guys so much. Much love to you as well, okay? So again, if anyone does want to become a member, I will do a live this weekend. $1.99, are you out of your mind? Most people can afford that. Okay? All right, you guys take care. Have a good one. Mwah. Take care, guys. Okay, so I'm going to play the original Jack and Lily as we leave here with that one. Let's do that, okay? Haven't played that one in just a little bit. So let's do video file. All right. And thanks, everyone. Thanks, Kent, Charmaine, Belinda. I didn't see Chelsea today. Chelsea. I got to find it. Hold on. It's getting buried. Where's my video? Oh, there. There it is. Okay, ready, guys? Thank you, guys. Thank you guys for hitting the like and the share. Appreciate you guys. Sunny from It's a Crime and Shame. And someone had sent me this beautiful song called Come Home, Jack and Lily. And I wanted to do Belinda, and I wanted to do Alana King, and all you guys out there. This beautiful little video to attach to it. Thank you so much for the person who wrote the poem. Thank you for fighting for Jack and Lily's army. Please hit the like and the share. Thank you so much.
In the quiet dawn of a May morning, two little hearts went out to play. Lily's laughter, Jack's small footsteps vanished with the breaking day. Come home, Jack and Lily. We're praying for your steer. The woods are deep and silent, but our love will draw you near. Through forest paths and endless trees, searchers called your names aloud. Hope flickered in the morning breeze as prayers rose up to the clouds. Jack and Lily, we're praying for your steer. The woods are deep and silent, but our love will draw you near. Sunsets over Pictou County, stars shine with gentle grace. The community holds a vigil, longing for your embrace. Come home, Jack and Lily. We're praying for your steer. The woods are deep and silent, but our love will draw you near.
So I didn't quite end the live yet because I'm very bad for some reason for doing this. Okay, now where their voices. Dan, why do I keep forgetting to change that? Sunny, grab yourself some brain cells. Or voices. This just hurts. Absolutely. Love it, but it makes me cry. Absolutely. I wanted to impact people. 2-year-old children that are missing, that need answers. I forget to do the poll. Let's do the poll. Do you believe in the 12 a.m. to 5 a.m. vehicle? Yes, sounds about right, 49%. Nope, can't say I do, 9%. 22, skeptical as always. And yes, 6 times, 3 trips, defo a cover-up, 20%. So most people under the impression it is a tearjerker. You know, I want it to be a tearjerker. I want it to impact people's hearts, right? I do, because these children need reminders. They need us to be their voices, their faces, all these beautiful pictures that are going on, all the beautiful things that people are doing, right? Right? Jack and Lily. Mick. Oh, by the way, I asked Mick Mac. Mick Mac, how do you say your name? Mick Mac sent me an email, said, Sonny, you're saying it right. Mick Mac, not McMaw. Mick Mac. Uh-huh. Okay. That's the blanket that was found that day. The signs, $20. You guys can email Kent at Kent Corbett, KentCorbett 81 at gmail.com for these signs. These signs are $20. The bigger ones I know are $40, the 4x4s. Absolutely. I just always have to put myself in a box, when I do lives, right? Is that sometimes I can't help it, right? Children mean a lot. I tear up with people's generosity of what they're doing for Jack and Lily, and stuff like that. But I have to put myself in a box, because to think of the situation and what's going on, right, is that the only reason I even stayed in true crime, because I didn't intend on being here, was because of what we could do. But the hurt and the pain of what I feel about cases is a whole different story, when I literally have to put my mind in the fact that these two children have the great chance of not being with us anymore. Okay? If people still, we all want to hold on to a miracle, but we have to be realistic, right? Again, go watch some EWU, go watch some cases where, like the Orrin and Orson Welles West case out of California. Want to watch two foster parents lie their faces off? Go watch Harmony Montgomery, Elijah Vu, all these poor children that had lives taken away. We don't know the answers for Jack and Lily yet. We don't know the answers. So, no one's been charged. Daniel's not been charged. He might be guilty of lying and fabrication, but we don't know, I mean, like I said, their own words are telling. Their actions are telling. But we'll get the truth. Truth will come out. But you guys focus on the 12 to 5 in the car, and the home, the neighbor's home, so that we know of a direction, or at least have an idea of a direction. But whenever something's usually planted this way, okay, you want to go the opposite way, down, or the opposite way, or up, but you usually don't want to go in the same direction. And I don't think that these bumpkins are bright enough or smart enough to understand that on there. So it's just, absolutely. So with that being said, you guys, again, I'm going to go eat my Mary Browns, and you guys have a great night, and we'll see you tomorrow. All right. Bye, guys. And with that being said, I'll just do the normal intro. Where is it? Extra. Bye, guys.
A Norfolk night, the world is cold. We stand surrounded, we are not alone. Within my reverie, there's holy light. Without an honor, we stand and fight. And